for government Edibeye Rawlings appointees ebra o assume power 2001 no say NDC winning power 2008 or mobile bam 2009 and a Professor Mills led NDC government a year kufomu bia and kakufu adra meye sansemfo no a obeye no 2017 no so be gugu nkrofo nyuma sese nkrofo businesses no kakufu ado not there. But Professor Mills was so me dem de boni ache yemfa nche ne yen sha brabo asefoforo no MP before who say o mu de MP NDC for they say o mu ye timid enti betimi edi o mani eno mo ye ene powers ababio obi bia onya political power we use to start political power one fan chechire o ma o de say no use the same political power to make that corrections and obi bia o de political power e commit crime no who use political power no e de correct here won commit crime wo de ase na wo siesie enti se wo fa political power no di wi a obi ajapade a for political power e recover what the political power ekum obi a make sure say he will be punished for that. And no me post be about Duncan Williams. Now Duncan Williams ko chair President Mahama me there had confidence now be baba to our juma so and I me post say Duncan Williams feels were smart and in crooked ways no or amende no asaba be she John Dramani Mahama mamumu thinking so be escape. Yera Duncan Williams, if NDC fails to hold you to account your contribution to the mess of the National Cathedral no some of us ye be ye da many and ye be pam ye free Ghana ebra Ghana for kasa about the National Cathedral Duncan Williams be catch say enye NDC for government in ACNT no ma ba na ACNT no mo kasetia the poster there o catch Ghana for say we should shut up ye kasa dodo na nye aban sika ni di besie asode ene nsode na ebe kika bom na asie Duncan Williams asem o kan no. And then we have weak-minded NDC communicators saying, say, Duncan Williams, I resign here. And today, Sikasa Duncan Williams, take here from Ghana buying somebody call US Aqua fundraising. Sikasa no the call Sikasa no the bag Ghana. Some Chawano. What was our call bodyguard and would make you 2 and a channel? Yeah, a channel. Go from a jam microphone almost a jam here, my. According to a channel, they say, what did Duncan Williams? You have a woman sword the 10 and the tongue for corn says I saw the way for protection or Bob for Michael, Kukudru for under a fighter on the Kuma Christopher near Defon, and then or Bob for Michael and Kubion tear the sword, any tune a bodyguard, Nashishomon or Modinam. Said Duncan Williams, resign as a board of trustee member, and so what? Since when? Or resign? Ejuma be na koso Cathedral. The mess no was ye kwose mess and or resign. Wo di for be di wo so for be di church Ghana for. Ye te bi Bible crack was so den sempa na hinte nyansa for no we ya tre yen kokwa. Yen kokwa atena sin we say Akufo Addo can never be trusted. Akufo Addo fragadam wo ye dwirim wo sansa ni kohwini. Wo ye mambofo enti Cathedral no ahya ase no eye Ghana scan was said na wo se ebo mpo a adan no obubugu ye no eye Ghana ban sika adan ne disi ye no wase no eni to wase aban sika Duncan Williams had the guy to catch the Ghana for say we should shut up, we talk too much na for that matter nya Ghana ban sika na de besie enti a problem ni say na ye complain because enye ya ban NDC na esie Uko tam sika over 800 and something thousand Ghana cedis. Edo kwa America so kwa fundraising. Sika za na adi ba fie. And they think you should be held accountable. You be held accountable if NDC fail to hold Duncan Williams and OBBR because it will be unfair. So Obekacha say we launch probe into the National Cathedral expenditure. Now Obekwa free elmo or more ekuta adwuma be sin there. Now we shall say free since day 1. One more appoint to a more bureau player, our National Cathedral. All of them must be made to account to their for their own can say actions and inactions. Almost what they should account for it. And it will resign. It doesn't matter. You want to tell me say Senka Kanofuriata? Ebeka 6 months when you no resign here. You tell him say because Kanofuriata resigned as a finance minister, nobody should hold him accountable for the stewardship. Is that what you are trying to tell us? And Timu Amadiyam say you want to neutralize everything because it's going to be as business as usual. It is never going to be as business as usual. it is never going to be as business as usual. Yentimi mfa Ghana sika $58 million enkotuamna. After deceiving Ghana for us, we are not going to commit taxpayers' money into that cathedral. Did he apologize? Or resign in resignation letter and apologize to Ghana for? Name Pokras will apologize there, and no does not stop Ghana for, so we should hold them accountable. And to say any national cathedral, we need to investigate, we need to probe. Duncan Williams, or more appoint to Munina, Daki, Ward Mills, more resign, or no crowd or resign that crimes, all of them, yes, who Trimufai Busum Kune Onkun, all of them should come. Sikasa and Duncan Williams, the Kwa Bruches or the Kwa fundraising, Sikasa or the Befi, we need to get all that. Mao be Antana, Yera Okujeta Blakwa. And in Penyufo idea Jumasha Monsa. Mamunye Shisha anymore. Mosekano Nufanu. Because your uncrophobia or my imagine so monomy smart. Political power bar or money you're fine. Duncan Williams, President Mahama office. A brand new president. Who person will President Mahama? Nipa no book appointment to President Mahama. As soon as President Mahama elusu power, that day Nipa ni record Duncan Williams one no more power catch and so corner compare small boys no more power farmer. One man attention that because power a co. O free President Mahama fear no ko for the fee because the one power aba. When he realized that Kufuor messy up of power banana quickly or 10 day back, we will not tolerate this. In politics, like I said, we don't forgive. Sir, na we are not taking for granted. When people are when Ghana for complaining, say NDC for your ya because NDC for ya because NDC abandoned this national cathedral. That's in the statement. Until nobody should go there, Master. Yani abre wow de be ko no kasa jejiri ni nka mena ne be daga tanmu abure ho saa de ho atem saa for 4 years 16 years ye be di ho atem saa free power saa opposition if you don't do the right thing because GD Ghana fo anya ewo NDC mo no se woni mu a to whom much is given much is expected 56% plus more and e kire wo GD Ghana fo anya wo mu ade ba ko Ghana fo gina so de to aba eye de oral because Ghana for nim how a Kufuor na ban via Ghana for the first time who the way a whole asofo any traditional leaders it me conspire with the government it me milk the state Ghana for is away and Ghana for want accountability and timam be yen hwehwe animu e me kase we di onya adwen satra and nti amfa ne bone nche there be if you fail this aura NDC will find themselves wanting before a year 2028 election. We should go after Ubia Pepe Nayenje. Secondly, the Electoral Commission. You see, Jenadu Mensa. What should she be? Nanin Sabeka. Adia or Jenadu Mensa, Adia or Heno. Nisabeka nanka we feel so say it is finished. So now person say it is never finished. Deliberately, Electoral Commission no ankasa share a delay presidential coalitions, parliamentary coalitions because na or chain NPP internal coalition. Na in project say either say NPP are winning and I say gap say Mahama mpo na winning a gap na da Mahama ni ba omiantem no enye kese na omatia soja fona gum enintina na Electoral Commission or chain but ni nyina be useless because who the gap almost 2 million no they have nothing to do. Now the massive endorsement Ghana for the NDC in Parliament, NDC could have more than 2/3 majority no. The Electoral Commission want to frustrate the system. Said the NDC will not get that 2/3 majority. Then for that matter, Mahama will not get any peace of mind. And for Nyejuma, NPP still a pushy Jenadu Mensa and the Electoral Commission say Omonya Day Bush a Kafra. Domi Kwabena say what's the day? Uber recollation. Our him fa and I just saw ya no made them Jenadu Mensa, Obaka no made them, and Naso Papa Naso Papa na we free mono. Nen Naso na Beka recollation. anasa wunu kunu Charles Mensa mo be lock mo ankasa mo be come watch them na matum na ma ye recollection wo mo bedroom mo wia na ma be declare mo be recollection wo hwan ni so ehemfa asase ase anasa poase na hwan na be ma akwa mo esa recollection onko CI no 127 onko em say ehemfa na ya to say recollection 2020 just one constituency Techman South issues about who yakum nipa 8 NDC minority then led by their leader Harold Idrisu omo march from parliament the petition every electoral commission and cry as a small post for omo ekobu omo chichi omo say police for omo permission anti unlawful assembly the petition bro say there cause what Techman South no yen recolate uka chen say emna bia ni ho say recollection and it's electoral commission that declare results ni via one won't be bias you go to court 2020 na kasa assembly ne before bad the show we near say wo pese Ghana nani mutu na moja na so far nipa ewuo ne still anya enough for Jenaduko Mensa
media me say
innocent Ghanaian
say NDC no me kanwa ka Mensa ni kunu ni na busu akomu dwane
anya enough
for you say obefa play o obefa wura mama boys abono
o kofa do me Kwabena
Jimmy for obasa
what declare results what pin sheet awa wo ye what declare results kire say elekpere makurugu awe ni election no MPP makokwe enya can say 50,447 votes elekpere makurugu nya 51,634 okofa electoral commission no ankasa ne fa na declaration sheet or de ya I have it here sa no post wo ho e na wo electoral commission obi amfa tu amfa nsi wo muma so amfa nsi wa ya ase anasa wo kwan chi ano ka che say declare enie e na dai e na wo declare o be ka che say e unlawful and who determine what is lawful and unlawful you Jenaduko Mensa or born for to say wa ya keka say we mu nyina so ma law school two women inspire and catch say law school sometimes I feel like say Jenaduko Mensa we so it me pass it through law school aba be graduate on say lawyer it's not uninspiring but catch say e unlawful
oh yare
and it no be that we be real collect why don't you go to court no CI 127 here the to about 2020 now catch say mrebia no the real calculation the same CI na the to about 2024 because CI ka the course here the better about 2024 no the call parliament no was kicked out enti ye ba be for CI 127 one the year 2024 election enti dia na asesa wo na ma won say Dr. Manebu amaka chen say they shouldn't tempt NDC
unim okay
they shouldn't tempt NDC
because baby Aduko Edu no ohia so be man response o ohia physical
na you see nyansa omuni ni say because Aduko Mensa free say sa 2x4 soldier 4 na didi na chi
nkwasiafo we
na no sa akwai poladomo kire na no ba be mi show it one ma e wa na moto abesi na boys mienu miensa omo mu kutatio
and this mini ye
nanu eye benada ye no ma ye dan Paul Bobie show nti omo babe me kan nipa be say 8 so when am catch one producer wunim mo boss no ho osre concert we fi say NDC for e ka so mo babe attack Paul adomo chira sa body sa nipa 8 adomo buy no wunim crofom them can they contain them they will rather run away NDC doesn't have your time se Jenaduko Mensa free say sa soldier for mienu miensa du mienu na twa ho ahia no isi wunim nyansa na wunim nyansa na de bia mekasa nipa wagimi ni wo hu si bodam ni
wunim NDC ama system no ma dwua ma omo no kura nya kwai so obi ni mo achi
nipa wagimi no ni wo hu si ni bodam
sa me lead NDC asa boys no mo di poladmatch me ba menya poladmatch fi o boys no awon mo di poladmatch awurade nyakopo se menua okatachi na no me tu ne fu bi sa odwulu se okatachi wudi nkrofo edi wachi se wo mo ni wachi nkra na wo attracting nkrofo no just live your life wunim se onye obi ahia
wunim kan kwasi asemo ade na wodo
ngba de se na
ka soja ni na bebo ho
ban live your life
officer soja ni bebo ho ban ye the ballot box akwa kwesi bema camp awana soja fo nyina guo so omonto aba police station se wo nyina ye to aba nyina omoto aba mama hama asoja fo no omo to aba man mahama e kire o say enne se bi yi no ofa ni tuo no opoma ni tuo a woni ba bi o de kire
nyansa no mu
woni nyansa and you still want to provoke Ghana for after 7 years of provocation. What provoke Ghana for with your incompetence, say your stupidity, Jimmy Pa Ghana for now for the past 8 years.
Ahometi
udi afamu awuruba wa she Ghana for see enka hwe nim de kokuru mu chede beye. Now Ghana for this idea. You still want to see that we show you instead of your eclipse of the sun. Ebe kache say den okodomi Kwabena. O kache say illegal. Returning officer, name of the returning officer on their own sheet, you know, James Zachariah Kofi. One signing ye, NDC agent assigning, MPP agent assigning were declared.
And then they don't have problem with MPP agents, but they have problem with your bobo abano.
Yes, you see, I know say. So recollection recollection million times. Domi Kwabena, nothing can change because me. Yato abani Saturday. Me kwato maba Saturday na nopa. The na kwaso Domi Kwabena bia na me follow up. And you me pon from his show so me can say shift on a manual original TV. Me kodu Domi Kwabena around 1 a.m. Me go straight to air internal collation. By the time I'm kodu ye no na ye kuta pink sheet nyina. Ya ye collation na Electoral makurugu wa weni. Ye kura ni nyina. Enti se ma error makokwe a onu ankasa internal collation wa lusu a onu anu akonsidi a waka kire MPP fo na chitafo se abando ma lusu ne mo hwere en wo nkwa o ma da ageni sika no ma se enti o mo ntwe na brebeba so mo free say Azeklamte and I catch them say they should probe, they should push. Now things can be overturned. And Azeklamte is granting interview on radio, still insulting Electoral Makurugu and the husband. Even after the election, what does we do a matter? And it's Azeklamte never to move for the and the more we have a long way to go. Now it's also by a recollation of results. Our days 12 for 9 constituency. Yeah, share be electoral commission. Ebeba recollection. Here is Ghana. So you bet me continue. Ghana bet me continue. You shall see.
All right. So one quick comment here. Says. Let me see if I can just read something. Okay. So, Bobie, there is redevelopment of military land ongoing at 37, opposite Land Commission, a place that house. BOD, that's Base Ordnance Depot, a department headed by Lieutenant Colonel Otu. The said developer have fenced the place with roofing sheets inside the yard, therefore making it difficult for the public to know what is going on there. He demolished all the structures and has moved all the offices into a container in the yard, and they are being guarded 24/7 by Ghana Police Service. I want to take note and visit the place. The officers are not happy but cannot come out because of their positions. All right, so your best boys, you know. You say military land be opposite 37. Yeah. And one more year you more trade fair assassin so no. Media say la boys never bomo enyam sa na mate. Mo be yes as mo nyai adwuma na mo ye no ama NDC transition team no ama mehwe mo anya ho adwuma mo toa so e wala trade fair wa na say la four boys no beti gumu so a sa na mate e be ha adwuro o mehwe mo na ye journalist dia ya bonipa enkwa ho ban o meba be hwe mo ya ye nim ho se o mbe hwe mo na journalist adwuma no se be ya asomdwie abeba o man mu na tritrasam emma o mamu abonefo enkoto nsem so enhwem prepramo enfa so fi mu bom trim sa na me mate maka cha mo se nya me na afre na odi adwuma ahye nsa ti se wagimi na me ka se na wonte ase a ene ese sa da boys na akase wo mo ba hwem na ye nya first hand information esa se investigative journalist just we just akwa.
Come on, I'm in China.
I just been
for near for.
I just
na Mincha ISIS. ISIS. Russia bombardiers.
ISIS.
I mean,
You're referring to the two.
ISIS. I mean, ISIS for me do what shame. Conda. Among coming home. Na yen sra kufuado ana yen kantra kufuado se ne doba Gertrude Araba Esaba Tokonu Saki
on fadum kofi
wa clear kwan no anti LGBTQ plus law na parliament a pass no on sign maye Ansah na wako konani abre sign niema or approve ya appointment bebre first na say e wo court me wa they say the court yi musipuma na kwan mo yesa na mukana enti no onya maye Ansah na 7 January no adru no niye adi enkra na Jane Adukwe Mensa Wanda ono there our opportunity to resign honorably. She has the option of jumping or we push her. And we must fight to me also. The petition was I ready no anti-people policies and initiatives are with their bag and a phone in a just say onimejuma from birth certificate young to about young trading or district office no indelible ink. They get it. Yeah, but 3 p.m. You would trouble 3 p.m. till the last thing or this year Parliament tone of say on fan kononko ye hui I want some sa ayina ma Parliament view. Adukwe Mensa organize by-election ewa ya was West Wogon meboa ena nipa prapra ye kotu tutu ebo MPs ewa honum obeshia committee no was hwiansi as far as on your concerned there was no violence. Adukwe Mensa on the 6th day of December 2020 or the letter at disenfranchise Sal for a Guan constituency. Sasam a pending 2020 elections. Nipa 8 ni wuye Techima Kakwe Central. Is it Ablikuma Central? Ni nasi for Savligu. Nipa 8 ena we are warren nano haya election we are yet timu commander. Nipa awuno ye kind to 5. About 5 people and a 2 account more. We beat to say a wood to senior east. A wa. Our cousin,
yeah, I walk
you a Kassaye, Nipam, you know. A co young pala, a big co Akumadine. So a Samu Crum. Akumadine also ya boni patria manewu enti tepa we nyina ye boni a Jane Adukwe Mensa enamano so baye na sana Bible ka Christopher se trokunkun se ne enamano so baye no ondue enti Adukwe Mensa Jane due kanda ye behwehwem na se betimi ahwehwe we mu a sese ma me we wahu or step aside so that's here odi ne dibre to ho na yetimi nya kwan na ye hwehwe ne nneɛma wo be ye ni mu fenchim ye nti obeko relative to and regarding to elections declarations on the 9th day of December 2024 Adukwe Mensa declare results no Oma wiase nyina ti say results are declare no minus 9 constituencies me wa 9 constituencies and they disputed according to Adukwe by law within 72 hours and necessary or declare results. So even though Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia conceded defeat 14 hours into after the poll no Mameno keep Ghana in suspense until the expiration of the 72 hours threshold and not declare result 9 constituencies and every Mameno press conference our year you know constituencies now free 9 to 12. How did we get the extra constituencies? This is a question I may be sir because would mobiati say 9 mu and aka 9 akam and ne we say 12. Yeah, then you 12 no wentimi ankyere. According to ono Fantiakwa Suhum any your friend day one other Akotia results no and born Greater Accra and you correct. Sa results of mobile born no NDC agent in you. Akotia there for instance.
I see.
There was NDC agent in you.
No, okay.
There was no sit till. I don't know quite yes, and now I find mark in Benjamin mobile boy. Do you get it?
Yeah.
It was an arrangement. I mean, trend, no. It was a Obia or pink sheet.
Yeah.
Electoral Commission and the woman no Ukra original. Now what my parties no duplicate. The normal year in the case of Suhum any Fantia Kwan say oh NDC MPP pink sheet no and tally. You get it? And to say entirely there young coffee electoral commission there no. Oh electoral commission the different pink sheet altogether no they declare results in those constituencies. Where did you get that pink sheet
Really?
from? Yes. You see, I took time and watched all these disputed constituencies on Courtesy TV3. What do you say? And no, who use different pink sheets. What it means is that electoral commission now control pink sheet for fraud. That is the only way. Ebema NDC MPP pink sheet ebe different from what you have, because one our pink sheet no they have duplicate, and our original the same duplicate no and one amudi biabo polling stations, any collation center honum. And it is Asamba all you need to do is to recall Obi Biana or ye agent, party agent, say ye independent candidate, no be unfunded them by number reconcile. It is that trick, no, and no mudia di NDC for in Fantiakwa, Suhum, any Akotia. In the case of Baba Sadiq Honomo,
yes, Central.
This is what happened. Na makumenu Boating Happy FM Wonano. Or the Collins Boating wa Edward Boating no Hubi. Then this lawyer we and the 2 years were Tongu. Lojokuku
Uton Kuma to yes.
Oh, so I say why just tell me.
Uton Kuma. Uton Kuma. with 3 years.
You will not accept. Law Ben ma will don't accept. A coordinate authority. If it was accurate, they are now would declare and address what declare. But the information I would do too, Jano. And a yet throw and a force who can say ya. And you go about him. Commander. Jen Aduque Mensa Shedai Damangua fees. Narratives. You see,
Damango information is said. Omu can be beer. John Ginapoto, Mr. Mumra from Hoyminia. And yeah, John, no, my information. And you know the assassin we Mutala Muhammad the accused goes to the executives no and these executives. Please, we know. And yet to say over carry before executives no. But Mr. Information was one of the catcher. I do. Come on, please. There the consultancy officers no. The proximity to be a Mutala can say we were TV so near Cassim consultancy officers 1 year time. You told me your consultation of the wine. Lanty will hold it now. Lanty the one you say, I just no. Listen, yes. In Lanty the one you say, I just see a bonanza or Tiasi. Debbie, Lanty is a I'm going to show you the film. I'm forgetting. Oh, they're manning you. Manning you. But you only mad there. No, Ministerial. As a man, I can say now the Mensa. Stylishly, I decided to set aside Damango. Damango, I mean, we can say on acknowledge petitioner, Mutawakilu, Atrakoma Electoral Commission. She's not acknowledging that even executives in San Cry for Mutawakilu, no problem. That is it. So I am surprised to say. Well, yeah, now, meanwhile, that man go nipa 12 versus 21 on Macho Mudia Marco police station. There's no count in that constituency. Or Henry court and then move for MP elect. But Adukwe Mensa have technically taken this thing out. Mr. Muhammad Akasawa deal with Musam and Yintini. Recollation and the Bia Emrabena Adukwe Mensa Jinaso. And most precedents say Afaridan ye be in 2004. 2004 to 2024, how many years in it? Was that on the same CI or that with the same CI? That is the point. Say, so, the same CI, no? And why would we want to use it as a precedent? I think, sir, but Baumia Castle baby, or see, media, no? NDC or dominance media, and those affect. Why are they? No. On patron this media never infa. Enyame. Untimi nneoma also kashiri. Semina na mekwa kai news for joy. Me frada mekwa city akwa show. Me frada mekwa UTV. Me frada mekwa Isefa ka everyone. Na my morning show no. My fast. Na ba metro. Na ba asase ba morning show. Kwasi akeka. Yaw, kunumam. Kwabra we dey obi kan. Some phobia catch the deeper. Why we are all now say he as a leader of the party will make sure say they are going to probe why so now no hosting microphone or say or no as a leader of the party immediately no be say they will investigate normal research why and before mama to aba to only say the flag bearer na end and they say only leader of the party be the edikan I mean more abaso na me more minuanum nyina abaso say mama na anya sesabi oman adwuma mo begya to ama omanfo abre Ghana for guso adamwase social media there munyina mo trend na menso me di manu tumu bi same hunto ni Kwadwo Hebu ani Charles Makati Ghana for damwase ene me pese me de masem kakra bi to transition committee anim na me wia me side bi so akwama eye adwumaku a abedwaku a owura mahama apawo mo so me fa no crunchers ya se enani nansa na krata bi pie dwam se eye ranum Sami Okujato Nathan Kofi Boache COP retired Martin Pegu Ora Daniel Yao Domlevo ena eye menua Remo Acha omo abaya oba papa bejaku bi a omo jeje eye information efa omo mabo o micro no ne omo mawie sika ni mu adododi ensase ne nyoma no omo beji nyoma ni bi ho a say nkitahudie no akoye te se omo na ebi a wo se omo kohwehwe na meri we beye enkai body amaye nyina Ghana fo a yetie eye afidikasi se sebi impreduasa abedwakuo na owura mahama atie no
the Ghana ni bia wo asɛm bi ho adansidie bi anaasɛ ebia kronobo bi akɔso baabi na me sɛ wantimi ankyerɛ mu anura kyerɛ ntimi pɛ sɛ mɛkyerɛm kakra ankyerɛkyerɛ mu ni bi ne sɛ
office no
Dabi and office asem sami okuye to
see the information be in office no san permit
on be nche the thing is say obi bia waje abai position in the last your friend is saying 7-8 years in echo 8 years in ye nyina ne enimo mu nyina obi wo a te say asenso so we share asenso na chi na ene the we are asenso wasi aye totwe ni anyapade a asenso ewo o hwe abuginapo sika etimi kogu poly tank mu a manipa kra timi emu nipa 7 enye so o mayira dan pare kumomu nyina ma asem ni bi kra wo court
o mayira
enye so o mayira okuomo o ma o de se mu mu tu nkuomo omufunu asema ye kan asema o court bi wo court o ye ko mo kire ho me ko police mo go ye boni pa ni mutuo nanim ya boni tuo ama nanim nyina peche because of kwasiampani abugina po we aboa we me say asem ni bi wo court chief inspector yaya o wo court or you retired a police chief inspector ni wo fa sinu mienu Jimmy Kocho ene Hamza maame ba akoma the same thing no koku maame ba akoma wo botiano dan pare kwasia we enti same dia doso na mesra mo
no the PIGP was that renewal
our PIGP asedi sabedu ku yi owura ni tankofi boache wo de post asoye wo free ho nchei IGP akufu dampare me masema wo ho ano minim se mentro in a form of petition ana
sir oral for no omo receive petition petitions okay. with evidence
okay
then they will gather all those things and give it to a well constituted legal bodies Jomama Bebabi then they take it
okay any me that's it thanks for your guidance
was that court for
now
strike high court
Kwabena owura dampare efiri so be the IGP ya wade bi a friend the police welfare fund ya a police for police ni bia organ ha bia no bosumi bia wakatua ya tisika efiri wakatua mu e de koto safoto onim ya tisika na Ghana police for ni nyina bosumi bia omutua sika in excess of 13 million Ghana cedis ti asem we you dampare di police sahene for 3 years 4 months emu ne yewe na che se wadi 40 months e wo police asoye nim as IGP sika no wadi ni nyina wadi sika 13 million no bosumi bia wadi ni nyina to date amene wo ka say asema me kan no se me bo dampare be yima no o utimi suma agresa akrofia asen wan no uchocho mucho no utimi suma no no abeyi ano se sika ne wo ho abebu hu nkonta oni sa kofi sapon na obonwum na da bia wo bonu 2 brazier no sakwa no oni na edie ona ye procurement your friend is saying officer for the Ghana Police Service o ma disika ni nyina so hunu na wa address srepe na Ghana Police Force enu odie
enti wora Sravienche kakra adire asa uchire chire na
amaye hu ato ye
waboda keke
Kronfo pa mimi say mimi na poku na make say now Kwabena what this is can nyina police welfare scan we di nyina enu bi no di treat bribe enu bi no di talk ama Adam Bona we okonya sika we no di akoto Range Rover Kronfo we osi osua law we what bi talk ama no ne car no di kokko bufu we police headquarters police for baby on bufu no Adam Bona we Ghana Police Service fuel eno di na mo ade paper gas no eno no di recordings no okwa no wasa to record ama no no di abe record o eno kanfua kwabna UN Ghana Police Service for omuko UN peacekeeping na UN for ma Ghana Police Service sika eno so sika no wadini nyina eno ntime srese abadwakuo no saade we omuntie no omunhye ne so. Apart from that, Ghana Police Police Service omu wa helicopter omu de swa we efri nkonya how oni Kofi Asante bedi etu na yes business me say kwabra omu de swa we efri nkonya
nti ombenya documents for ora for
kwabra we ne way
Debbie say omu ebusa say ora for omu je hard evidence nti ombenya
Debbie we kura de nya na bi we no kwabra we no dan pare ochi helicopter
Debbie na wu twu ka kwa me hu wa me twa mu amese me hu say we dey ka say we
Debbie so me
that I cannot show
na bi na helicopter no oni pilot
nti
pilot so we ni gum.
Okay, so pilot ni wo dance ni
kwabra say me na okay.
Oh, Debbie, I'm just asking.
Debbie, some of us are no crap on the crama, send you 2 months. Debbie, oh, yeah, maybe to at it.
Debbie, you better see 2 of you. Or an animal, they will ask you what
Debbie, the question is why in the coffee we know now why we no go here?
Say, no, who na ukra info. Tina maybe say, or for no bet me provide you more like better particulars.
Me provide Bibia.
We be around the drew.
Kofi Asante no be na man border ma akotena America mo so wo ka say e di agro. Eti anu nyina ya de e wo se ehwehwe mu. Ebio. Kwabna. So far information ya gada se nkofo a omosusu na omo wa aban aso ya ahodo mu. Omo pese omo paper omo to sebi impreduasa.
Ya ni de hu.
E free computer ahodo so. Na unu say yesi de wadwane na nko no nanim ba bi otete bakwabra eya no mu refi say nobody lives in an island o pepa otwa me na kwa kosisan because kwabna adwuma ku bia mu no accountant wo ho accountant no was our auditor enti wo de obetimi ato accountant ato auditor fine enti no ye bebu say ho say in the case of a very typical case of Maritime Authority, Ghana Maritime Authority,
air condition man.
The air condition man if you want, yes, I the aqua chrome fort to bottom ni Balawo, your friend Thomas Kofi Alonsi. Alonsi near the Necot now. When you say Kwabena, almost almost tutu, your friend is saying Kohini and then in Shumu in Riano. Stamps, no, your friend is saying with him, Kohini. I what till 2021 or more contract. Water Lake, no, 2021 or more contract. Say, a contractor be enko to 2 emuniama. Omutu 2 year, no, 2022, 2023. One more ma contract to. And one more could sika over 4 million Ghana cedis. After free, Omufutum, Ghana Maritime Authority Futum, and what they call. We are contract be a Kwabra, bedi who come 14 million or so. So say, was a 4 million amount no any home. And what they call a campaign, no, Busa North.
Oh, we
Wari Poto.
Correct. Agaga
beating Nkoyewu. Eti, Orano. Ya besrem say no em say Kwabena de a Kwadwo busa ye na hu behia ka ye hu ora ne officer ka be boa because petitions ne there ebe do.
I spoke to Ablakwa.
Okay.
In the coming days no be issue statement to
Abraham Musa one question. When some mo keke na ebi so emfa nsama meti isle gone. Minimum fear bi o mo de dollars bi abehwem.
Oh.
And yan twa ne emfa mre wo mo. Anasi ayen ko bu ani nyimra.
Citizen vigilante.
Mbem busa.
Oh, busa me say. Ebi a fie bi say dollar wo. Oh, na wonim.
Yes, na minimum a.
Wo be twen say obi a wo be kwa kobo omo amane
ana say ye betu akofa.
Be wura wa. Na say okay, the guy wura wa na kobo omo amane.
Okay, and that's a good idea.
No any evidence.
Thank you.
Yeah, because David you no dey. But ade bia say onye evidence. Ti ko ho.
Me go fa dem fa.
Me nka se ko fa.
Me hu se nie.
Wo bisa ma sam na so wo ena wo busa me masem
yes
sese wo mo ko hu bibi saa onkobo orafo na mane ana se unika
nko Ansah
orafo re evidence ti ko Ansah
mate medase
enti Kwabena we de di besi ha na am say wo mre na awie dun
yeah
just a second and can we sir little girl bi na
oh yeah Lisa
Ibrahim Mama sponsor because I think the news about say Wakababy.
Oh Lisa
upon this hefty fund and what have you, this effort. I think
Baba tried his best over
condolence to the
$100,000 trying his best
the whole Africa.
Yes.
Thank you. Rush Energy unya ahwoden e de ayadwuma Rush Energy. Give us herbal capsules, give us cool capsules, give us herbal mixture, give us GC mixture, and then the capsules. Yeah, what they are back. Ghana for them was say. So Ubebo Oka engine Obaya T-was 50/50 engine coolant. You know now here. Tabia Bar Center. Tabia for more invite me. Menemo from Kumasi side to here. You do me like this, you do me like that. Invite me in your list to Embra. Wash, Nankana Numi, move from Top Choco, Top Choco chocolate spread, and a Top Choco train, 1 chocolate drink, Indomie, instant noodles, and Kwada Pempenipe. Father Abraham Heber Spiritual Hospital, Osibra, Beja Yarasa, and now Bambo, Edamasi, live on Accra 100.5. Enjoy your evening.
Evening. Ebusia ma me ma munyina adwo na me ma Kwaba Enfamra Accra 100.5 ene enwumre ebre wie du say give us in common so ye ne mo etena se na ye nupa ye de aba atwaman so eno boa ye ema me no e ka se ye yare ahodo a etete ye nyina no yetumi etu ase e de amamho enti no me ba cho ene enwumre no me ni udi enkomo e de afa give us co capsules ho give us co capsules eno enene menu edin komo ede afa ho ene enwumre me pacho me da se wa ma afidie no eda ahanomo obi wo hono a ubehu se onamo a bema na se woba na ne ni pedua anase ni ntini ni nyina obi beka se ewu wo de ye hwe a enyeye wono a wonte hwe omo se wonam kura na ne nan ewo dade so anase prangu bi kura na enya ade a wobete na ni ntini ni nyina se ni pedua ni nyina ye hodwoma wonye sensitive ede ama ade bia ye bia me pa cho se wo ye oba na se wo ye bema bomodin na peheba shop bia ben pharmaceutical shop license chemical shop na kopedu pebi nanu ene betumi aiden aboa wo ewo ho eno akire ubonso obi wono he sikan kra twa na enya ade a obeti bibia edro wo hia ene amenu edi nkomoyi eye give us co capsules and afa give us p capsules give us co capsules and afa give us p capsules eno na wo hia azan se koko ni amaman a agi ni pedua no ade aboso ni ntino ama wo ntini ni nyina no anya ade a wo ti bibia entini no anya adwuma bi emfanhye biomu entini se onam na bibi twa no kura na he wonte ye obi kura tumi nante ema ne mpabo akura to atumi wai enso no wonte se me no eka say no empabo ato atumi awai eno kire so organs no eye entini na wo ni pedua no mu no emfanhye anya adwuma ebiomu bomode na kope give us co capsules and afi give us p capsules nanonom eno enam no eka say ene de ebe boawo ma etumi aboa ma nipadua no etumi agina ne nanso ema na agina brane enti ebra co capsules no etutu koko ene wa mama ase ede ama wo no na p capsules no entini na ewuwu entini na en responde no biom no be ba cho eno na eba ba ye hu adwuma afei bibi tinwa obete bibi etwawa eyade a obede wobete edro ya me no wodi hu nkomai be ba cho oko herbal shop pharmaceutical shop license chemical shop any baby a ton draw my Ghana mu bia na ubenya give us co capsules and afa give us p capsules na eda etumi aboa eno akire ubonso obi won ma wakasa na mpampan bone nko na afri nenu ede eba debia wo kasa na wo de handkerchief anasa ne nsa na wo de katakata na no saa esan se wo ko bie ne no saa kasa empampan ya ebeba ne omo ameye ha no na ano odem pa saa ne nyina no eya yamtim na ye kofa edeba constipation enti wo yo ba wo ye bema na ayamtim how na etetewa meba cho we draw here givers co capsules and have a givers P capsules. As I said, 24 hours beer. So nipa udidi wie na onumu wie na niabe ni pedua ni wie ko ni pedua no na digestion take place na enuane no eno hiama ni pedua akwa no oje ni nyina de edi free mu wie a ne enye no obeka say ye waste no ese ye den ebesen edeko eno na ma besen akwa na store ewo eye oni pedua no mu eye wo tawo no ma na se eye ni pedua no mu a na eno akwa ja esa enka en empampan bone no na afa ukasa na etu edifa wenum esa eno nti ena me nsra se obi biara owo haw awon fichikomu na sebi aye janan enu untumi enkono wano 24 hours obi do anansa na wotwe na se woda so de nam no eyesa ede sunsanso boni ene ede ebrewo bomade na kope givers co capsules and have a givers P capsules nanonom as a wo kono no ebe peg o ebe serve as pegative na ebra ni edon nyina no nipadua no etumi release na eye enuane boni bia wo nipadua no mu ebra wadidi awie na wanom awie nya nipadua ni hia no na ni nyina na eden etumi aba besen ede akọ ede ama eno akire ebra wo sto ede gu nipadua no mu na wo ma ne ka nipadua no mu no na no nso eja osasisi yare no enti enuane awodo ayedi ene ne ye ne su ne ban ne boni bia etaye asetena bebrebe enyina ho bebrebe no na eno akakọ wio na be ma de bia complaini ena misisi mu weme ena misisi mu yame ya ena de bia ena wontumi mbo mu ase me ba cho edra wo hia eye givers co capsules ena fe givers P capsules obenye bi ewo herbal shop pharmaceutical shop licensed chemical shop any baby a ton draw man kan mu bia de me ba cho obenya givers co capsules ena fe ni P capsules no ebi obanom bema enom se na betumi aboa ma ebra ni dan nyina no ni pedua no ebetumi agina brane ma ni pedua no etumi afa ne ntoma pade efra ma no guso america se e bia wutiemi otrotro mutasi ma fiefie konkwani ase sa wo hwe me abefo ntentan fidie no so no wonti bibia ase wo bebe se oni givers eba center woni yen ebedi nkoma me pa cho frɛ yen e wo 0543 22 24 70 0543 22 24 70 na ba cho oni givers herbal center for ba cho oni yen enim komo envanfa yen givers co capsules and afa givers P capsules no oni yen enim komo enfa ho eno akire ma mema emema no emma no givers GC mixture be ba cho uyo oba na empempini se ne nyankopon bo ni pedua no waye ne se wo ho no mo na opese wo wase a wode won satia no ani nsuo keke na ebe horo na mo fiti wuti so ebe ona sene nyina no eyade a waya ne se intine wodo ne sane ne pedua betumi aye adwuma no ese wonu maduro adigu anu ma ne ede esane ema ne pedua no obo se oba bi empampan bone anase ebia na himfi hono mo sane ensakra bi aba wono ntino se oba padupa anom no da bi enso bo se na afede ne nsa obi kura no ahyehye ne boyre no ode hyehye na sesa mo fa na afede etitititi eye ni pedua no me pa cho bomode na kope givers GC mixture ene ne capsules na enemu yarewe bia etete na hawo no eno no betumi aboa ase ono de oba de ensuo keke na wohia na de ahohoro entensa kra bia ba ho a ebibidro ba kwa wohia eye givers GC mixture ena afa ne capsules eno ena esa wokoto na wono no na anu tumi boa ma ne pedua ne eden etumi esane eba ne naso eye pa eduru ame ne wodi nkomoyi okọ herbal shop pharmaceutical licensed chemical shop any baby a ton draw my Ghana any we asa fana baby biana me ba cho ubenya givers GC mixture and half in the capsules enti won so a wo oba na ensoanso bi aba begu ba na no genitals no ano na bema unso nsuo bi tafifi ugu nsuo a na emu hyehye na emu yawo ya ugu nsuo abechima ansa na aba me ba cho eye ne ye bi obi won mo a ne nika wɔhyɛ anaasɛ ne boxer wɔhyɛ a me no wɔka say asɛ ɛyi wash and wear wɔde hata ɔmfa nkɔ hata wiem ɛma ne nwoma awia mmɔ so ɛma gems ɛwɔ mu no ɛnkunu no ansa tam ɛde ahyɛ mepatwɔ saa ha no amane nyina no ɛno ɛne yɛ kɔkɔ wie ɛde infections ɛde brɛ ɛma ɛne mmɛma afei wɔanya no wɔnom saa na ɛnam nso no wɔakɔ akɔfa bi ɛwɔ hɔ ɛno nti na mekamfo dama sɛ wɔadura wo here a ɛyɛ givers GC mixture and after givers GC capsules. So we got to drain now no we are. After we see ayo boxes I hold no panties I but more than nape iron na fatoso sa we are not gems I hold woman etumi eden ekunkuni nyina no etumi e de amount. Enro ya me no we di ho nkomo enye na e wo herbal shop, pharmaceutical shop, licensed chemical shop. Any maybe a ton adro man Ghana mo bia. Nya won't ase no e 0543 2224 70 0543 222470. Now say na so give us en komo aha ena yedi ABC na mo no me kono happy birthday sonko enko enfama nana eyisi kranten a otoso mienu nana eyisi kranten oyo hempon ewo edukrom latte edukrom ena wudi hene ewo hono wa na ye CEO edema Naspa Media ewo UK nti nana eyisi kranten a otoso mienu yama awoda pa nyankopon hira no nka ho na onyu emfi adom enko adom na nea obeye nyina no enye enhira enfama mo
It's unfortunate he's left the chamber. But I want to leave him with this from Shakespeare in Macbeth. As he is my friend and a kinsman, strong both against the deed and as his host, who should against the murderer shut the door and not bear the knife himself? Today, my own tribesman is the one who bore the knife himself. I'll leave it to posterity. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip. Please, I'll give you the opportunity, but let me listen to the leader first.
Mr. Speaker, this entire stretch of today's sitting was not intended. Mr. Speaker, when we met this morning as leaders to agree on what to do, I must admit that the leader opposite was not around, so did not understand what we even agreed to do. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that when you took the chair, the second deputy speaker actually was just about to put the question for adjournment. But because you prompted us earlier that the Attorney General was going to be coming to do some business, we knew that maybe that was why you were coming, and indeed, when you came, that's what happened. Mr. Speaker, this is what happened. We decided when we come in this morning, if the minister responsible for environment is around, we'll give her the opportunity to do the third reading. We also agreed to complete 3 reports from the Public Account Committee, which were outstanding from yesterday's 7 reports, which we took 4. So we're going to do that one as well. Mr. Speaker, that was all that we agreed to do. There was no discussion about judges. There was no discussion about anything about, tax waivers. But you know, the leader opposite is an expert in actually introducing whatever he wants to say, whether it's about biology, and his interest was in zoology. He knows how to turn, the things to his favor. Mr. Speaker, for all that he said, he was only lamenting about the fact that, truth be told, and I'm surprised he said something which Ghanaians must take note of. When they supplied this house, when they tried to take these tax waivers at the beginning, Mr. Speaker, it was almost $500 million. Ask him the question, if we had actually agreed to them, what was going to happen to all that money? No, I'm saying that when you introduce those bills in this house, if we had agreed with you, what was going to be happening to all that money? Today he's telling us that the money is just about half. But you should be apologizing to Ghanaians by actually almost compelling us to approve tax waivers, which you said later you took away materials and other things. When you were speaking, sit down. When you were speaking, I wasn't making any gestures. Sit down. So you should be clapping for the minority for being the ones that saved Ghanaians. You should be on public platforms applauding us for being diligent in holding your feet to the fire, when you were almost reckless in compelling us to approve tax waivers which were not due to those companies. Today, you are still crying that while the economy has collapsed, under you, you are still compelling us that tax waivers are the solution. Let me tell you this. US did their election before our election. The talk on Capitol Hill and other places is that no more legislation until Trump takes office. No more legislation until Trump takes office. No, I'm saying that is those people whose democracy is older than us. That is what they are talking about. So this is it, Mr. Speaker. We were here. They hurriedly actually printed other paper addendum, Mr. Speaker, without consultation to anybody from this bench. But guess what? Patriotic as we are, we agreed. The genesis of the disagreement is this, Mr. Speaker. He agreed that we will take item 1, A and B on the other paper addendum. He conveniently allowed us to lay the one that is in his interest. And what is the first one? The GNPC work program, which has been in abeyance for all this while. Mr. Speaker, interestingly, once that was laid, and my colleague, the ranking on OMA, was about to lay the report on AFCONs, he quickly jumped on his feet and said, no, that one cannot be laid. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, he actually produced an other paper addendum which included that. In other words, he baited us to add it, but all he wanted was other paper addendum item 1A. He never wanted to do the B. Mr. Speaker, that is what generated the argument. And I said that if you wanted us to do the GNPC agreement, then allow the minister for Environment to also do the third reading, Mr. Speaker. This is the genesis of the disagreement. So all these lectures about the virtues of tax waivers and then the virtues of Supreme Court justice, Mr. Speaker, who in this country believes that the Supreme Court is lacking, judges? Who in this country will believe that there's crisis at the Supreme Court because we can't find enough judges to deal with cases? In fact, some people will say there are too many. So where from this idea that the country is in any peril because this side has decided to block anything? Mr. Speaker, I'm beginning to find out what is the interest of some people on this side, hell-bent on the fact that we must grant these tax waivers to these crony companies, when the government that is going to take over is going to inherit tons of problems. Mr. Speaker, I attended one transition meeting yesterday. Road Ministry alone is capable of leaving a commitment of 150 billion Ghana cedis. 150 billion Ghana cedis. Commitment on road alone. Education, health, others are not part of it. We are in crisis. The side this way should be calm and pray to God that we will be able to navigate the next 4 years, being able to even pay the salary of members of parliament in the 9th parliament. We shouldn't be just talking as if everything is honky-dory. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not in any hurry to be enjoying anything. We know we have been put in a deep hole. President Mahama is going to inherit a crisis economy. Even doing so has started already. So, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat what my leader said. Our side will not today, tomorrow, approve or support the approval of the tax waivers or the judges. Whatever it will take in this house, we shall put forward a robust prevention of that, Mr. Speaker, lawfully. We shall not be part of this. In any case, you are wondering how come you lost so miserably. Could it be because of your posture? When we tell you don't do something because we tell we are the government, we'll do it. Are you not surprised at the level of loss? Maybe that is why. Do your introspection. Don't push Ghanaians any further. You use state institutions to bastardize everything, and the Ghanaians are punished you by saying that is not the way forward. Yet you haven't learned your lessons. You haven't learned your lessons. You try to use the judiciary, the police, the immigration, the defense against the people of this country. Listen. And then they use, listen. When your leader was speaking, everybody was quiet. When your leader was speaking, we heard everything he said in silence. I am saying that whilst you may be okay because you've been in government for 8 years, the rest of Ghanaians, those people who have lost their jobs when their banks were closed, those people who have been sacked, those people who have been killed at polling stations are not happy. So I'm saying that perhaps you should reflect on the fact that whilst losing election is nothing, your loss is actually monumental. Have you reflected on that? I believe your posture here, when everything we tell you, you say we are the government, you continue doing it. That is why you lost that much. Reflect on that. Majority leader. You notice today is the first time I'm calling you majority leader for months. I want to give you that so that you can go home with it. Though you told everybody that it is spiritually unwise for you to be called a minority leader, that is your seat if they make you the leader. This will be your seat. At the moment, you are a minority leader in transition. I am told that you are even begging your party to make you a minority leader today. Is it no longer spiritually against your spirit? All of a sudden, your spirit will allow you to be a minority leader.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that, Mr. Speaker, these two issues are not about what the Ghanaian businessman needs. It's for government to take a hold on our fiscal front, our forex. That is what the Ghanaian businessman wants, not the granting of dodgy tax waivers to crony companies. And in another case, we never believe that the Supreme Court is lacking personnel in terms of their judges. So to say that if we don't grant these two nominees, that is your business. So, Mr. Speaker, I will leave it here. But to say that we have done anything wrong, that is not true. And indeed, my majority leader, You came in when we have agreed on what to do, and you are coming to introduce things that were never agreed. And I will encourage you, if you come to work tomorrow, come at the time that we attend conclave, so that you don't jump in at the middle, try to make those who came ahead of you look like they didn't have any good agreement. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Honorable members, there must be an end. There must be an end to litigation. Please, Majority Leader, please resume your seat. We cannot continue to grant space to the leaders to keep on inflicting on this House their positions, which were completely unknown to all of us. Please, we are in transition. We have a country not only to build, but also to protect. We have an institution, an august institution called Parliament, to save. Please, we have heard you people. We have heard you. Now, I'll give all of you just tonight, because tomorrow I'll meet the leaders, reflect, and let's agree tomorrow on the items we would handle here. But let it be known by all of you, it's not the leaders who decide what business should be done in the House and what business should not be done in the House. It's not the leaders. Once the reports are ready, the directive or referral to the committee is to consider and report to the House. It's the committees that are to report to the House. There's a procedure, there's a process of reporting to the House. When it comes before the House, it will be taken through. We give preference to government business for good reason, because the government is given the mandate for a period. So we give preference to government business. But we also have parliamentary business. We have a duty to perform. And so when they come to the floor, and I give you the opportunity, which one to handle first, it's just that preference. It doesn't mean that you are the people to determine what business is to be done here. After we've decided, both sides, and this must be clear, you are given the opportunity to present your views, both minority and majority. At the end of the day, what is expected of both of you is for the national interest to have its way. It's the old order that used to talk about the majority having its way. The majority then was defined as the majority in government, because the system that we borrowed this from is a system of government and opposition. Government and opposition. And in that system, when even one party hasn't got majority, they have coalition government. So you always have government having majority, either as a majority party or as a coalition, and then the opposition being a minority. That is what we borrowed from. But things have moved away from that. Now we are talking about participatory, all-inclusive governance, leaving nobody behind. And so it's the national interest that is key, not the interest of any side of the House. You will air your views, we will vote, and when we vote, and you contest my decision on the voice vote, we count the hairs. That is what is invoked now. The challenge I have is me, myself, deciding what is in the national interest. I am always persuaded by the fact that I think that once the mandate is given to a party, the party at that time is the one that determines what is the national interest. That is why sometimes, even when the party in government now seems to have lost the vote, I still say the ayes have it. Because that is my understanding of the national interest. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And many a times, the minority side gives in just because of that. I have watched it and I have observed it for all these 4 years. So at the end of the day, we should respect each other. No party is going to be in government forever. No party. You can't stop change. You can't. Please. You are young. Some of us, we are now growing old. Even though I'm not yet old. My grandfathers are still alive. So I'm not yet old. But at least we have experienced life. And we are creating a better Ghana for you to enjoy. So let's calm down. Let's calm down. Let's take this period as a golden period for us to transit so that we can close our ranks and build a nation. That is the crisis we have now. We have not yet built a nation. And I hear you people talking about tribes. He's my tribesman. He's my descendant. Yes, if you use it positively as a building block, I support you. But if you are using it negatively, because you are a tribesman, whether you are wrong or not, I must support you. That one, I am not with you. I'm not with you on that. Tribesman, whether you are wrong or you are right, I support you. No. Tribesman, because we have come together to build one nation. That's not, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about your submissions. I'm talking about it generally. So that we can build a nation where merit counts, merit. I will not go further. I just want us to adjourn today. But tomorrow, there are key businesses we have to transact. And whether we are going to sit here till midnight or not, we will sit here. Please, I want to plead again. There are some key businesses we have to transact. And I tell you that I'm not at peace with myself when this Constitution Amendment Bill, after we've done everything, has also not been taken. And we know how key that bill is to the nation. Ghanaians in the diaspora, we know their contribution. And yet, at the end of the day, it's one of the bills that you want us to leave to the next parliament, the 9th parliament. When we finish with everything, the EP bill, this house has invested a lot in that bill. I see that Honorable Dr. Mafo is out. We supported him, and he became the chair of a very important committee internationally. He has worked hard, and every year I approve a lot of you to attend the conferences, whether it's COP 27 or 28 or 29, just because of the existential threat of climate change. We held very high positions internationally. Even the president held a high position there. Our own member, Dr. Mafo, held a very high position. We attended and made serious contributions. The legislation we have agreed is left with passing it. last minute, third reading, then there's a challenge. The minister came to appeal to me many times to support and push this bill, which I did. You want all these efforts to go in vain? No. We have taken time to go through the tax waivers. I'm hearing for the first time, though I have not seen the report, where you have agreed the reductions and all those things. I have not seen the report. Maybe my attention has not been drawn to it. If we go through them and we see that those taxes are not in the interest of the nation, you say so here, you take the decision here. That is it. Please. And for parties taking position, that is what partisan politics is about. Every party will have a position. You will come to the floor. You will air those positions. Then we vote. I don't understand how the House can be hijacked by leaders, and then the leaders will determine what should happen on the floor of the House. I've always been cautioned by some of you, don't participate in the debate. And I heard my own first deputy speaker on air say, because I've been an MP for long, the temptation to always participate is great. So I've always been participating. So sometimes you don't know how to guide the House again, because it's being read as participation in the debate. And at my age, what do I need again? That you will come and feed me? No. Because if I die now and go, I've made my mark. Yes. And I want to see Ghana better. Better than this before I go. Because I have children. Oh, that is not the issue. I don't have fun in the determination of that one. It's for so many persons are involved in that decision, including all of you. So I don't count. But it's very important that, please, we don't fail the people of Ghana. We've done well. It's not easy to operate a hung parliament anywhere in the world. It's not only Ghana. It's happened a number of times in very many countries, and it's always acrimonious. And one best professor in one country chaired one and lost all his respect just because of that. He lectured so many of the lawyers, many members of parliament. But when he was speaker to such a parliament, at the end of the day, nobody respected him again. It's not easy to handle a hung parliament. But we've managed, and particularly the nature of the Ghanaian. The Ghanaian is a very hospitable, humorous person. You have always injected humor, even when tempers flare up. And we've managed the House up to date. Let's end well. Get the credit. And those of you who have lost, I told you, we have the group here. We shall return. Go and do your homework. If you are interested, go and contest again. And who knows, they may prefer you to come back. Don't be a bad loser. Please, don't be a bad loser. I end it here. Please, leaders, I think with your kind permission, we can adjourn. Majority Leader, you want to say something?
I'm only thanking you for all the inputs you've made. On behalf of my colleagues, be assured that we will cooperate with you to end it well. Indeed, it's not been an easy road. And we are also not discounting our respective partisan interests. But I think you've made a call that we should travel the length and get to the point where we know for our respective interests, we will go in our divergent ways. So, Mr. Speaker, Onato, I thank you. But I'm praying, Mr. Speaker, that you stay with us for the next 4 years. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, don't forget that as I pray for you, you also pray for me. So this is Father and Son prayer.
Honorable members, who is talking?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, let them know that they are not part of us. You and I, you know, when it is father and son, they will become third persons. So stay away from this matter. Mr. Speaker, I'm praying for you. I'm not sure they are praying for you. I am not sure. I am not sure they are praying for you. Mr. Speaker, don't allow Kwame to respond to this. I am not sure Kwame Abuja. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure they are praying for you. Incoming Minister of Roads.
Honorable Majority Leader, I'm very sure they are praying for me. I'm very, very sure they are praying for me. Yes.
Has been blessed to have you in the chair. Indeed, I wonder what kind of parliament we would have had if somebody else was sitting in the chair. Mr. Speaker, your good deeds shall follow you. And Mr. Speaker, if I was the appointing authority, he will stay in that chair as long as possible. Mr. Speaker, I just hope that indeed, he's been saying what he has said here openly. I just hope that he's been saying it privately as well. I will leave it there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe, as he said, we shall do our best in the interest of this country and for the sustenance and the respect of this House to do whatever we can to support you to end tomorrow on a high note. We promise to do same, that we shall not do anything that to bring the respect that Ghanaians want from this House down. We shall do our best. And I want to commend my colleagues on the other side. Whatever we do here, we do in good faith. Nobody intends, you have said your part. And on behalf of the Honorable Atuforsen, we thank you very much for everything today. And I hope tomorrow will end very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I think we will call it a day and I'll proceed to adjourn the House. I believe tomorrow we can start sitting at 11. But there are a few things to be done in the morning. And kindly get many more of your members to be present because we have to take some key decisions tomorrow. Tomorrow, Friday, we have to take some very key decisions. We may, if need be, even have a closed sitting. If need be, tomorrow we may have a closed sitting. So please, all of you, try to be available to assist the House take the right decision. Please.
Speaker, please, if it pleases you, the chair of the Constitutional and Legal Committee informs me to seek your leave to inform colleagues that the referral you just made to them, they've scheduled 9 a.m. tomorrow to deliberate on same. So,
yes, the two bills.
Yeah,
the two
yes,
bills.
please.
Yes.
So, I'm using this opportunity to therefore, with your leave, appeal to colleagues to make it a point to attend the meeting, including those who want to be friends to the committee. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, honorable members, please take it serious. Come and attend the committee, the joint committee meeting at 9. We need your input because it's about this house, the institution of parliament, how we can make it better, stronger, to be able to protect and anchor our democracy. So with this, I proceed to adjourn the house. The house is accordingly adjourned till tomorrow at 11 in the forenoon. The house is adjourned. Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I've been informed that many of you don't have your order papers and votes and proceedings. The table office just informed me they put them in your pigeonholes. And so you may need to pick them from there, where they usually keep them for you. They've been kept there again. In the reading room, you can find them. And with your kind permission, we could start looking at the correction of the votes and proceedings. Is it acceptable to the House? So we could proceed. How many of you have your votes and proceedings with you? Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 6 of you. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, a good number of us are in possession of a copy of the votes and proceedings. Mr. Speaker, I suggest we start correcting them, whilst those who do not have their copies visit their pigeonholes so that they will be able to get their copy. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
I support your proposal. It's only your description of a good number. Because I only counted 6 of you. 6 out of this number. And because you didn't count, I counted, there were only 6. So that cannot be described as good number, but I support the proposal that we could proceed. And later on, any member having any issue with the votes and proceedings could approach the table office, and it will be captured accordingly. So with this, honorable members, let's commence with the correction of votes and proceedings of the third sitting dated Wednesday, 18 December 2024. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Sorry, page 9 or 8?
Page 8.
Page 8, okay.
Number 84. I was present yesterday, but I've been marked absent.
Yes, the honorable member for Taini, Honorable Adama Suleiman. Please, table office, kindly take note. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 10, yes.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance on a matter regarding item number 8, paragraph 3. Mr. Speaker, what has been narrated here suggests that, and it's to this effect, Right Honorable Speaker accordingly withdrew the referral to the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, in my humble opinion, the directive to refer a paper on an instrument when it is laid to a committee, once you make that directive, it is gone. When subsequently the sponsors decide to withdraw for some stated reasons, it is that directive that must be revoked, in my opinion. So you revoke the directive, but it is stated that the directive was withdrawn. I think that it is the directive that is revoked because it's been, the original instrument has been withdrawn and a new one laid in its place. In my humble opinion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, sorry for taking you back to page 6 because I just got my paper on votes and proceedings. Mr. Speaker, I was present yesterday and I duly signed, but I find myself in the absent column. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member, you are right. You even contributed on the floor. So please, table office, kindly take note. The issue raised by Honorable Dafimapo is right. It was well captured. I should say it is well captured. At page 10, the first paragraph of item 8 clearly states that the Honorable Minister responsible for Parliamentary Affairs, Mr. Osei Chairman Sebonsu, on behalf of the Minister responsible for Land and Forests and Natural Resources, and by leave of the House, withdrew the Ghana Boundary Convention between 2023, which was presented and read the first time on Monday, 11 December 2023. So you can conclude by saying the Speaker accordingly withdrew. It's not the Speaker that withdrew it. I granted the leave for it to be withdrawn. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was present yesterday, but I've been marked absent at number 33 of the absent list.
Yes, table office kindly take note of that. Yes, please.
Yes. Hey, Pastor. Yes, Speaker, I was present yesterday, but also marked absent.
Table office, do the proper thing. Page 11. Yes, page 11.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please forgive me for taking you back to page 10. Item 7, statements. The name of the ranking member on the Committee for Education. His middle name is spelled with a small letter, which ought to be corrected. It should be Mr. Peter Kwasi Nochukotoi. The Kwasi is spelled with small k. It should be capital. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, this definitely is the printer's level. So please, table office, draw the attention of the printer to that. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes on proceedings of the third sitting dated Wednesday, 18th December 2024 is adopted as a true record of proceedings. May we now move to item 7. At the commencement of public business. Item 7, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. 7A, by the Minister for Finance. Roman 1, budget estimates for Parliament and the parliamentary service for the period January to March 2025. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, even though the minority leader is indicating I should lay
Sorry,
the paper.
I am to start at 7A. 7A first. Let me start from 7A. By the Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, with these items, I think the arrangement is for us to do them tomorrow, except that we agree to just do the public accounts, 3 outstanding reports. Then we can call it a day and do other businesses tomorrow, because leadership will be having other engagement outside the chamber that has to do with welfare of members. So we said after the 3 reports of the public accounts, then we can call it a day, Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the expenditure in advance of appropriations for January to March 2025, Mr. Speaker, can be laid by any member on behalf of the minister responsible for finance. Mr. Speaker, copies are before us. I have a copy. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you also have a copy. And I think this is not the presentation itself. It's laying of papers. Mr. Speaker, there are occasions, instances that papers have been laid on behalf of a minister of state. In the same vein, we have a minister for tourism before us. Mr. Speaker, he is the available leader, and he's a minister for tourism, a cabinet minister. Mr. Speaker, I urge him to lay it on behalf of the minister responsible for finance. But if you don't want to do it, I can do it on your behalf. I can lay it on your behalf. Mr. Speaker, this is expenditure in advance of appropriation for January to March 2025. I'm ready to lay it on behalf of the minister responsible for finance, for God and country. Mr. Speaker, so I urge that they consider laying it on behalf of the minister. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, we agree that we will be taking the 3 motions, outstanding motions for the committee, the Public Account Committee, for today. And then after that, we'll call it a day and then come back tomorrow to consider the remaining business, and God willing, rise sine die, so that we'll be able to come back on the 3rd to receive the President when he delivers the State of the Nation address. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, the appropriation on account from January to March 2025 is an important document. The finance minister ought to do that on behalf of the president. The finance minister have given indication that he's ready to do that, but he's unavailable, absent at the moment. So tomorrow it can be laid and taken, but for us to say that a different minister should do that, this is very important document. Without authorization, neither does he have any indication to do so. So, Mr. Speaker, like the minority leader rightly said, we don't have any difficulty in doing the 3 motions from the Public Accounts Committee. Then after that, we call it a day, and tomorrow we could be able to look at the appropriation from January to March. It won't be anything, any difficult task as doing it tomorrow. And at the moment, we don't have that authorization. Huh?
So, Mr. Speaker, I think that's the position from the majority side. The appropriation on account from January will be done tomorrow by the Finance Minister. None of us have the authorization to do so, and it's a very important document that we don't have to cede it for somebody to do. The Finance Minister will do it accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you sure the Minister for Finance has the authority to do that tomorrow? Because by the Constitution, it's the President who will cause it to be done. Now you are saying none of you present here has the authority. It's the President who gives the authority. And the President can give it to the Minister for Finance or any other minister, not necessarily the Minister of Finance. Are you sure the Minister of Finance has the authority to do that tomorrow?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As a Deputy Majority Whip, I can say that I have had that conversation, and the Finance Minister will do that tomorrow.
You had the conversation with the President?
Yes, and that will be, the indication is that tomorrow it will be done, Mr. Speaker.
What is the source of your indication? Is it by word of mouth or in writing?
Mr. Speaker, nothing pen to paper. Just that we had conversation to ask when he will do the appropriation on.
You see, honorable members, I'm doing this because we've been on this item for some days now. And I don't want us to come tomorrow and we are told that I don't have authority to do 1, 2, 3. Then you are the same leaders who say you don't want us to sit on Saturday. And tomorrow is Friday. If we don't do that, it means that this item might not be taken by the House before we transit to the next government. And you know, it's very easy to do it. The next government can come on the next day if they come and present it, and the House will have to work on it, and it is done. And you will be setting a very bad precedent. You know, we say a very bad precedent, and it's not for your health. Anyway, I know members are healthy. So when you people keep on talking about welfare matters, I don't understand. The members are all healthy. So please, you have to desist from talking about that. You had very good exercises. You did a very intensive campaign. You were able to wear off the excess fat. And you are here now, hot and healthy. You are hale and hearty, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with your health. Yes, let me listen to Honorable Dafimapo. I'll come to you, Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Order 96 of our standing orders and to support the position taken by my leader, the Honorable Kesiela Tufosi, in this matter. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that has been on our order paper since Monday. And today he says that pursuant to Order 96, he is willing to lay the paper. And I believe that our standing orders permit him to do that. The most important thing is that the paper should be laid. If it's laid, then the House jurisdiction will be properly invoked to deal with the matter. The issue now is about whether or not the minister responsible for finance will be available to lay it. And Mr. Speaker, Order 96 reads, a paper may be presented to the House only by the Speaker, the chairperson of a committee, a member, a minister, or head of an independent constitutional body. So, Mr. Speaker, I think he is grounded in law to ask that if they are most unwilling to lay this paper, he is mandated in law to do that. And once he's able to do it, Mr. Speaker, I believe the appropriate committee will be invoked to deal with the matter. Mr. Speaker, especially because the President has remitted to you the estimates in respect of Parliament and parliamentary service. the estimates for the judiciary and the judicial service, and of course the estimate for the audit service for the respective period of between January and March 2025. Mr. Speaker, what is outstanding is the expenditure in advance of appropriation for January to March 2025. That should come from the Minister of Finance. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should listen to my leader, Honorable Atufosi, on the matter. The House should allow him to present the paper in this matter. He can do it, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we will be taking the words of the Deputy Whip seriously. Tomorrow, the Minister responsible for Finance will appear before us and present to us the expenditure in advance of appropriation. Mr. Speaker, I also want to convey to the Minister and His Excellency the President that the Constitution places an obligation on the President to present to this House before the year ends expenditure in advance of appropriation for the first 3 months of the year 2025. And this is Article 80. Mr. Speaker, aside that, the PFM Act, the Public Financial Management Act, places a responsibility on the Finance Minister to act on behalf of the President to present the estimate before us. And there are severe penalties for not doing it. There are severe penalties for not doing it, including a jail term. Severe penalties. So I just want to caution those in office to be aware of the constitutional provision and also to be aware of the PFM Act, because it is for a reason why the Constitution provides for expenditure in advance of appropriation, and the PFM went further to even criminalize it for failing to present expenditure in advance of appropriation. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, just to assure the minority leader that we are well aware of incidents or issues related to the laying of this very paper. But the suggestion of Honorable Dafiamopo to the effect that the minority leader can do that on behalf of the minister responsible for finance, the president, that is being done on behalf of the president, and the minority leader is not, nominated or contacted by the president to do such. Today, we are talking and reminding each other about the law. We should do that. The majority had recalled Parliament purposely to do this. But we were rather busy fighting about who become minority and majority. So tomorrow it will be done, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Majority Whip, you are completely out of order. You are aware that the House had to be adjourned sine die because you boycotted sitting. Yesterday and 2 days ago, in my absence, you people made those statements as if either the Speaker or it's rather the minority that caused the delay in the presentation of this item. That is untrue. You know what happened. Because for good reason, we don't usually want to disclose so many things to the public. So please, don't push us to the corner. We'll be compelled to come in defense. And that will not be good for you. When I say you, I mean the new patriotic party and its future. I'm very clear in my mind about this. Don't push me to say things. Honorable members, clearly we have no option than to wait on the Minister for Finance, because this is not just an ordinary paper. It's a paper coming under Article 179, and the authority is vested in the President of the Republic. and it's the president who can delegate that authority to any person to do so. The president could delegate it to a person designated as majority leader, a person designated as Minister for Finance, a person designated as minority leader, because you can have minority in government. And so it's the president that should do the delegation. And we are told that by the act referred to by the minority leader, it's now been given to the Minister for Finance. And yes, the Minister for Finance could be from a minority government. But as we have it now, the Minister of Finance is a member of the majority government. And so we will wait until tomorrow. And if that is done tomorrow, we may have to set extra hours to be able to consider and pass this bill tomorrow under a certificate of urgency. So with this, we'll move on to the other business. Yes, Deputy Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, at the commencement of public business on page 7, item 18, motion.
Page 7.
Page 7, motion 18.
Honorable members, I also have information that the Attorney General and Minister for Justice is on his way to come and present this item 7E, which is at page 3 of the order paper. So we await his arrival, and I'll grant him the opportunity. But we are now being called upon to look at item 18, which is motion. Chairman of the committee, and this is Public Accounts Committee. Yes, Chairman, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and other agencies for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I present your committee's report, and I want to read a summary of audit findings and the conclusion. And ask that the Ansah capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, the overall financial impact of weaknesses and irregularities identified in the course of the audit amounted to 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. The summary of the audit investigations, audit irregularities reported is shown on page 3 and 4 of the report. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the total irregularities that covers tax, cash, loans and advances, payroll, stores and procurement, rents and contracts amounted to 2,053 million Ghana cedis. This amount decreased to 1,080 million in 2021, but in 2022, it rose again to 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. The amount per each of the irregularities are all captured on page 4 of the report. The other outstanding issues that have not been resolved after the committee hearing have all been captured in the report. The Speaker, I read the conclusion. The committee has carefully examined the report and finds that the Auditor General duly prepared same by examining the financial statements, accounts, and records of the relevant MDAs and expressing his opinion thereon, pursuant to Article 187 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 84 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016 at 921. The committee therefore recommends to the House, in view of the foregoing, to adopt this report and approve the reports of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and other agencies for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted.
Honorable members, motion is moved. Any seconder? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, ably moved by the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, of the report of the Public Accounts Committee of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the ministries, departments, other agencies for the financial year ended.
Honorable members, the second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, Chairman. You may continue, Chairman. Or you finish the motion?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Speaker, I'm
Honorable,
seconding the motion. I'm right to second the motion on the report of the Public Accounts Committee, on the report of the Auditor General, on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, other agencies for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. The Speaker, I will comment on only one issue in the report. Paragraph 8.2, the Controller and Accountant General was found to have paid pensions to 59 persons who were deceased. The amount involved is 393,315 cedis and 6 pesos. The Speaker, the committee wants to urge the Accountant General to strengthen measures to ensure that this canker of paying pensions to deceased people is resolved, because it's in this day and age we have to be paying pension to people who are deceased. It's really difficult to appreciate. So, Mr. Speaker, we urge the Accountant General's Department to improve their systems to make sure that people who are not alive are not paid pension. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Defiamapo, you may have the floor now.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute towards the report led by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me indicate that the committee was not happy about a number of infractions, Mr. Speaker, that appear to be recurring year in and year out. Mr. Speaker, for instance, even though my chairman indicated that an irregularity in respect of cash has dwindled, it keeps recurring, so much so that as much as 57,471,599 Ghana cedis constituted cash irregularities among these MDAs and ministries. Mr. Speaker, the incidents of cash irregularities include unapproved disbursements. Speaker, the PFM Act, which is the parent law that governs the usage of public funds, there are provisions that are very clear as to how public funds should be disbursed. And yet we have public officers who will blatantly disregard these laid down procedures and deal with public funds as if there is their private property. Mr. Speaker, for instance, when we interrogated the usage of some COVID funds, public officers actually made payments without recourse to lay down procedures and did not even receive receipts for monies that they have given for some stated expenditure. And they have no explanation for engaging in such illicit conduct. Mr. Speaker, one other incidence of this cash irregularity include unpresented payment vouchers. Monies are given to people for which they cannot produce any document, and yet they are given funds, public funds, to utilize. Speaker, unaccounted revenue. Public officers who are, by the nature of their functions of office, whose duty it is to go and collect monies from, say, our market women in the various markets, they will issue market tolls. Even where our women are complaining that, oh, today market is not good, these officers will insist and collect these market tolls from our women. And yet they will go back to the office and refuse to account. And I think that as a committee, we have made referrals to the Office of the Attorney General for some prosecutions to comment. But for the past 2 years, nothing really has happened. So these public officers, they think that if you engage in such conduct, nothing happens, and therefore they keep doing it, Mr. Speaker. I think that it's time the House take a very strong position on conduct such as this. Speaker, one other incident that we have flagged as a committee when we're interrogating this report was the fact that public officers will receive funds on behalf of the state by the nature of their work. Accounts officers, they'll refuse to go and lodge the money in the appropriate accounts. Sometimes they keep the money in their personal possession. Some get missing, some get stolen because of the dereliction of duty, because the drawer to the lock to the drawer in his office is not locked, so the funds are stolen, and they come and give all manner of excuses. Such persons, we made recommendation to the Attorney General, like I said earlier on, that they should be prosecuted, and yet nothing happens. And I'm certain that when we proceed to interrogate the 2024 Auditor General's report, similar infractions will occur. Speaker, one other item under this that I think that I should mention is the misapplication of funds and unretired interest. public officers, by nature of their work, will be given raw cash to go and undertake their functions of office. They take the money, they ostensibly would have spent it on the public activity, and yet when they return to office, they'll refuse to account or retire the monies that they are given. And it's endemic to the extent that even the office of the Attorney General, personnel from the office of the Attorney General are guilty of this infraction. And therefore, when you make recommendations for prosecution, Mr. Speaker, it is no wonder that no action is taken. Speaker, one other matter that I want to touch on before I conclude is the issue regarding the non-payment of taxes that OMCs owe to the state. Speaker, as much as 337 million are owed by some OMCs, and they have refused to pay, even though these sums of monies have been renegotiated in terms of repayment schedules have been renegotiated and agreed with these OMCs, they still have refused to pay. And, Mr. Speaker, ever often we interrogate these matters, the reports are presented, we comment on them this way, and yet the post-parliamentary scrutiny of how the public accounts reports are implemented and directives that we give, we as a house, we are not effective in that regard. And so I think that moving forward, we should be effective in monitoring the post-public account scrutiny implementation of the report's recommendations. I believe that the remedy in reducing some of these infractions within the public service lies in that regard. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity, and I urge the House to adopt this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to WA Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to comment on the reports of the Public Accounts Committee, on the reports of the Auditor Generals, on the Public Accounts of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly interested in the Ghana Revenue Authority, revenue flowing into the consolidated fund, and the report we are receiving here. Mr. Speaker, in this report, I have noticed that domestic tax revenue, in the domestic tax revenue division, outstanding income tax amounts to 161,665,805.36 Ghana cedis. This, to my thinking, is so big, and it shows that there is a lapse in our commitment to mobilize funding for national development. Mr. Speaker, we need to put in a lot more effort than we are seeing now, that at the end of the year, we still have such huge amount of money in our tax revenue outstanding. And it's critical because, Mr. Speaker, Ghana has gotten to a point when dependent on external funding should not be the driving force in how we develop this country. There must be a real commitment to mobilizing money from within. And if our tax revenue authority will not be up to the tax, it will keep us all the time looking for external funding to support our budget, and which is not a good thing at all. And, Mr. Speaker, also you look at the on page 11, you will find non-withholding taxes of 96 million Ghana cedis. And then in the same page, you see VAT traders' indebtedness to 361,677.319. Mr. Speaker, all this show a huge gap in our ability to mobilize funding. The simple fact about the issues I'm raising is that in all these situations, These are the openings for government to make tax monies available for us to be able to liberate ourselves from borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. But the report, like many other reports in the earlier instance, show that we are unable to effectively mobilize money to be able to meet our development needs. And this is not something you need money to do. You only need commitment. And I will urge our tax authorities to do much more, not just to take pay, but to rise to the point when they will be serving the nation and committing to doing so, and ensuring that we get the best out of the monies we are willing to pay as taxes, and they are unwilling to collect as tax workers. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the brief intervention.
Yes. Lastly, let me turn to Ho West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the motion tabled before us and to comment on some of the issues raised by our Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, the Ministerial Health, on page 20 of your committee's report, it's been reported that there has been an award of contract through a restricted program or restricted service without an approval from Public Procurement Authority. Mr. Speaker, the report stated that the National Blood Service procured goods valued at a cost of $564,000 through a restricted tender without approval of the Board of Public Procurement Authority. Mr. Speaker, we all know that if you go against the Public Procurement Authority or Public Procurement Law, there is a sanction to that effect. And for the Ministry of Health, by extension the National Blood Service, to procure goods and services without the Public Procurement Authority's approval clearly shows that they have breached our law, and therefore there is a need for them to be sanctioned. Mr. Speaker, the auditor's report only states that the management disclosed to the committee that they have written to the PPA for retrospective approval of the transaction and is awaiting approval. Even though the goods and services have been used, they have written for an approval that has already, the goods already have been taken care of. Mr. Speaker, I thought that the Auditor General would have charged them and then bring them to book. But, well, it says that they are waiting for the approval from the PPA. I don't think that is the best thing to do, and we should not encourage anyone to breach our procurement law and then just write for an approval that they have already done the work. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, on page 38 of your committee's report, it's also stated that some staff have taken salary that they do not earn. That's the page 38, item 2, an earned salary of 536,408.21 Ghana cedis. Contrary to the Public Financial Management Regulation, there's been reported that some staff, 57 staff, who separately, took from primary to junior high school, were not validated, but they were paid, and the amount totaling to that 536,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the recommendation simply says that the regional director, should make sure that the district directors recover that amount with interest at the prevailing Bank of Ghana rate. At the time of this report, Mr. Speaker, we've been told that only 112,000 was recovered, leaving an outstanding amount of 420. Mr. Speaker, if you are a teacher or any office worker and you can, take salary that you do not deserve, it only shows that you are not being sincere to yourself and sincere to this nation. When we are talking about corruption, it's not only public office holders, neither is it only politicians who are corrupt. This clearly shows that corruption permeates every aspect of our life. Teachers who are supposed to be teaching and they will not teach, but they will take salary without going to the classroom. There was no validation of them, but they are taking salary. This clearly shows, that we are not doing this country any good. Mr. Speaker, page 39 of your report also talks about similar thing, where staffs were promoted, but without any official letter. And so you have people, staff or officers who were promoted, and there was no official letter to that effect. They started collecting salaries even though they were not, there was no official letter to that effect.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I just wanted to do some correction. On page 39 that my respected colleague, Honorable Bajira, referred to, in his statement he said, page 39 of your...
So, Leader, I come in on point of order.
It is so. It is so.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, he says that page 39 of your report. Quite often, we refer to committee's report as Mr. Speaker's report. It is never Mr. Speaker's report. We say, Mr. Speaker, page of your report, page 39. That is the committee's report. That is the only point I wanted to address on this point. So, of the committee's report, not Mr. Speaker's report. Well, it cannot be debatable. The committees of Parliament are not the bona fides of Mr. Speaker. Yes, I am aware. I was working on your welfare. Members have been on me to ensure their welfare because we are exiting. No. On our welfare. So it's not a matter of my physical presence in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, the incoming health minister should save himself from trouble because he has some vetting ahead of him. All these things will go against you. If you at this point, those of you who are aspiring to be ministers must be calm. There are methods that you don't have to be participating. If you go to collation centers to cause trouble, all the videos will go against you. If that's well, at your own peril, the vetting. So if I were you, this is the time to be calm. If you don't become a minister, you become redundant. You have to look for chairman of a committee. Chairman of committee, the way you are many, you are going to suffer. So you have to be calm, be of good conduct, so at vetting you go through smoothly. But if you be heckling, you will have trouble. Mr. Speaker, I want my respected friend Akando. He knows. Once upon a time, his own side attacked him. I saved him. He knows. So I'm just asking him to be calm.
Leader, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, so on the issue of the committee report, it shouldn't be your committee report. Committees of Parliament are not the bona fides of Mr. Speaker. They are the bona fides of Parliament.
Well noted.
So, Mr. Speaker, I just want him to correct that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Third Deputy Speaker of ECOWAS Parliament. And outgoing Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business. Mr. Speaker, so some staff were promoted and they received salary based on their promotion without any official letter from the authorities that employ them. And this also comes under the Ministry of Education once again. And so clearly, the Ministry of Education has answers or questions to answer. Because if you have all this thing happening under the watch of a Minister of Education, then we clearly have problems in this country where teachers and officers will be promoted, and there will not be any letter to that effect. Mr. Speaker, the worrying situation in this report has to do with page 41 of the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, page 41, if you look at the second paragraph, you notice that the Ministry of Interior has given out license to security or private security services. And out of this 674 private security services, 443 failed to renew their license. So it means that they have not paid their license fee. Mr. Speaker, we live in a country where security is of essence to us, very important issues that we need to take care of. Now, if you have over 200 or over 400 of them not renewing their license, but they are practicing in this country, then the Minister of Interior did not help us at all. Now, out of that 443, they only 44 are of good standing, and it clearly shows that it's not the money that we are talking about here, but for the fact that you have security companies watching over us and their companies were not renewed. I think that the Minister of Interior need to take a serious look at some of their operations in that ministry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, yes, let me turn to Pusiga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my interest lies on page 58 of the committee's report, item 19.2, Abuja missions. Mr. Speaker, this part is very interesting, and I hope that we all take it very seriously, because while we are even talking about only Ghana and issues, I have seen something here that extends to the ECOWAS mission. And it states, payment of legal fees without approval, $150,000, Mr. Speaker. And it goes on to read, the audit noted that on 2nd September 2020, the acting head of mission, Mrs. Eva Bubu Deno, paid $150,000 to Kenneth O. Gbaji and Associates, a senior advocate of Nigeria, to assist the mission acquire the requisite documentation for the property in dispute, which was purchased by the mission from one Enemeka Elobi in 1991, with the title still in his name. This payment was without prior approval from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Kenneth O. Gbaji and Associates failed to be in court on the day of judgment and later filed an appeal for a stay of execution against the ruling without informing the mission. The mission could not also provide any evidence of work done at the time of payment. The Auditor General recommended that the Chief Director should recover the amount of $150,000 with interest at the current Bank of Ghana interest rate from the former acting head of mission, Mrs. Eva Bubu Deno, and pay same into the investment account. It was also recommended that the officers should be sanctioned in accordance with Regulation 30 of the Foreign Service Regulations. The committee was informed that an amount of $59,000 has been recovered, leaving an amount of $91,000 outstanding. The committee recommends that management puts in place effective measures to recover the outstanding amount. Mr. Speaker, I'm so concerned about this because while we are dealing with issues that are even within our country, you can see that in managing issues of for lack of a better word, corruption, it extends beyond the boundaries of Ghana. Because 150,000 to have been paid to some individuals without authorization, and there is nothing to show, it means a lot. I think this particular issue should be taken out, and the ECOWAS Commission should be made to know that this is going on, because for all you know, they might not be in the picture. And we are being told that they didn't have any evidence of work that had been done. So it means the $150,000 went to individuals' pockets, and there is nothing to show. So, Mr. Speaker, I am of concern, and I suggest that this particular incident should be lifted out of this report and catered for. Wherever they got the little that was paid from, they should ensure that the rest of it is paid, and they should be brought to book, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
I'll take the last one from Dr. Sandari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to make few comments on the report with regards to the issue of the state of our medical stores as found on page 26 and 27 of the report with regards to the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, on page 26, item number 9.12.1, that is the regional medical stores, Bolgatanga. It states that indebtedness to the regional medical stores to the tune of 24,436,163.82. And out of that, 27,918,229.92, was retrieved, leaving a balance of 18,232,856.83, and that was highly recommended to be retrieved. Mr. Speaker, if you also go to page 27, that is regards to the Upper West Regional Medical Stores, which was also owed an amount of 18,396,241.71 Ghana cedis, and an amount of 11,542,000 plus was retrieved, leaving an amount of 6,854,117.09 still outstanding. Mr. Speaker, there are other medical stores that are still owed, and the point I want to make has to do with how these outstanding balances or debts yet to be paid affect the quality of healthcare delivery in our various health facilities. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that patients or these medical stores lack the necessary essential medicines, and non-drugs. And that could explain why in many of our health facilities, you go there and there are no drugs. There are no non-drug commodities, and patients are being asked to go to private stores to buy these commodities. And that affects the quality of healthcare in health facilities. And therefore, I support the fact that necessary measures should be taken to retrieve these monies and also ensure that we prevent the state where medical stores are owned to the tune of millions of cedis. That largely affects quality of healthcare in our health facilities. It shouldn't continue, and I urge that necessary measures be taken to forestall that. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity in making this contribution. Thank you very much.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this report. First, let me commend highly our respected colleague, Honorable James Kluge Aveji. This Public Account Committee started gaining prominence when former MP Honorable Silas Mensah was then the chairman. Then we had Honorable Kandapa also taking over, and we had Ajimamenu, Honorable Ajimamenu, who later became a Minister of Health, also took charge. And now we have Honorable Aveji. There's no doubt on my mind that his discharge his duty to the country with distinction. The way he has ensured that there is a non-partisan approach to the handling of the work. I watch him on TV. I was once upon a time a member of that committee, and I know the industry he put in his work. Mr. Speaker, every now and then we debate reports, but I've been wondering what else we can do beyond the debate. There is a constitutional provision, is it Article 187? Honorable Verpemako, if you can assist me. The 187, yes, I'm right. I'm right, 187. It provides for, Mr. Speaker, the handling of this matter. But beyond the debate, these institutions of state who act against the regulations, what do? I think once upon a time, Mr. Aveji was even calling for the arrest of some officers, and I had the opportunity to question him that that was not the right procedure. Of course, I said so. That was not the right procedure. It's like what I'm telling your people who have formed a so-called committee now to do a certain investigation, calling it oral. We don't know where that institution is coming from. You know, that is the very thing that he was trying to do, and I said no. But Mr. Speaker, I think Parliament must make a strong recommendation for the AG's department to set up a unit specifically to handle the prosecution of such matters. The police, IOCO, also have various units that handle certain offenses. Should it also be that Parliament will recommend to Ghana Police Service to set up a specific unit to handle the investigation of some of these things? Because, Mr. Speaker, it's not enough to do a live telecasting of our interrogations. We come here, we do the report, we debate it, and it is finished. No. Since 1997, when the Public Accounts Committee gained prominence, we've not had a serious prosecution of officers who are involved in infringement. And I believe that at this point in time, Parliament must demonstrate that it can really bite. Enough of the talk. Enough of the talk. Mr. Speaker, without more, I will again commend members of the committee, particularly the chairman who has led the team all these years, and pray that we will take some of the comments on board so that the people of Ghana will see the seriousness in the work we do. I thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 18 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 18 is hereby adopted. Yes. Yes. Minority Chief Whip.
I made the same application yesterday. It's past 4 o'clock. We've got 2 more of the reports, and then I can see, I saw the minister responsible for environment around. So, Mr. Speaker, if it will please colleagues, instead of you saying as many as should speak after 4 o'clock, we could limit the number of people who could comment on the report so that we can make some progress and then do something else. If it will please my colleague on the other side.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, I would want us to look at the order paper addendum and come back. Just a lane. And come back to you, to your matter. No, wait. Wait, please. This is not being combative. Consensus. This is consensus. Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, may we go to order paper addendum 3. Order paper addendum 3.
Respectfully, Honourable Majority Leader, I don't have any addendum paper. Yes. Minority leadership. Can I hear from you? Well.
Mr. Speaker, it is lane. So after lane, then we go to the other item.
Well. So, yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to start with, I would like to seek your leave to present this report as a result of the fact that the original chairman of the Mines and Energy Committee, who signed this report, is not available. Mr. Speaker, I move respectfully
That this honorable house adopt the committee.
It has not been laid.
No, it's a report. It's a report. It's
Mr.
an
Speaker,
old report.
The agreement and the bidding was that it is laying.
Yes.
And you can't tell us it is laying and be presenting a report. Your ranking is not here. As leaders, we don't want the ranking and the chairman to come and ask our leadership, why did you do this? What is going to be our response? You see, sometimes we should... No. Let's wait. Exactly.
Speaker, I think Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim is fair. I want the committee leadership to sort this matter out and report back to leadership so that we can make progress. Chair of the committee, Chair, engage your deputy ranking and then let the report, you've done that. Okay, so I'll report to your bosses. Honorable Dr. De La Soa, when you have both consensus at committee, you engage your front bench to save us from embarrassment. Engage.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Veggie, I think I'll come back to you whilst they sort themselves out. So you may move the next motion.
Mr. Speaker, what has just been displayed on the floor here is the problem we have as a committee, Public Accounts Committee. Nobody take our report serious. He complained about no action being taken on the Public Accounts Committee report. But you are prioritizing different things over this report. That is the problem we have as a committee.
Anyway, Honorable Veggie, he sought leave from the chair. So please, don't let us take it personally. So
thank you very much.
Just go back to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, General Government, for the year ended 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, this is the consolidated account report of government for 2022. And Mr. Speaker, I read the observations and recommendations and the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, on page 5 of the report, paragraph 7.1, non-recovery of loan receivables. Best practice requires that before granting loans or advances to covered entities, recovery timeline are agreed on by all involved, coupled with effective collection plans to ensure timely collection of the debts to minimize non-payment and subsequent write-off. The audit noted that out of 310 institutions indebted to the government of Ghana, the Controller and Accountant General was able to recover from only 8 institutions, an amount of 13.8 million Ghana cedi. 13.8 billion Ghana cedi, representing 27.3%, leaving an outstanding balance of 50.6 billion to be recovered. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the Auditor General and the Controller and Accountant General perform an evaluation of the debts of defunct institutions and make recommendation to Parliament through the Ministry of Finance for a possible write-off. Mr. Speaker, financial statement analysis. The report shows that financial position of the whole government of Ghana for 2022 and same compared with 2021 is shown in the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that the total government liabilities has almost doubled from 459 billion Ghana cedis in 2021 to 810 billion Ghana cedis in 2022. Mr. Speaker, that tells you that the committee, based on this information, noted that the government borrowing, which constitute the non-recurrent liability, increased by 157 billion Ghana cedis, representing 48% within a year. The committee is of the view that government borrowing is becoming alarming based on the rate at which government was borrowing. Mr. Speaker, recommendations and conclusion. The committee has taken notice of the measures taken by Comptroller and Accountant General to address the issue raised by the Auditor General in his report, and is satisfied that when these errors were brought to the attention of the CAG, steps were taken to correct the errors and adjust the financial statement accordingly. The committee urges the Comptroller and Accountant General to continuously implement measures to minimize errors and mistakes in the account while ensuring improved disclosure and transparency. In view of the foregoing, the committee recommends that the House to the House to adopt the report and approve the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana General Government for the year ended 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to present this report. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion for this House to adopt the report of the Auditor General, the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General for the Public Accounts of Ghana General Government for the year ended 31st December 2022. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, the motion listed 19 has been moved and has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Yes, Honorable Member for Empire, so.
Mr. Speaker, before hello? Mr. Speaker, before you move for the adoption of this report, let me take this opportunity to commend the committee headed by James Kluche Aveji and Honorable Arafat for a very wonderful work done. Mr. Speaker, I've served on this committee as the deputy ranking member, and the speed, the diligence, is in the report. Yes, it's part of the report. The speed and the diligence at which Aveji and Arafat has worked, for me, is worth commending. Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Honorable Member from Prayers, hold on. I believe Honorable Member for Abuakwa North would like to have something to say. Is it by way of point of order?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Okay,
Honorable Speaker,
let's hear you.
Please, we don't know who is Honorable Arafat. Thank you very much.
Come again.
Who is Honorable Arafat? Thank you very much.
Very well. Honorable Member. Hold on. I want to find out. Who doesn't know Arafat in this house? Anyway, Honorable Member from Price, let's hear you and address him well.
It's quite that even in my house,
when you mentioned David Ansah Opoku, my case will ask you, who is that? Because even my case know that I'm called OPK. On this floor, I've been referred to as OPK. And Arafat, in his service to this parliament, we've all recognized the fact that. But Honorable Ochre Ajekum, who is the member of parliament for the good people of Fantiakwa, who has served diligently well, Fantiakwa South. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that it's important that having served on this committee in the last 4 years, the two leaders, my chairman and the ranking, they deserve some commendation. In fact, we hitherto we had. Yes, hitherto we had.
I didn't hear you.
We heard of a public accounts committee reports lagging behind, and it's important that I praise him. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with your victory. That said, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House to continue to push measures on the Comptroller and Accountant General. As indicated in this report, to put in significant measures to arrest some of the uncertainties as identified in this report. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Thank you very much.
Yes, let me now turn to Richard Echampo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we started this business yesterday. Members raised several issues in respect of irregularities on earned salaries, unaccountable interest, and the rest. But if you look at the recommendations given by the committee, the only thing you can see or read is they should take steps to recover those monies. Mr. Speaker, the agencies involved, we did not hear any word from them that we are committed to do this within this period. And it became a ritual. Like yesterday, I'm sorry the first deputy speaker is not here. I do remember 2013, 2014, 2015. He used to sit on this row, the third row. How passionate he was when it comes to Public Accounts Committee and Government Assurance Report. But the table has changed, and yesterday he was saying we were using street language that some people should be arrested, and he doesn't understand. But that was his trade, and we learned a lot of all these things from him. Mr. Speaker, what are those people who are involved? What are their commitment to this? Because they are saying we should adopt the report. If the report is adopted, what happens? For example, Honorable Beji, you will not be part of the ninth parliament. How do you even monitor the recovery? I have not invited you. I just mentioned your name. So, Mr. Speaker, it's become a business of an annual ritual. We just mention it, we read it, we approve it, or adopt the report. That ends it. And when corruption is mentioned, politicians are targeted. Meanwhile, these people are not politicians. Look at the amount involved in this report, Mr. Speaker. You read some yesterday yourself. For Bank of Kwabena to pay $11 million for no work done. And it's business as usual. Nobody cares about it. Which court? That's why I didn't go to court, and look at your numbers now. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you give some directive or there's a way out. Because I've been in this house for 12 years. We adopt the report, nothing happens. And every year we'll come, we'll read it, and we'll adopt it. So people will take interest in these things behind party A, party B, and they'll mess up. Meanwhile, there's no liquidity in this country to do government business. In Parliament, there's no money here. So, Mr. Speaker, today, give some directives. Let those who are culpable be punished to serve as a deterrent to all of us. Thank you very much.
Honorable Veggie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member mentioned my name.
I thought that he just mentioned your name. It was rhetorical.
No, he asked me a question. That after the report, what next? And I want to give him the answer. It's in the Constitution. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is the whole Parliament that has failed. Yes. The Constitution is clear. Article 187(6) says that Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, when necessary, in the public interest, a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. We have never set up that committee. I have said it severally, and the former majority leader, Honorable Oseche Mensah Bosu, anytime that I move my committee report and we debate, he will promise that we'll set up that committee. We have never done that. So it is Parliament that has failed. So we should work as a Parliament to set up that committee that must be doing the follow-up. So that is the answer to your question. Thank you very much.
I'm guided by Honorable Kwame Govins. So, honorable members, I think this issue came up yesterday. Whatever is transpiring here, as I said yesterday, is a judicial notice to the Attorney General. And at times, follow up the clerk right to the Attorney General. So, I think going forward, we need to make sure that Attorney General do the needful. Because we, the House, we have done our part. And like I'm saying, whatever is going on here, the Attorney General is aware. It has, and I think from 9th Parliament, we have to probably take a critical look at that. On that note, I'll put a question. All those in favor of the motion listed 19 in today's order paper, let's say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 19 is hereby adopted. Yes, Honorable, you take the last motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, colleges of education and pre-university educational institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I present the committee's report, and I'll read the summary of findings and the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the overall impact of the irregularities amounted to 7.6 million compared to 18.4 million in 2021. The committee noted that the irregularity discovered by the Auditor General decreased by 58.63%. And we have the details in page 4 of the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee also noted that most of the irregularities, most of the institutions had complied with the recommendations of the Auditor General in respect of the irregularities cited against them. At the time of the committee's sitting, affected institutions had either regularized the transactions or refunded monies expended without due regard to lay down procedures.
Chairman, hold on, please. Let me find out whether members are having copies of this.
Mr. Speaker, the report were distributed yesterday when we were there. But as usual, probably maybe members have left the report in their offices.
Well.
Yes.
Well. So you may go on.
Well, I'm told that they left them there. All right, thank you. So I'll conclude very soon. A total of 5.7 million out of the overall infraction of 7.6 million was resolved, leaving an amount of 1.9 million Ghana cedis unresolved. It is worth noting that many of the irregularities were resolved after the institutions concerned were summoned before the Public Accounts Committee. And we have the details of those unresolved irregularities. So, Speaker, I'll go straight to the recommendation. Mr. Speaker, the committee urges all pre-tertiary educational institutions to uphold and act in accordance with the relevant laws regarding public financial management, as well as procurement laws of the Republic of Ghana. The committee also commend the various institutions for adhering to procurement laws, as the uncompetitive procurement infractions occurred only in 8 schools as compared to 49 schools in 2021 financial year. The committee recommends that management of the pre-university educational institutions cited by the Auditor General should implement all the recommendations in the committee's report and submit status report to the committee through the Auditor General within 6 months after the adoption of this report. The committee was of the view that the observations and recommendations of the Auditor General fairly represented the financial transactions that took place in the pre-university educational institutions in the 2022 financial year. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana for colleges of education and pre-university educational institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2022, in accordance with Order 2151 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me come to you, Honorable Jekum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion that this has adopted the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of colleges of education, pre-university education for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I'll comment on only one disturbing issue. Throughout all the technical universities, there's a growing problem of professors, doctors, and other teaching staff who go on steady leave and scholarships and refuse to return. Mr. Speaker, the issue is becoming so rampant that without doubt, it's happening in all the universities. I will cite the case of just one technical university to prove my point. If you go to paragraph 96.3, Mr. Speaker, Kumasi Technical University offered scholarships to 9 teachers. Technical University offered scholarship to 9 teachers, 7 teachers, and spent 2.9 million on them. They all refused to come back, to come and teach. That's because, as I said, it is rampant in all the universities. And there doesn't seem to be any solution to the problem. So I think we have to find a solution to it. Because it's not just one instance, it's almost everywhere. As if the administrators themselves enjoy that situation. That is the impression I'm getting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The motion listed 20 has been moved and has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Well, I think everybody is okay with the report. I will then put the question. All those in favor, that motion listed 20 is approved, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 20 is hereby adopted. Yes, leadership.
If Mr. Speaker will be pleased, may we proceed to order paper addendum and lay the following papers 1A and B by the respective chairpersons of the committees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, minority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, that has been agreed to.
Very well. So let me respectfully invite the chairman of the Energy Committee to lay the two papers. So, Chairman, let's go one by one. So, 1A.
Report of the Committee on Energy on the work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation for the year 2024.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented. The report is to be distributed to honorable members. Yes, 1B.
Withdraw my application in respect of B. I withdraw my application in respect of B. So we need to discuss. Oh, I'm told that I need to get a hold of the report. That's what the minister is here, that he wants to get a ranking to come so that we can do it.
Leader, I'm not getting you.
What I'm saying is that Kwame Agboja.
Leader, address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I want to withdraw my earlier application so I can engage the chair of the committee. The minister is here. I want to engage both of you. So you know that report can just be laid and you are preventing the Supreme Court nominees from being laid. You know it just can be laid. You are not consistent in your principles. You are not. You know that report. Why are you not allowing the 1D, 1F report to be laid? If it's laying is just.
Leader.
If laying is just.
Leader.
If when it suits you. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it's okay. It's okay. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, when you live in a compound house and you misbehave, your mother may be having a conflict with somebody, so your mommy will be sweeping and disciplining you, but the attack is going to the sister-in-law who is causing trouble for her in her marriage. There are some two people here, but I'm afraid to go direct, so you brought yourself. So I'm using your sins to respond to them. Kwame Agboja has given me trouble all these years. Now that he's going into government, he won't even allow this last minute for me to have my peace of mind. You come for vetting. You will come for vetting.
So, leader, if I got it right, it means we should hold on with 1B.
1B, I will consult them and come back.
Very well.
I want to consult them and come back.
Very well. So now direct me as to which one. Yes.
Speaker, I am very, very surprised. The leader had a gentleman agreement with us to lay these two papers. You heard him mention these two papers.
Yes.
All of a sudden, our colleague, the sports minister who has been here, he says the sports minister needed to be consulted. The report, in fact, the report, everything is here. We are supposed to just lay this. We are not even going to take, yes, we are not going to take any of them now, yes. So I'll plead with him if you want to just lay. No, hold on. No, it's
yes,
we have agreement only on
yes, we have
an addendum.
Yes, you see, yes.
We haven't discussed anything else.
Mr. Speaker, we have a substantive order paper.
No, but that was not discussed at
the
conclave.
Supreme Court nominees are
we
also
haven't
there.
Discussed that at conclave.
Yes, it's just laying. It's just laying.
No, it's not about laying.
It's just laying.
No,
it's just laying.
What we discussed is...
It is just laying.
No.
You don't want the Supreme Court nominees to be laid. You don't want the 1D, 1F to be laid. Tell the Ghanaian people, laying is a procedure. It doesn't mean an approval of the report.
No, we did not agree to do those ones.
But it's just laying. Laying is not anything.
No,
laying is not anything.
It is something.
Like what?
We agreed to do business. What we agreed to do is what we do.
Laying is just bowing.
No, it's not only bowing.
Leadership, please.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, we will take the order paper addendum 1B, but before then, we will take the substantive order paper. We will lay the report of the appointment committee on the Supreme Court nominees.
Mr. Speaker,
on the Supreme Court nominees. I need to finish. Catch the eye of Mr. Speaker before.
Mr.
Chief
Speaker,
Whip, Minority Chief Whip.
The leader is trying to drag the House into chaos. Call him to order. We agreed on things to do today. Mr. Speaker, call the leader to order. He's trying to draw the House into chaos on these last few days. Please call him to order.
Very well. Leader.
No. Mr. Speaker.
Leader, so what are you doing? We said we should lay two papers.
Mr. Speaker.
One has been laid, and the other one, he said we should hold on. Very well. So what else?
Mr. Speaker, I would want to proceed for the House to consider the EPA. Oh, she's not here. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I will let them call the Honorable Minister to come over so that we can deal with the EPA. She had indicated that there were some consultations. Which one? The GMPC? Okay. You can't dictate to government. You can't. You want to do things that will please you so that you get access to the IMF money. You, Mr. Speaker, these people, they don't play fairly. Sometimes let's tell them. When we are giving you response and you say that somebody is being combative, do you play the game fairly? We are here, we have government business. Simple lane, you say you won't allow. You are saying there will be chaos. That's all you know how to do. Unleashing violence. Come and kill me. Come and kill me. Come and kill me. Mr. Speaker, we will lay. This is leadership matter. Backbench, sit down. This is leadership matter. Kwame Abuja, let's respond to me.
Leader, please. Please, leader.
I am, Mr. Speaker, I responded to Honorable Kwame Abuja.
Leader, please.
He's always bullying. You are now coming into government. I want you to know.
Leader, please. Let's get some order here, please.
Speaker.
Leader, you are leading the house.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Please resume your seat. Leader, why do you respond to? Leader, please resume your seat. Let me hear your leader. Yes.
Speaker, like we've been doing, the leader of the House was looking for the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology to move for the third reading of the EPA bill. Mr. Speaker, if the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology is not in the House, the Minister for Youth and Sports is in the House. If he can step in on behalf of the Minister for, do the third reading on behalf of the Minister for Environment, I think it will do us a great good.
Mr. Speaker, I think I agree with what Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim is saying. Normally, when the substantive minister is not in, we allow another minister to stand in to do it. But on this occasion, the Honorable Minister for Environment has indicated to me that she's finalizing some consultation process on possible amendments. So she will come back. I've asked her to come. She will come and then brief us so we proceed with the third reading. I promise you that. I promise you that. Thank you very much.
Yes. Let me hear you, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised at the turn of events in the sense that I am the chair of the committee, and if there's any amendment, the minister would have to discuss it with me. The minister, I spoke to her this afternoon, and she indicated that there was nothing, there was nothing like that at stake, and that she was on her way. She came here, indeed, she came and asked me to talk to my leaders. I spoke to them, and we're ready to take it. So please, leader.
She actually told me she's engaged you. She didn't have a problem with it. But just as she got here, she got some indication that there are some things to be done. But that is why she left. Wait, what you are saying is right. She spoke to me after talking to you. That was when she came here. Wait, so she will, there's a new development, very well. So she will come back.
A development where? From where?
You are not to engage your leader this way. You sit down. Mr. Speaker hasn't called you. Don't take.
Leader, so does it mean that I don't have any other business? We should adjourn the House?
If it pleases you, I pray the House be adjourned so that some of the outstanding matters we engage and then build consensus and come back tomorrow, God willing. Because, Mr. Speaker, we need to build consensus on some outstanding matters. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that...
But leader, I saw the Attorney General here.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've seen the...
Is he having a business?
Mr. Speaker, I would come back to you shortly on that.
So then leader, move a motion for us to adjourn the House. You've moved the motion?
Yes, it's moved.
Okay.
Okay, second.
A motion be having moved the motion to adjourn the House by the majority leader. I second the motion.
Well. Go and talk to you. Well. Honorable members, we hold on with the motion to adjourn the House. The Speaker himself is here to come to adjourn the House. So the Speaker is coming to adjourn the House.
Honorable members, you recall at the commencement of the sitting, I indicated that the Honorable Minister for Justice and Attorney General will be available to present a paper to the House, and that I was informed he was on the way coming. He is now available, and this is business that is before us. It's not new business. The Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill 2024, it was presented to the House, referred to the committee, and it's something that is not controversial, and the committee has a report, and it was presented today. He agreed to come around to do it, and he's in. So I'll allow him to do that. I'm aware that the House is yet to adjourn. We'll do that, then we can take the adjournment and come to do it tomorrow. I think, yes, I have to look at the front bench first. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, just before you took the chair, there was a little bit of exchange, though friendly, but as part of the commentary by the respected leader opposite, he passed comments such as, if you want to kill me, come and kill me. Mutrimo Odindodo. Mr. Speaker, it might be just in a jest, but those are quite strong words, and I don't want his children or my children to read one day that Parliamentary Ansah had one leader crying that he would have been killed by somebody. So I'm just appealing to you that those portions of his presentation be expunged, because I don't think he meant those things. He was probably just joking, but the recording wouldn't know who was saying those things as a joke or seriously. So my appeal to you is to expunge those words. If you want to kill me, come and kill me, and Mutrimo Odindodo, if those ones can be expunged from the records for today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is quite difficult for me. I wasn't available. I didn't hear what he said. The way you presented it to is no good. I give him opportunity to try to repeat it, but I will just give him the opportunity, say a few words, not exactly what you are alleged to have said.
I actually didn't say it into the mic. My mic was off. I was not on my feet. It was my usual. Mr. Speaker, I will not into the mic. It's not a matter for the records. We just had our own joke at the front bench. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker.
Well, whatever the case, I direct that the official report should not capture that aspect of the discourse in the House as part of the official reports of the House. Please, the Ansah department should take note of that, and please don't capture any such thing on the records of Parliament. But honorable members, you know, by the nature of the House, I know there are other reasons, but by the nature of the House, we now have so many people focused on Parliament. They listen to us on a daily basis, and you'll be surprised how even the young ones can quote what members have said or done on the floor. So please, please, my last plea, we should learn how to conduct ourselves on the floor of the House, as is expected of leaders with this huge responsibility. Please, they are not listening to what we say. They are now looking at what we do. Actions speak louder than words, and particularly your body language. As I sit here, I myself observe the body language of many of you, and they are so offensive to the culture that I know, which I will refer to the Ghanaian culture. And the fact that many of you just don't listen to what happens on the floor. And so when you get up to speak, you speak out of context. And our people are listening and watching. As your speaker, my attention has been drawn to this many times. And even on air, many people have come to call on me to crack the whip. I have declined to do so because you are giving a mandate by so many people to represent them. And so you are no longer seen as lower than leaders, national leaders. You just don't represent your constituency. You represent the whole country. And people are looking up to you. I hope the 9th Parliament will not repeat this. I pray that those people who are saying it will be in the 9th Parliament. I may be hearing it from those who might not be in the 9th Parliament. Anyway, with this, please, honorable members, let's get back to business. Let's invite the Minister of Justice and Attorney General to do the needful by laying some papers, as I'm told, and also getting the chairman of the committee to present the report. So, Majority Leader, which item do we take?
If Mr. Speaker will be pleased, we go to page 3 of the order paper and proceed to items 8A and 8C. Respectfully, sir.
Honorable members, page 3 of the order paper, presentation and first reading of bills, item 8A, by the Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
An act to provide for the parliamentary service in accordance with Article 124 of the Constitution and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Parliamentary Service Bill 2024 is referred to the Committee on Parliamentary Affairs and Parliamentary Affairs Committee and the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs as a joint committee to consider and present to the House. It's a very important bill for the House itself. Honorable members, 8C. By the Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
An act to re-enact the Parliament Act 1965, Act 300, to comply with the Constitution and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Parliament Bill 2024 is also presented accordingly and it referred to the same Joint Committee of Parliamentary Affairs, Constitutional and Legal for consideration and report to this House. I urge the committee, the Joint Committee, to consider the agency or otherwise of the two bills and report to the House. Yes, Honorable Dafiemapo.
Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance on these very, very important bills that are being laid. One, members ought to have copies so that we can quickly peruse them given the time frame that we have. And also, Mr. Speaker, again, considering the time frame, if I may pray you to direct the committee to determine whether or not this may be taken under a certificate of urgency so that we can do this with alacrity. I fear that if that direction is not given, we may be caught by a fruition of time. We may not be able to finish before the 6th of January.
I've given that directive already.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I've given that directive. Yeah, these two bills have been seriously considered by the Parliamentary Service, the Parliamentary Service Board, and some members of leadership. They went through them comprehensively. We also sought the legal advice and input of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. They gladly gave us in writing their opinion and inputs, which have all been incorporated. And so there are key bills, and I think that we need them because as Speaker, I've come under extreme pressure on many issues that I thought should not be left to an individual to determine. The Speaker needs to have some counsel. And it cannot just be from the Parliamentary Service, because the Parliamentary Service is part of the Public Service of Ghana. And they work under the Public Service Commission, even though constitutionally the Parliamentary Service Board has been given some powers. But the Parliament is not parliamentary service. It goes beyond that. It's an arm where as members you sit here, you are not part of the parliamentary service. The parliamentary service is only to support you on welfare matters. But you are part of parliament, an arm of government. And then we have other services also with us here. You have the police service, you have the immigration, you have the ambulance, you even have national security, and more importantly, the Ghana Health Service. They are also here. And all of them operate under the umbrella of Parliament of Ghana. And so the Parliament Act is key to try to fill in some of these things. It's important, really, you take a keen interest in these bills. But as I said, a lot of work has been done, and we usually don't pass perfect bills. If during the course of implementation there are other things, we can come with amendments. So with this, I urge you on, copies are available, and you'll be giving copies. I'm sure this night they will be put in your pigeonhole, so tomorrow morning you will all get copies. With this, we move on to the next item. I suggest we take item 7E. Item 7E, Chairman of the Committee. My attention has been drawn to the fact that the chairman has just stepped out, and therefore the ranking member is being consulted and is prepared to present the report for and on behalf of the chairman of the committee. 7E, Chairman of the committee, now to be presented by the ranking member for and on behalf of the chairman of the committee. Please, page 3A7E, Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill 2024.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable members, the report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. My attention has been drawn to the fact that the Minister for Environment, Science, Innovation, and Science, Technology, and Innovation is in now. I want to know whether she will want to take her item on the EP bill. Not yet. Okay, then we can move on. Sorry? Yes.
Our colleague, the Minister for Environment, is here.
Well, that's why I want to know whether she's ready.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. She gave an indication to the chairman of the committee that she's ready. It appears that the leader opposite, look, she's calling her out again. Mr. Speaker, it's quite obvious. It is quite obvious that the leader is the reason the minister is not prepared to take the third reading. But that is not the end of the world, Mr. Speaker. That is not the end of the world, Mr. Speaker. But let the world know that the minister was here, wanted to take the third reading, and the leader opposite decided that she shouldn't take it. So, Mr. Speaker, we can make progress. But we also decide whichever business you want to do, with our numbers, we'll decide whether we'll cooperate with you to do the rest of the business. So, Mr. Speaker, let's go on.
Okay.
Yes. Are you see the chairman of the? Yeah, the chairman.
Mr. Speaker. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I just want to put on record that the Environmental Protection Bill is an
It's a very important bill. It was brought to this House under a certificate of urgency. We have gone back and forth on it, and we have gotten to this stage. It has to be clarified that when the bill came to this House, it was part of the conditions of the IMF World Bank for Ghana to have a climate change bill. Today, as we speak, that program, all the tranches and payments have gone through, and therefore, whether we pass the bill or not, it has no consequence as far as the program's payments are concerned. At this stage, I think it is in the interest of this country that we pass the bill so that Ghana will be one of the countries in Africa, maybe aside Uganda and Kenya and Nigeria, who have taken the bold step to pass such a relevant law. I do not see any reason why the minister will not be allowed to come to the chamber and do the right thing. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will urge the leader to allow the minister in so that the bill will be taken through the test stage. I thank you.
Honorable members. Yes, okay, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to call on the leader of the House. Indeed, when you were not here, he said they were not going to pass the EPA bill, Environmental Protection Bill, for our government to come and use it to go and get money. I thought it was a joke. And he said the minister was not here. Then I said, okay, then let the sports minister move the motion. Fortunately, the minister has come. And Mr. Speaker, leader, we were in opposition and we assisted you to go through all the processes. Now we are in the third reading. I see no reason why a 168-page document, which was supposed to be passed under certificate of urgency, we sat through, Mr. Speaker, your good self, from morning till sometime 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock. We've just left with the third reading. Then for you to accompany the minister out, just because you are going into opposition, leader, you seen today, but you don't know tomorrow. What you said earlier on will appear in the Hansard. When you said you are not going to pass this for our side to come and get the money, it will appear in the Hansard. And now, physically, you have walked the minister out. Ghanaians have seen you as the leader of the House. Is that the kind of example you are setting for us to follow? Mr. Speaker, I think the leader should produce the minister to come and move the third reading of the motion. Because we supported you to move the motion, to move the consideration of the bill to this far. We were all supporting you. Because you are going to opposition, should Ghana collapse? No. Senior, I came to meet you here. You are the peace broker in this house. You are properly seated. Guide the leader to produce the minister to come and do the third reading. Mr. Speaker, if this is not done, and the 9th Parliament comes, it means all our effort is an exercise in futility. And Mr. Speaker, saying that, oh, we are using this to go and get money. Should we? So if the white man was not bringing us money, wouldn't we have passed a bill on to protect our own environment? Mr. Speaker, I think the leader should do the needful. Leader, you still have about 17 days to come to this side. Do the needful.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas we all appreciate the fact that it's important for us to pass this bill, the accusations from our colleagues on the other side is so unfair. the majority leader has not indicated anywhere that our side of this house is not prepared to pass this bill. The minister was here. The minister just walked out. And how do you accuse the majority leader of walking the minister out? Mr. Speaker, I think it is so unfair. This is a house of records. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records. And I think it's important that we respect leadership. Let us respect leadership. If the majority leader were to have spoken on this floor, to have said that he is not going to allow this bill to pass, yes, then you have cause to complain. But he has not said so. So please, let us not accuse our majority leader. I think it's unfair. If it is done to you, Ahmed, if this is done to you, you will not be happy. So do not do same to Afenyo Makin. It is not proper. It is not something that we should accept in this house moving forward.
Get it from there. Let me listen to Honorable Bernard Ahienfo.
Mr. Speaker, you mentioned my name.
I will listen to him. I'll come back to you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the issue under discussion. Mr. Speaker, in passing the bill under reference, some of us were involved. We spent day and night at the consideration stage of this particular bill. The bill is at the third reading. Few minutes ago, the majority leader informed the House that they are looking at a tiny aspect of it, and as soon as it is done, Mr. Responsible will come and move the motion for third reading. Now, the minister had finished, walked into the chamber, only for the minister to be whipped away from the chamber, full glare. Mr. Speaker, this is not fair. In considering this, considering it for the purposes of Ghana having money, the bill is to regulate the affairs of the country, and it is with that view vociferously to the bill getting to the third reading stage. But Mr. Speaker, if it is the case that the government wants the bill to be passed, as a result of which the minister is being prevented from moving the third reading of the bill, let the whole world take notice of this. The whole world will watch the video to the effect that the minister responsible has been whipped away by the majority leader. I can only assure the world that before the end of January, the NDC government will pass this particular bill. Thank you very much.
Let me listen to Honorable Ahmed, because his name was mentioned by Honorable Opoku Davis Ansah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Majority Leader was telling my leader, Honorable Kwame Agboja, said, Mutrimu wedding, and those kind of things, that you are wicked, and all those things, I thought it was a joke. I took it on the lighter note. That will not pass this bill for you to go and get money. I thought it was a joke. But when the minister, Honorable Minister came, so when I thought it was a joke, I even pleaded with him that he should let the Minister for Youth and Sports move the motion. He nearly agreed with me. Then fortunately, the minister has come. By where Honorable OPK is sitting, he was not following. If he was following, he wouldn't talk the way he spoke. Yes, the leader himself, who sits here, who said the words, has not argued. But because you were not paying attention, you found the words. You were not paying attention. Honorable OPK, you are specialized in just making noise. You are not following. You see what you are good at.
Honorable Ahmed, please.
And he even pointed me that Honorable Ahmed, what you are doing is not good. Mr. Speaker, I sit directly opposite.
Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim.
Leader, Mr. Speaker.
You are the minority deputy whip.
Soon to be majority, Mr. Speaker.
I don't know whether you will be deputy whip as majority, but now you are minority deputy whip. Don't follow bad precedents. Please, we emulate good. You don't emulate bad. So if you think that it's not good, please move away from it and let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your good counsel, and I take same. Mr. Speaker, so truly, having labored for some number of days, the government side who wanted this 168-page document to be passed under certificate of urgency, what has changed? That I was able to keep my side, that we sat here almost 10 hours, 13 hours from 10 o'clock, sometimes we close at 8 a.m. just to be able to pass this bill. We've done everything. Third reading, all that the minister just has to come and do is to stand up and bow. That one too, Mr. Speaker, for the honorable minister to be dragged out, Mr. Speaker, is most unfair. If you say those words are not good, Mr. Speaker, for the honorable minister for science, environment, science and technology to be dragged out to the point that the leader of the house followed her out and came alone. And as I speak, the honorable minister is not in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, why can we do this to ourselves? And why are we here? Mr. Speaker, this bill, as we all know, is part of the IMF conditionality. You took us to IMF, and you want us to breach the conditionalities? We must pass it, Mr. Speaker, and we must pass it. The minister must come and do the needful. I rest my case.
Let me allow, because usually he doesn't contribute to these things, but Honorable Kennedy Ajapong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I see here is simply an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But I think it will not help the country. Yes, I think it will not help the country. What we are doing is simply selective justice. Because you have a lot of things on the other people. You choose to do one and leave the other. They are all in the interest of the country. They are all, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading with the House that you all agree that whatever we are doing here in the other paper is in the interest of the House, and therefore, let's build a consensus and approve this. You have Supreme Court, you have here the judges. Yeah.
So I'm giving you the undercurrent. You have the Supreme Court judges. You see, so if you have the right to refuse, then he also has the right to refuse. But it will not help the country. It will not help the country. It will.
Please, just allow him to make his submissions.
It will not help the country, Mr. Speaker. So let's build consensus. You have 17 days to take over. We go and you come. Whatever you want to do, you can do it. I know you have the numbers. But as we speak, in the interest of the country, let's finish what we have here. That is all. The Supreme Court judges, Honorable Ahmed, I know you are very reasonable, honorable member. And this 1D, 1F, it will help both sides. I know, look, to tell you the truth, the 1D, 1F, I have no interest in it. But some colleagues on your side are enjoying. Some colleagues here also have interest. I don't have anything here. But does it mean we should deny entrepreneurs? No. This is not showdown. So, Mr. Speaker, don't worry, they are my young men. So let's finish the work. And when you come back, whatever you want to do, you do it. Do you pledge to do the rest? Now, if you are not pledging, then I cannot also advise.
Honorable member, you are addressing the chair, so the questions you are asking may be addressed to me. Let's listen to the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard various submissions from various colleagues, and I listened to them in silence. I've heard Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim say a lot. My own senior brother and senior at the bar, whom I respect, Honorable Ahiafo, has also poured out his heart, and I've heard him. Mr. Speaker, I am at pains to say this. The procedure I know is that when government business comes to the floor, we have various stages of consideration. That the opposition or the minority would have its say, and then the majority would also have its say. Then in the final analysis, a decision will be made. Mr. Speaker, what are these stages of consideration? When a paper is laid, it is referred to a committee. The committee does its work and presents its report. After the report is presented, we debate it, and after the debate, a question is put. Mr. Speaker, here is a situation where I, as a leader of government business, leading government side, I have a number of reports that committee members have gone through as a result of same being laid and referral made to the committee. I engage my colleagues who are in leadership that this is what I want to take, which is to lay the report. I am physically prevented. When the report is to be laid, I will get my respected colleagues in leadership saying that this one, no, will not allow the laying. Mr. Speaker, the laying is physically prevented. That will not, they tell me they won't allow. I've accommodated it in pain. I'm managing this situation. Just the laying, they won't allow. The debate, they won't allow. And Mr. Speaker, I want to be quoted that sometimes when we have had consensus last minute, my colleagues are frank to tell me that, Markin, this one is a political decision, we can't do anything about it. I have to stomach it because I understand that we don't share the same political principles. I understand. I'm MPP, you are NDC. You have your political committee that seeks to the political welfare of your side. Same with me. But I don't want situations where an impression will be created as if, with the greatest respect and in all modesty, that you love Ghana more than I do. We have Supreme Court nominees. The House referred it to the committee. Both sides participated in the vetting. The report is ready. When the report was ready, in the last minute, members on the minority side told our side that, look, the political committee of the NDC has taken a decision that they oppose. We said, okay, so we should go by majority decision. Agreed. To lay this report, our colleagues in leadership say, no way. We will not allow you to lay. At least, let's lay, let's debate, and let's take a decision. I said I have 138. You have 137. If I come here and I don't have my 138, I lose. Mr. Speaker, again, I'm at pains to say this. I've engaged my respected colleague, Dr. KCL Atuba-Forson, extensively, and he expresses his own frustration that he cannot, and I have to accept it. He says he cannot because it's a decision of the caucus. I must respect it. I'm not a neophyte in politics. I understand that that is your political position. But at least I've pleaded with Dr. Forson that, Doc, can we at least go through the motions? Let the final stage of putting the question come so that when Mr. Speaker put the question and I don't have my 138, let me lose the question. Even so, they won't allow. The 1D1F, this parliament sponsored the committee members. Parliament resources used by committee members to hold deliberations. And Mr. Speaker, if you may recall, the last time we had an issue, you directed that the recess period, committee members should use that period to sit and iron out the differences. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to state that Honorable Patrick Boama, who chairs the committee, made sure that he himself interrogated each application. The conclusion was that all the raw materials were now being taken away, which in itself brought a savings of over $400 million. So the committee took a principled position that let's take away the raw materials and only allow exemption for equipment. Their side agreed. We all worked together. In the final analysis, when the report was about being concluded, again, the NDC minority said no. As a matter of principle, we are against it. We accepted and did a majority report. When we came to this house to lay the report, again, there was some back and forth negotiations that, okay, let's take the smaller ones. And Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to invite you into this debate, but permit me, because this is not a secret. When you counseled both sides, you counseled us to the effect that the smaller ones that are non-controversial, at least we should take them. Mr. Speaker, I went back and forth with the leader on their side that at least let's be guided by the counsel of Mr. Speaker, and at least those non-controversial ones, we take them. There was an agreement. We were told that, okay, let's consult. The next day, when they came, they said, Afenyo, again, no deal. We can't even take one. I've accommodated it. I'm human. I don't just get into combat. I don't just get into combat. I always go the extra line to engage quietly And when diplomacy gets exhausted, I am supposed to defend my side. Mr. Speaker, 1D, 1F is still at bay. Now today, we are being told that EPA bill has to be passed and our side is not ready and that we do not love Ghana. I can't be less patriotic than you. Supreme Court nominees. 1D, 1F, I listen to you in silence. I am very tolerant. Mr. Speaker, you know I'm always of good behavior. You know, when I do that to them, then they'll be crying. Mr. Speaker, you know, I can respond to them, but on this occasion, I wouldn't say anything. I want to make my case. They should allow me.
Honorable members, please, let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, now back to the issue. It's been alleged that the minister has been dragged out of this house. He has not been dragged out of this house. I needed to engage the minister. We needed to consult on the matters that are outstanding in the bill. I respect Dr. Mafu. And I respect his views because that is an area of specialty. And I respect the views he expressed on the floor. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the communication between my good self and the minister, he was not privy to it. But I know that there will be an opportunity for me to engage him so that we'll be added. I would want to plead with colleagues that let us approach equity with clean hands, and if we demand equity, let's do equity. Tomorrow perhaps will be the last day before we go for our Christmas and come back. Leader on your side is not here because of transition meetings and all. Mr. Speaker, I promise you again that I will again reach out to the leader of the minority caucus, plead with him over and over again that at least those outstanding business of government, he should allow us to lay the report, debate the report. They should say all they want to say, we should say all we want to say, and the question put. If a question is put and I don't have my numbers, they will carry the day. It's a notorious fact that I would need 138 to do business, to take a decision. If I don't have 138, no business. In any event, this EPA bill that you are saying we should pass, 2/3 reading, look at this chamber. Mr. Speaker, do we have 138 to take a decision? We are not up to 138 here and now. At the time the call was being made for us to even consider it, we were less than this.
Majority Leader, just resume your seat.
Very well.
Honorable members, just give me 5 minutes. I'll be back. A sitting is suspended for 5 minutes. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader, you may continue.
So, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, I want us to take some time and resolve this impasse. It's not helping the country. That's why I'm giving him the opportunity. After that, I'll listen to the other side, and then we have to come to an understanding on the way forward. I tried to do this with the leaders at the pre-sitting meetings. In fact, some of these things he's saying, this is the first time I'm hearing them, because they don't go into details. You all know that on a daily basis, before we sit, I have conclave meetings with them. And so usually they come to inform me, we agree on this, we disagree with that. Those that they agree, we don't have problem. Those that they disagree, then we go ahead. How do we handle the disagreement? Then they iron it out in detail, even to the point of asking the question. When I ask the question and there's a decision taken by me as to the eyes have it or the nose have it, they still inform me that we will object, we raise an objection, and then you let us do the vote by counting the heads. We go to all this extent before we come in. And so when there's this kind of impasse, and now I'm not even giving the details, what I'm told is what I apply when we are sitting. And so some of these things he's saying are news to me. And so the opportunity will be given for the other side to also state the position that they have held so far. The only challenge we have is that the minority leader is not present. But at least I'll give him the opportunity. Some of the leadership of the minority are available. If they need further lesson, we can do that tomorrow. But we have to resolve this matter and handle these key businesses before the House in the interest of our country, Ghana. Don't let's set any bad precedent. But for me, I'm happy that this is being aired. For Ghanaians to know the load that I carried for 4 years, the challenges that confronted me for these 4 years, for people to see the difference. This parliament is not like the other parliaments. And so we could do the comparative analysis properly. So please, let's listen to the majority leader. After that, we'll listen to the minority, and then we find a way out of resolving this. All these businesses are not, they are almost ready. They are just low fruits for us to pluck and end the year well. So please, let's take our time. Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity once again. So, Mr. Speaker, further to the earlier submissions. Earlier in the day, prior to your coming to assume the chair, I had made an application to the second deputy speaker in respect of the judges, the nominees, and that of the report of the Youth and Sports Committee. My respected colleague, Kwame Agboja, the chief whip of the Minority Caucus, said, quote, that any attempt by me to lay the report on the Supreme Court nominees will lead to chaos in the House. Quote, chaos in the House. Mr. Speaker, the committee responsible for lands and natural resources is also done with the lithium agreement and then the bauxite agreement. Mr. Speaker, on the lithium agreement, the Minority Caucus made a very strong case for the report to reflect a position that I agreed, which was to, instead of using road to cut the lithium to Takoradi Port, the investors should use sea freight. I have been in the bauxite business before, and I know the effect of these natural resources on the road and how government suffers. So I even felt that it would be difficult for the investors to agree. But Mr. Speaker, when the point was made, the investors agreed that they will use sea freight, so we can let that reflect in our report. Mr. Speaker, I thought this very important concession was enough. Mr. Speaker, when we were about laying the report, the minority leader told me again that the political decision is a big no. In spite of the changes, the recommendations coming from the minority side, which we had agreed to incorporate, he said that notwithstanding, the political decision from their side is no. So it should be a majority report, which I agreed. Because I again understand that we have different political views. But Mr. Speaker, if we have agreed that we proceed with a majority decision, again to lay the report, my colleagues say we will not allow you to even lay the report. Mr. Speaker, then the bauxite. The bauxite, the Nyinanyini bauxite ratification report is also ready. Our colleagues in the minority say they disagree, which again we respect. Next step is to lay the report as a majority decision report, which is a practice of this House. That one too, they say they won't allow us to lay the report at all. I have never experienced this practice since my days in this House in 2013. It is a new thing where the minority would say won't allow even laying. Mr. Speaker, I believe that as patriots as we are, if we are indeed committed to solving this problem and putting our political differences aside, we will make a lot of progress. The 250 million loan facility from the World Bank to support the financial sector is also a facility that there was consensus at the committee level. In the last minute before the laying, our colleagues said they've changed their mind, which we respected. They wanted to go by majority decision. No problem. To lay and debate it again, they say no. Mr. Speaker, how do we make progress? And to turn round for Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, who I respect so much, to turn round and argue with some force that I, who lead government business, is not interested in government business, is, with the greatest respect, very rich. Very rich. And I will not lose respect for Honorable Ahiafo. He is my tribesman. We all come from the same village. We trace our ancestry to the same person. And I will always respect him as my senior brother. He was called many years to the bar before me. So even if he has erred today, I would want us to resolve that at the family house. It's unfortunate he's left the chamber. But I want to leave him with this from Shakespeare in Macbeth. As he is my friend and a kinsman, strong both against the deed and as his host, who should against the murderer shut the door and not bear the knife himself? Today, my own tribesman is the one who bore the knife himself. I'll leave it to posterity. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip. Please, I'll give you the opportunity, but let me listen to the leader first.
Mr. Speaker, this entire stretch of today's sitting was not intended. Mr. Speaker, when we met this morning as leaders to agree on what to do, I must admit that the leader opposite was not around, so did not understand what we even agreed to do. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that when you took the chair, the second deputy speaker actually was just about to put the question for adjournment. But because you prompted us earlier that the Attorney General was going to be coming to do some business, we knew that maybe that was why you were coming, and indeed, when you came, that's what happened. Mr. Speaker, this is what happened. We decided when we come in this morning, if the minister responsible for environment is around, we will give her the opportunity to do the third reading. We also agreed to complete 3 reports from the Public Account Committee, which were as outstanding from yesterday's 7 reports, which we took 4. So we're going to do that one as well. Mr. Speaker, that was all that we agreed to do. There was no discussion about judges. There was no discussion about anything about, tax waivers. But you know, the leader opposite is an expert in actually introducing whatever he wants to say, whether it's about biology, and his interest was in zoology. He knows how to turn, the things to his favor. Mr. Speaker, for all that he said, he was only lamenting about the fact that, truth be told, and I'm surprised he said something which Ghanaians must take note of. When they supplied this house, when they tried to take these tax waivers at the beginning, Mr. Speaker, it was almost $500 million. Ask him the question, if we had actually agreed to them, what was going to happen to all that money? No, I'm saying that when you introduce those bills in this house, if we had agreed with you, what was going to be happening to all that money? Today he's telling us that the money is just about half. But you should be apologizing to Ghanaians by actually almost compelling us to approve tax waivers, which you said later you took away materials and other things. When you were speaking, sit down. When you were speaking, I wasn't making any gestures. Sit down. So you should be clapping for the minority, for being the ones that saved Ghanaians. You should be on public platforms applauding us for being diligent in holding your feet to the fire, when you were almost reckless in compelling us to approve tax waivers which were not due to those companies. Today, you are still crying that whilst the economy has collapsed, under you, you are still compelling us that tax waivers are the solution. Let me tell you this. US did their election before our election. The talk on Capitol Hill and other places is that no more legislation until Trump takes office. No more legislation until Trump takes office. No, I'm saying that is those people whose democracy is older than us. That is what they are talking about. So this is it, Mr. Speaker. We were here. They hurriedly actually printed order paper addendum, Mr. Speaker, without consultation to anybody from this bench. But guess what? Patriotic as we are, we agreed. The genesis of the disagreement is this, Mr. Speaker. He agreed that we will take item 1, A and B on the order paper addendum. He conveniently allowed us to lay the one that is in his interest. And what is the first one? The GNPC work program, which has been in abeyance for all this while. Mr. Speaker, interestingly, once that was laid, and my colleague, the ranking on Oyomen, was about to lay the report on AFCONs, he quickly jumped on his feet and said, no, that one cannot be laid. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, he actually produced an order paper addendum which included that. In other words, he baited us to add it, but all he wanted was order paper addendum item 1A. He never wanted to do the B. Mr. Speaker, that is what generated the argument. And I said that if you wanted us to do the GNPC agreement, then allow the Minister
for Environment to also do the third reading, Mr. Speaker. This is the genesis of the disagreement. So all these lectures about the virtues of tax waivers and then the virtues of Supreme Court justice, Mr. Speaker, who in this country believes that the Supreme Court is lacking, judges? Who in this country will believe that there's crisis at the Supreme Court because we can't find enough judges to deal with cases? In fact, some people will say there are too many. So where from this idea that the country is in any peril because this side has decided to block anything? Mr. Speaker, I'm beginning to find out what is the interest of some people on this side, hell-bent on the fact that we must grant these tax waivers to these crony companies, when the government that is going to take over is going to inherit tons of problems. Mr. Speaker, I attended one transition meeting yesterday. Road Ministry alone is capable of leaving a commitment of 150 billion Ghana cedis. 150 billion Ghana cedis. Commitment on road alone. Education, health, others are not part of it. We are in crisis. The side this way should be calm and pray to God that we will be able to navigate the next 4 years, being able to even pay the salary of members of parliament in the 9th parliament. We shouldn't be just talking as if everything is honky-dory. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not in any hurry to be enjoying anything. We know we have been put in a deep hole. President Mahama is going to inherit a crisis economy. Even doing so has started already. So, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat what my leader said. Our side will not today, tomorrow, approve or support the approval of the tax waivers or the judges. Whatever it will take in this house, we shall put forward a robust prevention of that, Mr. Speaker, lawfully. We shall not be part of this. In any case, you are wondering how come you lost so miserably. Could it be because of your posture? When we tell you don't do something because we tell we are the government, we'll do it. Are you not surprised at the level of loss? Maybe that is why. Do your introspection. Don't push Ghanaians any further. You use state institutions to bastardize everything, and the Ghanaians are punished you by saying that is not the way forward. Yet you haven't learned your lessons. You haven't learned your lessons. You try to use the judiciary, the police, the immigration, the defense against the people of this country. Listen. And then they use, listen. When your leader was speaking, everybody was quiet. When your leader was speaking, we heard everything he said in silence. I am saying that whilst you may be okay because you've been in government for 8 years, the rest of Ghanaians, those people who have lost their jobs when their banks were closed, those people who have been sacked, those people who have been killed at polling stations are not happy. So I'm saying that perhaps you should reflect on the fact that whilst losing election is nothing, your loss is actually monumental. Have you reflected on that? I believe your posture here, when everything we tell you, you say we are the government, you continue doing it. That is why you lost that much. Reflect on that. Majority leader. You notice today is the first time I'm calling you majority leader for months. I want to give you that so that you can go home with it. Though you told everybody that it is spiritually unwise for you to be called a minority leader, that is your seat if they make you the leader. This will be your seat. At the moment, you are a minority leader in transition. I am told that you are even begging your party to make you a minority leader today. Is it no longer spiritually against your spirit? All of a sudden, your spirit will allow you to be a minority leader.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that, Mr. Speaker, these two issues are not about what the Ghanaian businessman needs. It's for government to take a hold on our fiscal front, our forex. That is what the Ghanaian businessman wants, not the granting of dodgy tax waivers to crony companies. And in another case, we never believe that the Supreme Court is lacking personnel in terms of their judges. So to say that if we don't grant these two nominees, that is your business. So, Mr. Speaker, I will leave it here. But to say that we have done anything wrong, that is not true. And indeed, Majority Leader, you came in when we have agreed on what to do, and you are coming to introduce things that were never agreed. And I will encourage you, if you come to work tomorrow, come at the time that we attend conclave, so that you don't jump in at the middle, try to make those who came ahead of you look like they didn't have any good agreement. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Honorable members, there must be an end. There must be an end to litigation. Please, Majority Leader, please resume your seat. We cannot continue to grant space to the leaders to keep on inflicting on this House their positions, which were completely unknown to all of us. Please, we are in transition. We have a country not only to build, but also to protect. We have an institution, an august institution called Parliament, to save. Please, we have heard you people. We have heard you. Now, I'll give all of you just tonight, because tomorrow I'll meet the leaders, reflect, and let's agree tomorrow on the items we would handle here. But let it be known by all of you, it's not the leaders who decide what business should be done in the House and what business should not be done in the House. It's not the leaders. Once the reports are ready, the directive or referral to the committee is to consider and report to the House. It's the committees that are to report to the House. There's a procedure, there's a process of reporting to the House. When it comes before the House, it will be taken through. We give preference to government business for good reason, because the government is given the mandate for a period. So we give preference to government business. But we also have parliamentary business. We have a duty to perform. And so when they come to the floor, and I give you the opportunity, which one to handle first, it's just that preference. It doesn't mean that you are the people to determine what business is to be done here. After we've decided, both sides, and this must be clear, you are given the opportunity to present your views, both minority and majority. At the end of the day, what is expected of both of you is for the national interest to have its way. It's the old order that used to talk about the majority having its way. The majority then was defined as the majority in government, because the system that we borrowed this from is a system of government and opposition. Government and opposition. And in that system, when even one party hasn't got majority, they have coalition government. So you always have government having majority, either as a majority party or as a coalition, and then the opposition being a minority. That is what we borrowed from. But things have moved away from that. Now we are talking about participatory, all-inclusive governance, leaving nobody behind. And so it's the national interest that is key, not the interest of any side of the House. You will air your views, we will vote, and when we vote, and you contest my decision on the voice vote, we count the hairs. That is what is invoked now. The challenge I have is me, myself, deciding what is in the national interest. I am always persuaded by the fact that I think that once the mandate is given to a party, the party at that time is the one that determines what is the national interest. That is why sometimes, even when the party in government now seems to have lost the vote, I still say the ayes have it. Because that is my understanding of the national interest. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And many a times, the minority side gives in just because of that. I have watched it and I've observed it for all these 4 years. So at the end of the day, we should respect each other. No party is going to be in government forever. No party. You can't stop change. You can't. Please. You are young. Some of us, we are now growing old. Even though I'm not yet old. My grandfathers are still alive. So I'm not yet old. But at least we have experienced life. And we are creating a better Ghana for you to enjoy. So let's calm down. Let's calm down. Let's take this period as a golden period for us to transit so that we can close our ranks and build a nation. That is the crisis we have now. We have not yet built a nation. And I hear you people talk about tribes. He's my tribesman. He's my descendant. Yes, if you use it positively, as a building block, I support you. Negatively, because you are a tribesman, whether you are wrong or not, I must support you. That one, I am not with you. I'm not with you on that. Tribesman, whether you are wrong or you are right, I support you. No. Tribesman, because we have come together to build one nation. That's not, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about your submissions. I'm talking about it generally. So that we can build a nation where merit counts, merit. I will not go further. I just want us to adjourn today. But tomorrow, there are key businesses we have to transact. And whether we are going to sit here till midnight or not, we will sit here. Please, I want to plead again. There are some key businesses we have to transact. And I tell you that I'm not at peace with myself when this Constitution Amendment Bill, after we've done everything, has also not been taken. And we know how key that bill is to the nation. Ghanaians in the diaspora, we know their contribution. And yet, at the end of the day, it's one of the bills that you want us to leave to the next parliament, the 9th parliament. When we finish with everything, the EP bill, this house has invested a lot in that bill. I see that Honorable Dr. Mafo is out. We supported him, and he became the chair of a very important committee internationally. He has worked hard, and every year I approve a lot of you to attend the conferences, whether it's COP 27 or 28 or 29, just because of the existential threat of climate change. We held very high positions internationally. Even the president held a high position there. Our own member, Dr. Mafo, held a very high position. We attended and made serious contributions. The legislation we have agreed is left with passing it. Last minute, third reading, then there's a challenge. The minister came to appeal to me many times to support and push this bill, which I did. You want all these efforts to go in vain? No. We have taken time to go through the tax waivers. I'm hearing for the first time, because I have not seen the report, where you have agreed the reductions and all those things. I have not seen the report. Maybe my attention has not been drawn to it. If we go through them and we see that those taxes are not in the interest of the nation, you say so here, you take the decision here. That is it. Please. And for parties taking position, that is what partisan politics is about. Every party will have a position. You will come to the floor. You will air those positions. Then we vote. I don't understand how the House can be hijacked by leaders, and then the leaders will determine what should happen on the floor of the House. I've always been cautioned by some of you, don't participate in the debate. And I heard my own first deputy speaker on air say, because I've been an MP for long, the temptation to always participate is great. So I've always been participating. So sometimes you don't know how to guide the House again, because it's being read as participation in the debate. And at my age, what do I need again? That you will come and feed me? No. Because if I die now and go, I've made my mark. Yes. And I want to see Ghana better than this before I go. Because I have children. Oh, that is not the issue. I don't have fun in the determination of that one. It's for so many persons are involved in that decision, including all of you. So I don't count. But it's very important that, please, we don't fail the people of Ghana. We've done well. It's not easy to operate a hung parliament anywhere in the world. It's not only Ghana. It's happened a number of times in very many countries, and it's always acrimonious. And one best professor in one country chaired one and lost all his respect just because of that. He lectured so many of the lawyers, many members of parliament. But when he was speaker to such a parliament, at the end of the day, nobody respected him again. It's not easy to handle a hung parliament. But we've managed, and particularly the nature of the Ghanaian. The Ghanaian is a very hospitable, humorous person. You have always injected humor, even when tempers flare up. And we've managed the House up to date. Let's end well. Get the credit. And those of you who have lost, I told you, we have the group here. We shall return. Go and do your homework. If you are interested, go and contest again. And who knows, they may prefer you to come back. Don't be a bad loser. Please, don't be a bad loser. I end it here. Please, leaders, I think with your kind permission, we can adjourn. Majority Leader, you want to say something?
I'm only thanking you for all the inputs you've made. On behalf of my colleagues, be assured that we will cooperate with you to end it well. Indeed, it's not been an easy road, and we're also not discounting our respective partisan interests. But I think you've made a call that we should travel the length and get to the point where we know for our respective interests, we will go in our divergent ways. So, Mr. Speaker, Onato, I thank you. But I'm praying, Mr. Speaker, that you stay with us for the next 4 years. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, don't forget that as I pray for you, you also pray for me. So this is Father and Son prayer.
Honorable members, who is talking?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, let them know that they are not part of us. You and I, you know, when it is Father and Son, they will become third persons. So stay away from this matter. Mr. Speaker, I'm praying for you. I'm not sure they are praying for you. I am not sure. I am not sure they are praying for you. Mr. Speaker, don't allow Kwame to respond to this. I am not sure, Kwame Abuja. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure they are praying for you. Incoming Minister of Roads.
Honorable Majority Leader, I'm very sure they are praying for me. I'm very, very sure they are praying for me. Yes.
Has been blessed to have you in the chair. Indeed, I wonder what kind of parliament we would have had if somebody else was sitting in the chair. Mr. Speaker, your good deeds shall follow you. And Mr. Speaker, if I was the appointing authority, he will stay in that chair as long as possible. Mr. Speaker, I just hope that indeed, he's been saying what he has said here openly. I just hope that he's been saying it privately as well. I will leave it there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe, as he said, we shall do our best in the interest of this country and for the sustenance and the respect of this House to do whatever we can to support you to end tomorrow on a high note. We promise to do same, that we shall not do anything that to bring the respect that Ghanaians want from this House down. We shall do our best. And I want to commend my colleagues on the other side. Whatever we do here, we do in good faith. Nobody intends, oh, you have said your part. And on behalf of the Honorable Atuforsen, we thank you very much for everything today. And I hope tomorrow will end very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I think we will call it a day and I'll proceed to adjourn the House. I believe tomorrow we can start sitting at 11. Well, there are a few things to be done in the morning. And kindly get many more of your members to be present because we have to take some key decisions tomorrow. Tomorrow, Friday, we have to take some very key decisions. We may, if need be, even have a closed sitting. If need be, tomorrow we may have a closed sitting. So please, all of you, try to be available to assist the House take the right decision. Please.
Speaker, please, if it pleases you, the chair of the Constitutional and Legal Committee informs me to seek your leave to inform colleagues that the referral you just made to them, they've scheduled 9 a.m. tomorrow to deliberate on same. So,
yes, the two bills.
Yeah,
the two
yes,
bills.
please.
Yes.
So, I'm using this opportunity to therefore, with your leave, appeal to colleagues to make it a point to attend the meeting, including those who want to be friends to the committee. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, honorable members, please take it serious. Come and attend the committee, the joint committee meeting at 9. We need your input because it's about this house, the institution of parliament, how we can make it better, stronger, to be able to protect and anchor our democracy. So with this, I proceed to adjourn the House. The House is accordingly adjourned till tomorrow at 11 in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
that ye kweko akofa John Mahama de na ba say look chairman to aso Kwabena Japan Kwame, I'm sorry say my mountain but Kwabena Japan kotena City TV oh City TV there no oh very good me bamcho me ka Kwabena Japan oh onipa MPP ni me ka omo asemo a they don't get it now. Listen to Kwabena Japan and now on City TV say some friend is a channel 2 as a channel 1 okay omo that first no 1 okay Gabi channel 1 Gabi watch the channel 1 okay so and now Kwabena Japan kotena me pacho baby bia will be and just listen to Kwabena Japan carefully, then you understand the greed in the MPP and how they want to keep the country for themselves, whether good or bad. So mine bo na some kura power more. They don't care. Just listen to Kwabena.
He was the head of economic management team. So if the currency moved from 4 to 16 under his tenure, it is one we should question his competence in dealing with whatever he promises on the economy, because that was the basis. Then Mahama should not be standing. Well, Mahama's currency exchange depreciation was not like that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying yes, we are comparing records. And on the currency exchange rate, yours is worse. That is why he was the head of economic management team. So if the currency moved from 4 to 16 under his tenure, it is one we should question his competence in dealing with whatever he promises on the economy, because that was the basis. Then Mahama should not be standing. Well, Mahama's currency exchange depreciation was not like that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying yes, we are comparing records. And on the currency exchange rate, yours is worse. That is one. But that's very important. It is important. There are many things. Inflation, there are many things that we have done at the critical rates. There are many things that we have done much better. And so we are carrying our message to the people, and it is resonating with the people. Yes, we accept the difficulty of the exchange rate regime. We know that. We accept that. And he's moving on. Has he accepted that? Has he apologized to Ghanaians? He doesn't need to politicize it. Why do you? Why? Because I mean, the fact that you are not able to attain certain things that doesn't mean you should come and apologize. I don't understand this obsession with apologies. He said if we have an election are weak, we have an election to win. He needs to deal with that. We have an election to win. We are confident our message is resonating with the Ghanaian people. They will take the decision on the 7th. And you and I will come and sit here and see Dr. Bobie do 53%. And then you see that the people, they respect him, they trust him, they believe he's a good person, and he's the one who, he has got clarity of thought. He was the head of economic management team. So if the currency moved from 4 to 16 under his tenure, it is one we should question his competence in dealing with whatever he promises on the economy, because that was the basis. Then Mahama should not be standing. Well, Mahama's currency exchange depreciation was not like that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying yes, we are comparing records. And on the currency exchange rate, it is.
Kwame, Obi ji say Kwabena Japan. Na aka say o ye bodaminia. Of Kwabena Japan abodam. Me nim say Kwabena Japan e bodaminia. Enkada me nsori ntumi ka nkoni fie da sebe ko hwe me wofa. I used to go to him because na say asandfo mpanimfo no mo ye politics no. Ye asandfo nkola no. Ye sa na etie. Baby e beduru a ye nua ho bia no, we make sure say we push. Just say ye hu se wagimi. Me no ya de na me hu se wagimi a eno ano no. I mean, when I'm walking away from something, I walk away without turning back. Me and sim my life muda. Ade bia ni wa me ya eba mitrim say ade we me nye biu. Then you will see me walking back. No. Me sikwa so a me sikwa so. De obeye opa kumnantwie wo machi. Aman. Me mfa ho. So even when I'm with somebody and decided to walk away, me I walk away. Me pen kwase asem. And I mean him de obetimi aye. Untimi nya hwe. Bi bia ni wa betimi aye. Ede na me ye ma me hwe. Ade kra person obeye ni ye ma me hwe. Untimi nya hwe. Kasa da abeka no machi. Ye ne de mfa ho. So, Kwabena Japan, just look at Kwabena Japan. Now, Bernard, a refi in BB. Our message is resonating. And can say Bernard Busan say a dear messenger. Tell us. Kwabena Japan. Kwabena Japan say, Baumia, who he asked about Baumia be payacho. I didn't so payacho. Ubi and Tian Bibi and so payacho. This Baumia guy was calling John Mahama incompetent. His wife was insulting John Mahama on platforms. My own sister, Samira was insulting John Mahama. John Mahama echen Samira bebre. Ebi kura Samira ni nuanom panimfo bia ni wan yonko ene John Mahama. She was okojina platforms no di John Mahama tempoto. No one in a bush and four bombs na ye omo de. Adaya John Mahama the cities, every 1 city, echo 4 cities. So when you see Mahama, we see incompetent. When you see, when you see, really, your husband is supervising 1 city, 17 cities, $1, 17 cities. Your husband. And you get worried when people insult your husband. But when you were insulting John Mahama, you were okay. Everybody around you was clapping. Sister Dionim Kasao. Today, people are using various forms of adjectives for your husband, and you get worried. Sister, now nim say we are say udie bra, ubetwa bro, unko tubanche. Ana nije yanchira sa proverb no. Udia bro se for mo eye bro na abetwa. Unko tubanche. And today, onipa no wono say obi ye incompetent, or your dwanfunu went me anye no. Today we are doing $1, 17 Ghana cedis. Different 14 cities. Say nipa no wo Kwabena Japan, and quickly you go to Kwabena Japan on Baumia during Omo Aino. Omo primaries no. You just heard Kwabena Japan, and over Kwabena Japan. Ya Ghana ni bi obe hunu Kwabena Japan bi asu no so ordinafu enenam aduane.
We must be honest enough to admit that the Akufo-Addo government, despite chalking successes in road and health infrastructure, tourism, and of course education, it has struggled to deliver on a number of fronts. We started out saying that we're breaking dependency on the Western donor agencies. The slogan, Ghana Beyond Aid, rang from the Jubilee House with intensity and vigor. But today, we lie on a stretcher before the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and Ghana has become, in the eyes of many, a case study of how not to do it. It is true that the international climate has been hostile, but how many countries have had inflation skyrocket to 54%? And in fact, food inflation hitting the roof. And our city only just slightly recovering after a wild tailspin last year. These are stark signals of economic distress, and we cannot hide these facts. We've had to endure a painful debt exchange program with our pensioners laying siege at the finance ministry. Our party, the MPP, cannot afford to put forward those who led us to this state. I want to repeat myself. Our party, the MPP, therefore, cannot afford to put forward those who led us to this state and expect Ghanaians to embrace them during the 2024 election. We need a new face, a pair of clean hands, a leader to reconnect with our base and earn the trust of Ghanaians. We must be honest enough to admit that the Akufo-Addo government, despite chalking successes in road and health infrastructure, tourism, and of course education, it has struggled to deliver on a number of fronts. We started out saying that we're breaking dependency on the Western donor agencies. The slogan Ghana Beyond Aid rang from the Jubilee House.
I feel so sad. Say, yama politics about done as a corn game, a corn man. Oh, I said matricule. Obet me a kujna kase and no or confidence say, the man can cry with me as I could beat you woman. A bit me a tricky woman. It's so sad. But who was him? Bernard Avle. Come not Japan to him. Or can't same way. Oh, how was I day? Yini video no na botchere no. Say Kwabena, o can say any. Now just reconcile with your current position. Say when your bodemina. Just reconcile. But when him the Omri boys, you know, o kono harder. My programs should be you know, friendship no be style. Yanka Bernard Kayen or boss have video which they woke up in Japan. Tikwabra, o makura to fear moon say wabodam. Who come to Japan and over catch ye say. Or mine economy no at the stretcher so. Kwame, certain man come to Japan air castle no crano. The dollar was around 14 cedis. The dollar was around 13, 14 cedis. When he was telling us that economy no at the stretcher so. Certain na afeni ako IMF. Na dollar no. In Rule 17. So come to Japan. A dear Ben about with 3 months say, even with 14 CDs, or minor other stretcher so, about bedroom 17 CDs, and you are telling me that say now is better than before. Kwabena, what bodam? Come to Japan, bodam complete. What bodam? What about dam? Come to Japan. What about dam? What about dam? We are bodam complete. Yes, all treke baomianuma peskani biadi. But you see, your integrity is very, very important. Unipa onye we are say Japadie nyina net day. What about dam? Just listen to Kwabena Japan. Kwabena Japan say. That time another dollar near 14 cities no with the current situation oh how onipa anka so fix the economy no want me no say MPP for you know obetimi ababeli di womo abewini a year 2024 elections then America krani na Kwabena Japan at was say they have a message, they have a strategy, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will get 53%. How bakadi how bakadi menene kai Kwabena Japan pa hey you almost a me okunu we ayo ni na me kura sa me oku ofere me you go nyana fani me just listen to yourself. You go to Japan kasa and when him say oh sa 1970 80 politics no ene wo mutrimu omo ka asem a omo fu say and the internet wo ti kwa Japan who go studio just play yourself back, listen to yourself and some wa kan fa Bawumia ho ansa no akwa rest studio ho ene obi dia ba no pound 21 Ghana cedis ene Kwabena Japan. Go and check NDC Jomama 8 years. Omu free abemna inflation you say. And inflation you say. Nefu abo ya say, and nefu abo saying. All the indicators, and that was what Bernard was trying to point out to him. All the indicators, you pick every indicator, economic indicator, and tell me where you guys did well. Yes, so we are dealing with margins. We are dealing with margins. Jomama NDC, they picked it from $1 to 1 point something cedis. Let's say, say 1 cedi. Fair, I don't have any problem. They were able to hold it to 1 to say 4 cedis. What I say, with difference, just 3 cedis. Strike the percentage. What for the free 4 cedis within 8 years? Even if you are doing 7 Ghana cedis, yes, we will agree. Just do 7, 8 Ghana cedis. We will agree. You are doing 17 Ghana cedis. And unim. Here, Kwame sa baumia de na de sende me no. Say international issues, challenges, jumpy or amanya. Say Bob Mame baumia ya what MPP for no, and I say world economic crisis no. NDC was facing same problem. And Mebo the Baumia catch NDC that time. Because NDC was making same excuses. As some Baumia call a year seminar, catch I'm gonna say, I a then we are challenges, me jumping on my beer, Nagan and Kwana Behiti. Go to Burkina, go to Togo, check their inflation indicators, check their economic indicators, Ghana and Kwana COVID by, and check how much we got during the COVID. Sika Nyaye, compare it to Burkina, compare it to Togo, compare it to Cote d'Ivoire. Even with the COVID money, to me I accounted for. No, to me I yes, I'm ready. Baumia, just listen to Baumia. In opposition, talking about world challenges.
You have to ask is how can global phenomena skip Cote d'Ivoire and all the surrounding countries and only attack Ghana? How does it happen? You have to ask is how can global phenomena skip Cote d'Ivoire and all the surrounding countries and only attack Ghana? How does it happen? You have to ask is how can global phenomena skip Cote d'Ivoire and all the surrounding countries and only attack Ghana? How does it happen? You have to ask is how can global phenomena skip Cote d'Ivoire and all
because that time NDC was explaining that there was a world crunch issues about Ebola and other challenges. Mahmoud Baumia Busa Omo say they ena Ghana nkwa ena aye affected. Etwam Cote d'Ivoire, etwam ena uno mu di nkomo na Busa Omo the same question say eyeda in economy na duru a na omo kwa kokfa NDC excuse ni bi ade aba. Na unim say your friend say pandemic ni ade adinti. Into nkwa na esa ho sa Kwabena Japan esa Togo ho esa bebia na pain. Meanwhile, in this pandemic, Ghana is the only country ya je COVID tax. Yare no ya je ho tax Ghana nkwa. Ghana nkwa. Comrade Japan unim say Bawumia is highly, extremely incompetent. I mean, a very clueless guy. They know. Omunim. But if you say, se met me at the campaign nechi, Namasha Kambu, Numanya Biadia, fine, because baby, I'm a dreamy political career and I ye. To say, no, made better than a la poor mine. Kukwa first. No, I quite dear. In Tikakwamra Japan free fear no far on one video, and no boy and would tear in the home, and some more kafa about me. Okay, Sabita Frache, and I would tear, and I know I said that. Just to Kwabena Japan, we are Santini. Kwame, 8 years. Gonjani Adkunyansa, John Mama, just 4 years old. John Mama, 4 years. 4 years, you know, John Mama say, well, see a year more than Kajetia market a siwo. Car park a crowd, John Mama Jaya. A yes, a movie, Grano. Want me and ye. Comrade Japan, you are happy with this. You are selling your own region. Oh, to Ashanti region, now a guafum, wafuna society a good national. Oh, to Ashanti region, no a di, unkwa ye ne di. Whether Bawumianum, or be develop Ashanti region, or mun develop you, and found KJTR phase 2, 8 years in nothing. Race course, nothing. Buankra, nil. Baby, piano. Why? And you feel that all is well. Tubekwa ku die chira kwa ku di kakra. Young what's up, Comrade Japan web you. Young what's about me on Peace FM. Comrade Japan, sorry. I think it's a video. Make around him, could share Mr. Boahinum, Kintampo, in your penny back, so I have for them. Ashanti region, Kumasi Kwadim, whom bear 6. But I think they are about maybe 30 in number now, from the original 123. Almost better to be. Okay, can in Abuma, it does not exceed 900 people. Okay. The GDA say, Omunim party in Fapim, Omunim party in Abakosem. They know, say, this is a very important landmark, a watershed election. Because we'll be in who are when you're third term. And right now we need a leader who can restore the confidence of the party, the grassroots. So we need a set of clean hands. It's very important. That is why there is a need for a drastic departure from the status quo. Kwame, in my honest opinion, an extension of the status quo will not enhance our chances.
Can you see? Because now cannot purchase a Nisa to Abama Dr. Baumia. That's what you mean. The American say party he answers after 16 solid years of that leadership. So Baumia out. A new freshness that can go and engage the Ghanaian people, and especially the party base. Come on, say Baumia out. according to Kwabena JJ Paul, GD said party here freshest.
News.
Clarity.
What I'm saying is that
we need a change in the status quo.
That's right.
We need fresh leadership after 16 years.
That is my view.
Kwabena, what does it mean? It simply means that the leadership of MPPs is a free ho, not for Froba. Now leadership is say nipa ba akope ofri mu a minima original Dr. Baumia. That's what you mean. So
No, I'm not denying what I'm saying. I'm just telling you as it is. If you want to capture it,
so let's move forward.
That's what I'm saying. I think it will enhance our chances of winning in 2024.
Good.
When we have a new deal.
Great.
And that new dawn is so reflected by Mujamono Kwabena Ejepon KAA.
Kwabena, that new dawn includes Kwabena.
I think say be there. Make around him, Kushia, Mr. Boahenum, Kintampo, in your penny back, so I have for them. Ashanti region, Kumasi cried them whom bear 6. But I think they are about maybe 30 in number now, from the original 123. Almost so better to be. Okay, can in Abuma, it does not exceed 900 people.
Okay.
And why? Of a Muguya animasio Muguya animase Muka Hombi and Uncle Foya Asante for a empany for ye greedy. Oneko for Monum Yamo de One President for Monum Yamunkwa Mubedi Monum Yamo de Papa Boninti. Yesu shano Asante ni fani di on what man can fufu a no de decide in kwaya guso Boninti Monum de mu di boni Yebeka ye fi asem me ai gbeni pani ya de a o de koni krum ono ana asem de anyama asem mu me boye din Kwabena Japan ukwa Ashanti region now share 8 years the mills ne Mahama eye now share ayamu 8 years we are enti ya wani je ho. Are you happy? Munyina mo akọ school abrochire munim said the Bruni city recently UK one of their MPs Labour Party MP young lady and he disagree with the Prime Minister who is the leader of the Labour Party or resign as MP. Oh, to the baby. Yeah, dear Diane, a com, the fufu, and I do 8 fufu ni agene, a sam quite no guya terimu, no pepper, na santino, says a yagin Jimmy. And I do know really, I my yahoo. No bonanum to or you are the tower of Gunuko, aha, and then you may have a campaign. And then when you're not on Felicado and Yanko, Asa, on minimum mine home, Kwabena Japan, San what here. Guya ni muasesa, Muguya ni muasesa, because Kanti, one canoe crab one. Guya ni muasesa. Musika na mu ani kabre tokrom obeka akira wo se ade ya AC enye obedu abonte a kakra obedi enti sa me NDC ntimi enye niam akufo ne ba omi aye na ensi da na me makwa abonte na makwa campaign say after 4 years and now 8 years now why your mind tan say na say NDC your mind tan say ya na me bobi Ansah na masore na me yare are me ni dida prosi me ni dida prosi eche me no ni pa be di say ube jaho we ya de wiase we ube jaho yente Canada Japan na me mfanwie mutimi ya de na odampo for say abos market tre Japan no abos market tre odada na ho Many classmates be catching me, says I know tear or dada no. You sat on TV that your loyalty is to your party, MPP. Now, how do you patriot? Patriotism no is to your party. Hey. Ya bu ya huni party obu ama omo ankeni kwasi ebu omo kra. My wasting respect kwa.
But
a microphone, mama. Yeah. Were you okay?
No, me are very disappointed. Okay. But
okay. I don't know how.
Oh, because maybe a young couple of the Madrid. May Chra kwa now see and then kwa ni obedia. God knows I've done my part.
Okay.
Maybe I'm a country and went it. Because Utuma Bagumia, you can't beat Mahama. Now see me and Kase, my coca say, we lost the election in 2022. Oh, yes.
Yes, Miss Ru. What exactly did you mean by that comment? Because who we need MPP flag bearer, yeah. Obia se Kennedy back campaign on Adudanko Kufuado,
yes,
and Baumia
yes,
MPP government.
Yes.
But the same Ken, right, can say they lost the election in 2022.
Yeah.
And now NDC communicators as a Ken can buy no.
Let them say, me say, me catch straight. So I don't know the man making it straight and then me making it straight. I was referring to Baumia. Because Baumia and catcher say, if your fundamentals are weak, your exchange rate will expose you. I mean, me makasa.
Okay.
Me winia. I can easily defend it because me policies amdeba President Kufuado free SHS will be maintained. One district, one factory will be maintained. But others messes them. But the economy itself, me can't Ghana for any party for a bit my stereotype. They don't want to listen. Media catch the woo. Nessa we a delegate na ubi ebe convince wa. Na wo I'm guys and chiro. Obanyini. Na say maminka. Na emra mimi sika ehye no. Obi ka jam say me MPP ni tie nyimi sika ntonche. Na sika no say mimi di ahia. Am I the only businessman ni sika ahye? What you say?
Okay.
Na no me ka say we pe na Aboso kan for aka say adenti no wa moyedi ye nyina ye buafu a ye twen so the Baumia ba say ne be si atoatia because the man went out there when your fundamentals are weak, your exchange rate will expose you. Has it changed? If $1 to 4 cedis, what's the fundamentals are weak, and $4 to 12 cedis, what's the fundamentals near weak?
Almost say a quarter matter. They are not all your boy MPP.
Oh, yeah, boy, and then a cobonia. I was so many people who say, Sadia way and a bit me a lose.
Almost Kennedy is campaigning for the opposition and DC.
Not opposition for Montigana. Opposition for Tigana. Omusikashi, woman. Please, what kind of cheap argument is this?
Okay.
Opposition for Tigana.
Okay.
They know. Me, I'm rather telling you so that who will be so obey your before 2024 they are
okay,
because businessmen are meshia womu ebimo car dealers am koshio mu otema ebeshio mu Kumasi and nyina ayo margin say you punish us.
And Sir Kennedy Kase MPP lost the election 2022.
Me for example,
yeah,
miss at all, but
a microphone, mama. Yeah. Were you okay?
No, me are very disappointed.
Okay.
But
okay, I don't know how.
Oh, because maybe
all right. Then I asked Kennedy Japan, and to move the campaign next year. So time when Kennedy Japan cast a winner, the dollar was around 13, 14. Today, the dollar is 17. You are still going round. So that time now, okay, no. Kwame, Saturday no okay no. Yamba say 14 cedis no. And a free Saturday no. Ebe pem say ebe 12 no. Enka bi $1 na timi aba 12 kra mpo no a. Then enka Canada Japan be convince me anka meti ase. So ade na yeye. Ade na ti chen kwa na ekro. 14 cities, you know. Now what can the Japan say? Aboso kind for near business community so be punish a MPP. Now a 17%. You are telling me say you win. And you win here. Tell me how you can win. Tell me. Obiaji me muna munim Ansah. Tell me. Catch me. Say you mu NYS obe mu a. Tell me kwaya abefa so win. When it was even 14 cities. Now say 17. Power drew 21. Say see a light bill, water bill, unprecedented. Next 3 weeks as next 4 weeks, almost have a total a light bill more. I did not some now food inflation and Kwame checking food inflation. It was around 20 something. 30. Do you need even figures? Ask them. Busomo full staff. So you look at all this and you are still confident going out there. How? Kwame Japan 53%. How? 50.1 point. I mean, who says, oh yeah, oh boy, damn no, what? Our message is resonating. A dear message was our message is resonating. I say MPP near our rally or befi. Ay, and dear Nana Kasa. Nana say, and a brofo. Nana you brofo ya. What's it another SSA? What's it Nana brofo? Brofo. What can brofo say? Sa. Our message is resonating. A dear messenger. Sasrasa. Hekaba. Anyway, let me just take a break with Belakwa. My mental health in here. Mental health and social media. Social media can be a great way to connect with others, but it can also have a significant impact on our mental health. Constant exposure to unrealistic expectations, comparisons, and online pressure can lead to anxiety, low self-esteem, and even depression. It is important to remember that social media only shows a highlight reel of people's lives. If you find that social media is affecting your mental health, take a step back, unplug, and focus on activities that bring you joy and peace. Just take Belakwa and chill. Relax. I'm so sad. And you. And yet. All right, that's it. Yawa. So good. Young way.
Ghana ya sase batana ya miesha no da 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 wamano ni ma penyi dara na wamano do ya sase batana empe oku eji ahobu eni ne dike bi asia subiye enti asemena use yesu Ghana yiye anya safa da chinchirima eba be boyemfo
Yantubie
susu brebe baby Wakanda, Nagana Bayo, Ayo, Minwaro, Susumbre Bali, Wakanda, Nagana Bayo, Ayo, Minwaro.
Soya David Agbanyaga, Yanopon, Amotai. Hey, Mama, if you stop that, I miss you rough, Massa. Maybe somebody there on this street where they like me. I don't like this matter. Come away. Kuntomponi konkonsa kwa Kwabena Japan. Anyhow, anyhow. Pesemin kuminya greed. Richard Ampa Audu Saka Asmaila Aruna Mole Munyina Scenario Live on 100.5 Citizen Show. We are back here. Studio issues Honto joining Elisto Nana Kusipoku. Join us this afternoon. We have Haruna Muhammad, Director of Operations, Mass Action Committee, will join us in the studio. And Honto Akwaba. Boko dear. Honto Ansah you call issues about Kwabena Japan interview on Bawumiani Adi. Minim is one notices idea we are. Bawumiano ye religious campaign be that all Muslims should vote for him because this is the time for a Muslim to lead the country. So bano monitor me bo Sheikh Niama and Bawumiano also on the tape in my bar obiya fee, but that's fine. Then after JM Shia a friend is a Asofono Encrophone ye video and Cremophone Twaba a Christophone or margin say I don't know, they are waging a religious campaign. Names one notice here because you are in the media space.
Akra menchia etiefo ne ahwefo menchia producers and we na abaka medical case bi a kire say afia bato no mahama campaign no Bawumia napo omaye mu 70%. Mahama no 30 no utwa.
How?
Because napo napo share into abase.
Grofo do gua afu edi e kire ma fere poto.
Napo share into abase. Kire ma semba ko napo aka obi e floating voter. Na adwi wo fi obehwe so ato abade ama MPP. Nemum na ponsa ma waka nyina obi o floating voter ne ti wo fie ebeto abati ya MPP. Hwe Bawumia. O hwe Bawumia saso kra keke na sa keke. Sa wo de to aba beto abati ya no.
Oh, how? Na sa de
na sa keke o hwe abeto abade ta no obi o sa offbeat. Obi osa offbeat bia or mental problem. Nipa bia osa offbeat or mental problem.
No, but that's a professor offbeat.
Another abrofu mental problem.
And abrofu by nature, India abrofu nyina abodam.
Abrofu nyina Chris Brown no whatever.
It's nyina abodam.
Metie, enya abrofu nyina na sa offbeat. Abrofu nyina na sa offbeat.
Na Chris Brown we bibini na so Bruni.
Oya American right?
America for you dey abrofu.
Enya abrofu nyina na sa offbeat.
I'm talking about white.
And I make us say white no.
Your woman nature.
And your nature.
What was offbeat? That no motie.
Enya no correct.
Oh, wonto.
That be. Enya white nyina na sa offbeat.
Yes, sir, no motie. That's how God created them.
That nyankopa mo sa.
Sa no motie. Wonto.
Enya sa.
Enyi ne nyina wanti.
Nyankopa mo sa.
Sometimes learn small.
That be nana. I would disagree and I would debate you
don't need
1,000 years. Say white nyina sa offbeat.
Enya
nyina na sa offbeat. Enya nyina.
Almost offbeat.
There be any woman.
The way I was somebody read them no.
Mental problem pa. When you say bro no white or more mental problem than us. And yama okwa the brony about na share them. Afa kete carry no the when I'm street my and then party neighbor and in the bed so but so call abrochi ho no mo a ya de na share them up a caretaker. So because
they take care of their people we don't take anything. Just
one castle argument now. So mental problem. Yeah, na a dambo mental problem no. Enya dambo bia na e ka se mental problem a enya dambo madness nko. Obi o mental problem a. Say bi wetimi na di nkomo. Mo ba sire medi agro. Mo to ono a nani free no so kakra bi. O say o kasa ono nkwa na o kasa. Ai se Akufuado. Akufuado ti dwom o medi nkoma nani ba no kakra so obi anu wa lura fikura se cameras ni so.
Na obi be enu a say ye.
Na make to say mental problem no ye woni this one be.
Nti obi opɛ achinije ti say no mental problem.
No.
To as well.
So argument now when me here so kita superior argument they are fine. But in this case,
Commissioner was say Michael Jackson does not dance of Michael Jackson ye broni.
Michael Jackson ye broni but nana I can tell you say abrofonya na dancing off beat because
when I say on top of is telling you the truth just take it.
It is never the truth.
Okay, let's continue.
Eminem or broni and so bibini or sa off beat.
Eminem no why.
So we need more Eminem.
Yes, I will bonk on you, maybe.
Unim Eminem. Tinyo mi na sa of beat. Tu rebel me asaswa. Ebe dikra na show. Yes, say na mam samanfo ne abosom pese ku obi a. Ye bo ne dam ansa na ye kuda kuno. Izo ma bodam. Ye ti Ghana yi. E free Kwame Nkrumah pen su besi ne. E Christopher enkramofo. Yet your dome. Canen na we Christo ni na kope kramoni ba na edin ba na krana na nkofo keka chese nya din biu.
Are
you say
are
that's chief imam. And that's not chief imam ne. Ozu bamba mi o say a Christopher ni nkofo nyina ye ba ko. And they say no. Okaka ye ka say betuba. O ka wa se mi ye na re ko si.
Azewe. Ko je bu abet.
O ka wa se mi ye. Musa Jasmakati na ka Jasmakati go e de nyabi.
Why
Jasmakati e kramoni, o ye kramoni.
Ere mi bi dia o.
Kramofo ye to that your own etia no.
Mi dia o.
Some ka.
Mi dia o.
Say, even some of the African countries, this is Nigeria, classical example Nigeria. A Christopher in Cremophobity Adwanguma so. It me ko shake, sorry, that it me ko shake Cremodano. Kana yentisa. Na, Obefa Ghana, though say Ghana yes secular country, a bit me say Ghana ye Christian country. Na, over population no. It's about 70 to 80% a Christopher. Maximum 30% a Nkramofo. enti se wonim nyansa pa na wadwen mu enya wadwen mu ne kan na so wo contest na contest no o fa na esom so a Mahama ye Kristoni Baomia ye kremoni wono ba Mahama no nukuta edom kese no eye nkrem eye Kristofo no wono no konko gina ba bi nka se monto aba ne mame because me yo Kristoni na me ma kwan makremofo ma me die so wono no nkan now we are minority woman ko gina simpie so ko campaign say yento aba ma nkremofo nto aba ma because you are kremoni a say be one was shoot yourself in the foot tina make us o ma ye campaign na Mahama enti se Baomia na no campaign say enkramofo nyina nto abama no because we kramoni a now you Kristoni a indirectly no or catch you say wo so to abama Kristoni because we Kristoni
no baba why
o shesa campaign na se ebra o moko MPP internal primaries e na o sha ase o kai kabo ya o kai kabo
more kabo de no
mo hwehwe e ho no sha ase internal primaries no sha ase kabo mu campaign o mo de sha ase eno no e ma Canada Japan e bebubo mu
so mo
yes o mu say tija no e na o mo twe o mo ho e na o say in such a way Baomia e dangerous
very
oko voter region no oko no ordinary no akoka kire o mo say party no adu ebreso say esrimfo ediso enti e wo say esrimfo nyina ento aba omukọ voter region no makoka kire votarians say omo no asantefo mu omo enti omo we no man to omo ba amfa ama asantini a opre eye presidential as a flag bearer e MPP mu that was the campaigner na Kabo Baomia omo de sha ase we MPP mu. He succeeded because already no matter asantefo no a omo na beka se party si omo na so dodo no ano omo jisika anu mu yi omo de mae ti Baomia free say obesa succeed. In any case wo de na waye e wo zongo anankramu mu a ye behwe so e de ato abade ama wo andakofo national mosque yesika ndai yamfa sika amre omo anwie ni sheka sikwe mo $10 million o mani Mahama ka ho bi no mo secure sa land no ye tretre mu ma ba bia na yesi schools nyina Mahama ka ho kozongo communities Mahama e make sure efa ye nuanom nkramofo maayo amema omunimu ade e mo scholarship ye do mo ko Cuba omun konko sua eye ayasa enfamra ne emesa omumra eye hospital ne clinics e wo eye Muslim community because ye nuanom nkramofo no se oba penfo kra ko hospital a we a gynecologist omo ensem fata bebre kokowo uko aswase napo ni constituency ema ezongo su forma bebre ko wo hono mu a wo wi ana ne kunu apam ne se mu o mafie because amakwa ama bema enye ne yira na enye ne kunu ahwe ne ho enti Mahama emie the special scholarship de ma omo sele be ya omo benya santete no ma ba behwe enti na Mahama sade ba 2020 say part of the manifesto no obe make sure say basic special mock de be ma nkramofo because the way nkramofo handle omo efunu no different from Christofo ne ye ne ayehunu sa no omo de ne bibia esronko empo de we omo si bo omo adakamna efumna de omo si bon different de omo si sie efunu no different omo bibia esronko wo ba ne de na waye Mas Mahama NC Hajj village and akufo analiwu Mahama vice president rekramoni na ye nuanom nkramofo free northern region tamale ebe heart of ho awiem ewo airport obitimi da ho na otwimiru na otwemiensa na otwen flight ode beko Mecca ma no mo dantuntum mu Professor Mas Mahama Christopher mienu NC Hajj village and no mo de ma mo de show mani munyam Mahama free abamu 2016 no am making sure say plane to me to from Tamale airport straight to Mecca utu frinkra no bedu ejawo when him na nyama Mahama when the man kramofo holiday Rollins and no kra nan chen no the office of the national imam when they create here and the Rollins no recognize or yes sign am na me no ka say Mahama sa ka ne policy and as ne programs are or yes nyame adum ga na photo abama no or sade national holiday back be kankrabo for no because obi a wa kire kom bosome now we say o man holiday o man da kope no ano sade break kiri nyina wa bre ko sade ba be kan ho wo ba omi aba record ye den wonyanum nkramofo a kire kom ba omi onya kiri wiada ba omi onye kiri wiada obi obeka che se ba omi onye kiri wiada ba omi onye kiri wiada wonyanum aye kiri wia na omu breaki no akwa wia obi move from port na wo de akwa che krono de obi afimu ni nyina ne boni a waye na wade bosomi asi wade ne yafuna to ho wonidi onum nsuo esre ala se ala amfa ne boni nche no owie na ba omia obebreaki ano akwa wia wo de krono de emo krono mo e na rekokoma no. This is Baumia record. Ekufu ado kaso ba besi modern secondary schools ama yezongos 8 years ni wotimi si baako wantumi ansi ento record ne saying ankramofo hweso emfa to abama Islamic University na Baumia ka Saudi Arabia ken e ba besi na wen site no wen emfa no mkoje plot no da be no mu break omkate sword omu break grounds da be no besi omasi as percentage se contractor be na ye ho adwuma. How much is it costing? Ento ni track record. And that's a woman Sako Kojina Okoka say Cramofon to Abama because say we are Cramonia. Why am Mahama campaign mano? And to whom he has NDC
but
yes, and when he has NDC and Mahama
and yes be a NDC cra a common said the Wokano that if a Kobasi say a Christophone to Aba Ediama NDC and Cramofo to Aba the Ama MPP. Yes, Omune a beluzu. But my fear is the kind of conflict. Ubo biso. Ewa amine biso. Ebomi hu. Misro. Me that is my problem.
Because when say MPP mono, Akufo-Addo no strategy no. Ebiana ba omi apply no. Divide and rule. Create confusion. O create confusion o fa akaka no afa akaka na de ko. But Ghana for we are too smart. Say ebeko the way Nigeria for aircon no. Ghana ha na etie. National chief imam. O Kristo ni osofo timi ko buko tojo national chief imam na asno abompa ya ma no. National chief imam di ni birthday ya wa asofo moto na ntwi e de kokoche no.
That's it.
I can say connection man Greater West Mensa Wutabel. At a point one can send copese in cramophobe ebe peniswanka or mosque nesi aboso kano ubuna wesi di amamo. Tie Ghana de a Christophone in cramofono yet tia sumviemu. Correct. Ye ni problem bia mini will be our beka say. I mean to me be friend nipa smesi because or ye cramoni. Sometimes Obana Christophone in cramopho to who the difference a woman.
Omuma no ho first say
yes who difference be
na ayi ababa bi adwuma o class FM ayi om say friend Nasaria sana om say friend no Nasaria minim so de so ha binim wo me so mo emma no krampo de jai ya se kuma
inko kabi no be kwasa kabira oko kemi ko kabia ebe wi asia ye betwa be bia me kan no no akoma wo de ne ajashi min kabi
agwakam
enti se bi obi ani ba o me achi enye sa mistake no na mesi zongos na nkasa no Mahama ebe we ni more votes than Baumia because Aliu Mahama no ekramoni onokra no ekramo kronkron Aliu Mahama no nitro no onya trofo onokra mpo no still NDC we need zongos enti we need track record enti Baumia so bekwa ne sa enyame na na mabosomfo ena pushi no na tise wa bodam enti Mahama NDC omunni so mo kwakogina be campaign say yes misu ye Kristo ni because sorry Assemblies of God enti no momra na mabom pa ye mfa mame enye no enne Baumia kwa national chief imam ho a ne yaboabo ankrofo ne ye kochi omo say oba mu heli no Baumia so ekramoni Baumia Echo event, National Chief Imam event, na Mahama Pio no more. A ya crowd. Mahama Pio mana Baumia jira. Wosu ekramoni ba Mahama Christoni. Nanso Mahama otimi recite, Mahama recite eye Quran no. What is about Baumia or recite Quran da? What be that? Mahama be recite Quran no from head to toe obey bibia pepe. Mahama nim Christos Islam kramosom no. Mahama nim etiase ne Baumia. Chira me Baumia so oye kramoni. What is about Baumia wa quote one verse from Quran da? What be that? And say na no kokoti Zakaria or de ko honom no. Onkoti Quran ne Mumusa Baumia so betimi recite one verse from the Quran na. Baumia na no beto dwa ko hwe one ne yire Samira omo ware omo nyina no me ya Christopher. Because kramofo wade ya ni mo kramofo wade. Ye ni ma Christopher wade. Ewi asefo ni mo ma wade mo ko e Baumia. Enti Baumia ba be ye Christo e kramoni emra wo hu se MPP mu de the easiest way to become a running mate. Esa we ceremony dia na ye kramos kufa unra kramana me sure pass kufo ni mu bi because kufo na discover about me me sure pass kufo ne tu no fo say ade ne be ye mre de amount so kofa buta na do mo ma bofom say pa e be ye easy for you enti onu ba me ko meka da ben 2016 and ko meka
the first time
ko meka 2016 no bi also ye kramoni omo ye chiriwia chiriwia na nkasa kro da omo ye chiriwia no na Baumia na masol dem a obukotodwa asofo do mo nsa eto no so bompaye ba ko Islam no a is against that. Baumia ye chiriwia o chiriwi omo ye chiriwia no sabre no kwa na Baumia 1 month your friend say bosome akoto konkro bosome konkro no sa bosome ni pa na Baumia di tro wo do se me bo a ko Baumia profile na bo se Baumia ne tro do no a wadi no wodi no ewo Ramadan ebra ye chiriwia e na Baumia di tro na we jana be ka che se wo ye kramoni ento be hwe so nto afa abafa kramo papa ben America kramoi America kramoi
atukwa Samira kramfa no ma mofo ni mama so ye smooth
ai chaba mi amama so wo hu se mark bi da ha na we Samira mark Samira se nya campaign ta ma hu no so oguma ya fi kire me national event program Samira kwa ase a oguma ya fi ento woni ne yiri nyom ya scammers ano mo scamming crowd say ye kremofo ye krem omunya kremofo Baumia obi a ono the favorite meat pork whiskey Baumia whiskey na no mo win election or win primary or win primaries I was meeting central for or meeting central for
unwon wo he
and e kwada chicken Japan to me Kenya Japan then say so obo a omo no hu dua so no pork prekonam enya favorite meat
Kenya Japan is it true
obisa say it's true on Kenya Japan di na chi o se abo a on siu no
No. Me, I haven't heard it. If you fetch me, in terms of is it true?
Is it na nipa no o kan wasem no. Se ba Kenya Japan nya credible la. Ka ba be fele do chi se o campaign.
What if Kenya Japan?
Mate.
You have it?
Mate.
You have it?
Na mate.
Me be me bo.
I don't have the video, but it's something I got net no so search say you get it.
Okay, all right. That's fine.
Enti Baumia onya kramoni papa bia be so so to abade ama no. Na sika na aba na obi epebie die ana obi ayedede ento ondo mo ye omo ana ese Baumia campaign Mahama Sizongwa onya baabi mfani nansi and last year Baumia ko Kumasi Alaba Baumia ayiniti eteni V8 mu na enkrofo na mokra ase ensuo to aso obi ahu we Mahama oye kramoni Mahama onye kramoni Mahama Sizongo se stampede ensia Entino Zongo vote ni nyina no eko and I tell you Nkramofo no about 80% will vote for Mahama.
Debio
because Nkramofo nye boni aye.
No, unim ade bia e funny. Unim say even Ashanti region any other places you can Ghana entirely. Bojo business eye Nkramofo na eye bojo business pa.
Makola ye da ni history say say ye before.
No, Esana nyamia bom.
Yes.
Now can say Pepenia Odiga. Eya just say onya 17 cedis a no de akosesa $1 no. O hwe bute ekura wa na so o hwe ni bottom sika ehye.
2016 na kramoni so o come America no hia 11,000.
Pe
no Comeka.
Today on them
75,000.
75,000. What are you talking about? I'll come back. Ani Lante says Baumia has started developing Port Bellew. Masa. Kuma P. Good afternoon, Commander. Watching you live from Techiman. All right, thank you. Larry passes, Commander. I report, sir. Thank you. You are welcome. We have Abdul Rahman says we shouldn't forget that Muhammad's mother, a late mother, was a true and proper Muslim. Okay, all right. So Harris Ben Alpha says watching you live from Louisiana, USA. You're doing a great job, Bobie. Just leave on tour alone. Why he will never agree with you, Johnny for your good evening, Bobie. All right, but on top, wait a quick one. When you say Omama Felicity no more bail. Omama ama governor num bail. Police for na omo babe hwe omo dwane. Enti me no ka say Felicity eda sote
a strategy.
A strategy.
Is
there been two police in Ubedi no ana na be dey.
A dampare. Akufu IGP. One dom. Because dampare a more politician than even the Kufu and Baumia themselves.
No, wait, Ghana for you. Ya more bail. I'm a governor. That's what.
And so I want to be processed. No anyway.
They have been 2 days. So be do one.
So na adia. And some found concussion custody. Into 1 meet bail conditions. And that is it. That is it.
Adia obi a catch us say kwasi asem na mudi no.
That is it.
Enti wo ayohonu unim nyansa jesa wo sore kogina sore dem so wate asore ansa no wo so unim nyansa enkola ka asem aboa oman ni nyina wagimi awo nti no munim nyansa say even when the court has given them bail ya mo nko sesia na obi
se ka say ensa remand wo mo a komu wie na the madam
sesia na obi sande me say democracy have for ni bi ewo Tesano police station Tesano police commander na catch and say just a Friday no be jano even when the court amba omo bail no just a Friday how
ya dey be bono ya dey be boss sa commander no
o man be grand
a doctor for our strike sada no ana obenya sada no be ye
no o man be oban be ni enti bedru be bi no ankwara no be bowura aye police station na afi do omo sasa niam aye jimi kwasi afo say ti aso ha ya adwene ya dey anybody watching unlawfully and when you judge wa jimi no no so ma omo remand
na wantie
the whole world that kasa sa bepem samre what do we go court what mo bail jana man nko
high court judge no a enra o refuse Oliver bail no entemo de buy ni say what say so ja Oliver ne ho ohene obesa ba be lead demonstration biom akose unrest. And one of the reasons the High Court judge did deny the
bill.
Reason original so deny
the bill. Obi can't and Papa
deny the bill.
Obi can't and Papa say also cause arrest.
No, they be am come see this we na excesses of democracy. And they be do something. But Ghana for we have 59 days to make correction. But na mama clarify before me Papa abiam. UK. They can say abrofo no ko abrochire on mo a. Krofo be bro on mo ya ka o magudam a. Yeah, sure, almost because Omadjum come Ghana had no money than no. Was him as a yet not the Papa Mancasawa. O Cossacatic Hospital. You are doctor for more damn. But on one I have phone, her nurse phone. And to what the say, care, Juma, oh dear no. One a year care, oh dear. And now, Omo Mugum, your patient, or more your client, I know me. Once I may.
Democracy have for no. Felicity say what cantonment so sorry say what omo do abetena bonte sorry na sikwa so say wo kofie na so omo wotu a omo nto ama governor no mo just what na so omo wotu a omo nto e dey wasem yakofa criminals akromfo ne ya show omo police atare soldier atare judge atare akromfo criminals foolish people cause your force
say the ten say akufu adobaye no and they say before be so a police you know you make sure any pan MPP ni when was the last time I saw police for advertise a fan crop for and the MPP a polling station executives omo maame no papa no omo fasem ne aform and the MPP to demonstrator no who say we are political opponent who demonstrate against on government and a dem man say on for onya the ope and to treat no said the MPP ni enya NDC ni no o twina boss no
ademu when you have a police service that can keep people like over 48 hours without processing the person and bibia you know it's like now President Jimmy so what is it
obi nipa no wadam already wadam 2 weeks
and did na we
opie by kwawasa look fresh and Jesus omo pie by nyobia look fresh
wo yo nu ya ma oba kura huntimi ne na nti we okipu omo abakwa agodi na na ba ndey e dey na abakwa akoye no why focha ya ma oba kura huntimi ne na
obetwetwe
ya do oba ma kura huntimi ne na just say felicity we kwa agodi no wa na ba ndey e dey na ba no
we dey wala ka ewiabo
Edem asem.
Enkola so wa.
Say ade ese wo man.
Ebi so de ma lawyer.
Ase oh. Ade ese wo man, ye nyina ye ni abre. Enkola ka ho asem a osibebu afu se ade nyina.
Ebi so anaye ni ya. Say de wo kan say ontimi nyi. Ebi so anaye ni ya because onim say bia Felicity. Wa ko shem 2 weeks a wo bay. Ne boyfriend do case ni be hia no. Anwumre bi be si say de amoye mienu nyina. Ade ate. Amoye mienu nyina. Nipa obrofo betimi aye.
Analysis ni bi ho problem. Ana obi ase ne say ohunu a girlfriend asase wo is legal ene wo ko ntokwa.
Our girlfriend etimi so timi yetimi what one.
Ontimi nya wo omne takra de nunu ne motom ne ntum.
Who na sum.
What you will be? I tell you, the whole world they catch us and look. I don't know what you're saying. Ghana for Gina Casasa, I don't know what you're saying.
And ya no mo
Ghana penibia Casai, just a Kofo, a president Kofo, Penisim, Papenino, Akan Tikroma, a Diane, and a Yanni Deno. Just one
about me, birthday party, I say.
Oh, Bia Casasa,
what about me?
Yamani Pani Bill, Jano Sosa, o say, mean Jano. Yes, it has no, that's no command. I mean, we are a call.
Which about me a baby party no o man peninku 40 na samia ba mi 18 na samia okutuaso no man peninku fo nuan ba ko hye no fumpi wan ba ko hye ha sei aise kusi afanwa aduane ede aden enti it's all good banana ni kasam ni say Felicity omo nyina o madam 2 weeks no madam no na omo pie omo ho cry first ye na eti abonten omo wa efe kra se ye na eti abonten enti obi ade na hyem 2 weeks Nasa wo say na got a granting be na say wo o making sure say the bail condition will be met and will delay no asad na kwa question 24 hours oh how yes wo how and the way will not deter them
and
the way it will not deter them
any part on your drug dealer
yes
on your medra on your
it will deter them and nana ni nyina no you see say wo IGP like I said you're more political than the politician. Dan pare peso ye bibia emanu so akufu ado ni MPP fo ania to the extent say MPP fo co position kra no a still an opposition no more appoint on dan pare no as IGP do peso ya no MPP co position kra no pese yes MPP from opposition or more appointing so man may IGP for the opposition party in Ghana
me who young girl be a placard na anano nkola ndem so acho so se e die na akufu ado ni a police for ji wo wiase e den wo ji den otan ani bra be hyemumu mo ani abre mo ho den otan ya otan mo de yawo na nam te se de obi afa mo bibi mo so mutu amu ni hwe obi anu opa mo ade
na ya mo ya se o madan kesi o masie kasa kesi o mo dem nyina ho to efe na ho to mu ni bi bati ase ba me no mienu ye da e timu a akatachire kro asu ayete no ye to ho 5 minutes mane ada
den ya
ente ya
why
the kind of peace I want no person obenya bi oni bi
we na nipa we ku asi na de oye ku na china akotachire nja gobo ni tu a na ne ma to say na papa ye police ni e chi
no the so called human rights activists aye wo Ghana omo so omo de omo ye gender advocates ya chewo de mema kra de wo de mo fa say enkwase afo
yanka manasem
say
exclusive auto
yes ya che ema Felicity and detain more than 48 hours
yes
ya che ma I detain 48 hours
beyond
edo makwa kogu judge now or sentence dodo na judge no sentence dodo na so yoba ene de na kwa kotum ne time so ekra wo se eja no kra no eno kra no mo say hold on use every means to punish them for no crime committed
Debbie
because woman say there is no way Sake's way and there's no way
there we
untimi njelu bia
e dey na ujeli ni say
yeah punish omo ehi yan punish omo na there's no come na Japan asmo ka say be ba nti no anti you see they see the demonstrators say omo ye NDC for and to social media MPP commentators and MPP social media users omo describe protesters na actually omo say mwa.
Really?
Yes, Emwa, I can show you. My mini bin show here. Emwa, that's how they describe them. Emwa. Some describe them. They see them as any. And intino yanka omumu.
What is this?
But omure 59 days to the day.
Anyway, Nana Akwaba.
Any Akwaba.
Boko. Yeah. We cry me bisa Boko. Brady wa brebi.
Jama makop brew ahasua ibi amen.
Yeah.
It's all good.
It's all good.
Yeah,
It's all
very,
good.
very,
It's all
very,
good.
Very
Na boy amane and LGBTQ demonstration. Boy amane.
Wakwa me pie anopa ahomachi. There's a free no 9 bremu.
Patch your microphone here.
Ahomachi no 9 bremu abepem. Sabre ma bra hasue bia na de tiene se Kwabena wo be kai a se President Kufuor be ye mampani from 2017 and ade bia ye nyina nim se ye secret LGBT na ye Ghana ha but na ye secret e ade a na into atise
ye friend Amodin
ti obeye mampani no na nano ekofa amane bra eba o my Ghana mu Kwabena okoye interview bi na interview no okoka say it is bound to happen say oba betimi aware be ma ne be ma betimi ada ne enuoma sabio LGBT no ede banyina oka any 3 days pepepe na LGBT for baby office or Ghana on baby office or Ghana ha no Kwabena asofo ni penifo kukudam achocho ru akaseti na yenuanum awomra shebedwam ye no da o man no ye Sam George o me ye se o meye mra ebetimi asisa de ne kwan Kwabena o ma pass mra ne se ne ye nyina ye nim no na akasa o mampani Kufuor de ne nsa be hyase ena o mampani Kufuor ne wo fa ase a your friend Kofi Asante bedi atuo o de krata bi koma amrahye bedwafo o address speaker letter no through the speaker Kwabena letter no was very insulting and very very uncalled for. However, Mr. Speaker, as you know no or the enyoma egu akwam ema ekoba se de wo se esefata bia no obeye de aboane man Ghana ti omudi kan tro se de abane se sebio kofo bi di asem na ekokot nti asem a ekokot ni nti no omo entwentwen omo na so Kwabena asem kokot ni nyankokot asebi enye subjudice na penifo se aboane be wu no nyanwu ya yemfre na aboafu nti se wo hwe the tendencies no ne nioma ekoso Kwabena mind you after my penny interview no and the nioma bi piepie dwa who said na Luxembourg president Abba our nene wife our ye obema the whole prime minister
omedi try one night wo Jubilee House.
Yes. Omo eba. Ena Kwabena obe kan so a Napo ono na education minister okoje some facility be free Sweden about $28 million. Yeah, or say or the babe ye textbooks neoma no muno textbooks ne bi ba ye ube kaya no my true comprehensive sexuality education akola kindergarten ni no okosua say me ye be man so efine kremeti me akase me yoba metima ye transgender na metima ye bibi all these neoma basa na ewu enti yakoba say afi na wo say omutimi ema yetimi ye friend say oye kire na yede etia enhyehyeye a Akufo-Addo no ade egu akwan mu a or remote control the Electoral Commission no I say Electoral Commission the Supreme Court say ombeyire omo ho aye adwuma no enti eno ho ye kire na Kwabena yekoye na ensuo se ebo wa Kwabena enkase ensuo ebo yen ya Kobi papa the Attorney General and Minister for Injustice Office
Mokoton
Oma obi na beje omu nyina the Attorney General wadwane me sana meka no because ono anim ne waye because Chief Justice ayi asem na gu ne so ena ono so na e wo se oye enti the Kobaye no Kwabena.
Anyway, okay. All right. Mame embo we so tew emragalam say as you for no. Okay, that's fine. But mame Obia send me message bi onto or say one of the judges no attach ya
okay.
And about also attach a brother.
That is no media.
Yeah, omudi
I'm surprised.
But also or GD and their pictures.
Information we are so many
and they are sending.
Now you see say a NDC MPP fighting MP NDC.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. And attach ya no dey so mo abusia no omo galam say no mo mfanya hwe ntino. Obviously they will be angry. Say any rational sane person ebe kan galam say asem. Ko attach ya no ono pointing inside actually if you order him fi order. Nti we no and sheda nyanwa bia. But you see the way these guys are running the country, nobody will be provoked. Oya dey ya ebe to aba ayimu afri ho. But ohun media na mede apietu asem ye example no nipa bibini wa jimi onim nyansa into ye dey on tiase when apietu was the IGP kwasi asem bia wodi bi okotra fie nu a afa de young boys be from Oman FM ni this year ni no afa na oba public abeka say the justice system no enye inti asem ono akra de court no ehunahuna no inti waje akiri di
dan pare de obebre because okra no onyini
na oti ho aban besesa obekọ retire obi be pass ma to so we police ni obi pass ma to so am wadem obusuani bi bedem inti enyansa say while you are in the attack, do it right. Say appear to share to ye yemran sem ya. Say ngongo trafie nkonkosu. Yo. Nyansa.
So brofo nim so be wi abo atire a.
Enkohwe huhu ye. Enti na na say we police ni na o polition pabo ho a we see from king. We
IGP aka 59 days.
Na we no yan to say titini bi say your mama na decide you by 2 weeks now they so to us GP abon sem kole buba any other no be kum nipa be 10
2 weeks say
MPP kwa now ni yo honu nyina na no omko bye bye munsi kwa so nko so we are no ma fa akira ko unim say ye boa party no na
by this time was what throw resignation letter there to account brand
no me I don't need you
latest by 8 December and then when your brand envelope now they shame we are not
and then when the police ni be share was say yeah no omo yes just to provoke a man for against the MPP party now say no me I don't need you to get me provoked. The dollar CD rate no kwa idea provoke me. The port taxes no are enough. My electricity bill, my water bill, water shortage, gas shortage. Ya no kwa no good to provoke me. I don't need you the policeman to aid me to get provoked. You sumrano pep di mrano so. That's all. Anyway, but my answer got here Kwabena Japan be ma for sure. Say Yebenya. So Kwabena Japan on City TV with Bernard Avle and 53% predictions and Cantamios movements. All right. So again, take it.
He was the head of economic management team. So if the currency moved from 4 to, he was the head of economic management team. So if the currency moved from 4 to 16 under his tenure, it is one we should question his competence in dealing with whatever he promises on the economy, because that was the basis. Then Mahama should not be standing. Well, Mahama's currency exchange depreciation was not like that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying yes, we are comparing records. And on the currency exchange rate, yours is worse. That is one. But that's very important. It is important. There are many things. Inflation, there are many things that we have done at the much critical rates. There are many things that we have done much better. And so we are carrying our message to the people, and it is resonating with the people. Yes, we accept the difficulty of the exchange rate regime. We know that. We accept that. And he's moving on. Has he accepted that? Has he apologized to Ghanaians? He doesn't need to apologize. Politicized it. Why do you? Why? Because I mean, the fact that you are not able to attain certain things that doesn't mean you should come and apologize. Because, I don't understand this obsession with apologies. You said he said if we have an election are weak, we have an election to win. He needs to deal with that. We have an election to win. We are confident our message is resonating with the Ghanaian people. They will take the decision on the 7th. And you and I will come and sit here and see Dr. Bawumia do 53%. And then you see that the people, they respect him, they trust him, they believe he's a good person, and he's the one who, he has got clarity of thought. He was the head of economic management team. So if the currency moved from 4 to 16 under his tenure, it is one we should question his competence in dealing with whatever he promises on the economy, because that was the basis. Then Mahama should not be standing. Well, Mahama's currency exchange depreciation was not like that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying yes, we are comparing records. And on the currency exchange rate, yours is worse. That is one. But that's very important.
So this is Kwabena Japan on Bawumia. Their message is resonating. Message, I'll say the message is resonating. And it's so amazing that Osha just about 6 months or a year ago, they were telling us how bad Bawumia is. They are the same people. And no more catcher say Bawumia. Even when they were telling us Bawumia is bad, the dollar was 14 cedis. Now it's 17. But I'm saying no, it's better. Kwabena Japan for you.
Nana, the truth is, Nipa MPP ni bien honma oyisu niti ededwin. Enti so be hwa so bi MPP mu a ne kasa anko. Ofre MPP mu a ne kasa anko. Hwe obi ti se Solomon Owusu ala sa wo tia na meka no nti meka wo na chi meka maka na nimpen. Solomon Owusu wo MPP no ti kwan no ofa so kasa. Na enehwe kwan a ofa so kasa. Hwe Dr. Arthur Kennedy said no si kasa ebra na oye active member of the party ene hwe said o si kasa. Dr. Amuakutufo of KNUST nana ebra na oye active member MPP hwe kwan a no ofa so kasa. na nehwe kon ofa so kasa na omu nyina sankrofia wabo mudi no afedi asem omo kan say it's no longer party interest now national interest Ghana first enti alanche mantin be catch us Ghana first tulumu wusu be catch us Ghana first adenta municipal mix or be catch us Ghana first because they are no longer a member of MPP and MPP ni bia so be break away from that case no nana won call back kro be say film alanche mantin break away was akwa want me ntena obe free but NDC is not like that obi friend this mo nana ne ho ba keka no just was akwa back Bezeden the same thing Obeda Samoa the same thing nana Kwabena Rajma Rollins and the unyaya ko NDC mo say somewhere 2 years ago no me propaganda bi NDC for hwe kwa mefa so mo be work me na ne ba Zanato ashase omo ye no obi oboa one ma me ne pa ba ne kondo odwa kondo ne ho kyekye no and the NDC is a political party the way city and who free moi one kasa be pesa obeko back but MPP nipa ni free moi what is a aponche stubborn aponche na 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 to buom for 1 week na obi no obi opia uhu na chi kwa bio sa na MPP de etie sem krofoko omampani kufo ho omo ma get closer to him so oni ni di nkomo a asema papa ne beka no mayemma ne microphone when MPP party event ase Obeka direct opposite because NPP is never trained omo tradition no they are in training omo say omo no should focus on how to build a country called Ghana name ya train omo say how to lie their way to power deceive the people and then feed on Ghanaians that is their training na go photo na Kwabena Japan we engineer we nimnyansa wutie interview on wan kasa kasa no ye environmentalist and on your protect ope okasetia say asase aye send on oni nya enukura no okasetia good wa yetu obi o say e kan say environmentalist na ye ka say Ghana yen sasin degrade yen kwa yen say ABC the free say Jankopon ba de e de Ghana asase dom yen ebra Nyankopon bo wi ase kura no say asase so ye sakasaka answer obeka say eponkoda ha na asase na me ponkoda no sabre kura no na asase Ghana asase na say sabre kwa Nyankopon kura nchiche mu no na epunu nyina bom na ense de na ase ne e ka ho asem a wo se den e NDC for now we have election to win. We have election to win. Until let's not talk about Galamsey. What is Galamsey? How they can jump for say, I don't know the entry yet to about we are near fighting.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, to about we are.
Can you imagine?
We and before so about Tampa. One a national women organizer.
So Okronfo. No about Tampa.
Yeah, because we took Galamsey.
That's how they
because we took Galamsey and Tian Fan Tuncheng Akufuado why a president for 8 years went me and fight Galamsey organized labor say declare state of emergency was your mama me break kakra yama 8 years went to me account 2 months now ko me de me baba ma o se ware no shani nyinsa no onwo na tumi badin enfie pare nwotwe wanti man se me ba nyinsen me be fa me ba kwa na busia asinkonya wa frem akwa kogina da echi adan a me ma one last chance na abesha ni nyinsen what be that and it is all about how to get money they don't care about Ghana this is MPP but nana unim the more MPP talk like the way Kwabena Japan akasa and they still have confidence say they will win this election to the extent say umutimi kura predicted percentage of the win no
say 53%
and the chair will say the MPP gina so person they win election no enye de ye nyina yenim enye de is not about you and I you vote. Say a year, say ye, mienu, any Ghana for vote. Said ye any mono, and a bed determine, ever decided who becomes president and MP this election. MP before soon him, sir. I doubt to say MP Becca's the real Musika say. Because I said the Electoral Commission now show more to the stand say was among Concord that may be Agbena Marie Madamona and this for Pomone de Bia traps na must set your mom on the dorsum and tis we cray Yanoa we be Yanolo Philo, Menyawa Menyaba and Timo relax it. And when the mo pass the beya mo be brigana for any so mo de mo nteba omia e so nya bom kurududu say pe e so ne sha say gugu say po man meginam na nsuo mu no na mo ntwa na mfa say ba omia e hard working wo ye adwuma nya ka say ba omia campaign because say ye Ghana for vote pa na de beto aba. How can you tell me say Ghana for be hwe de waye Ansah ase ne kwa yesu na to aba de ama? How can you tell me say mo na mo si munim de mona musim munim sika 7 ye ba omia na kire ye niama ye digina so hwe o man bia sika 7 ye enyina so no de ma ye na kire ba ko a MPP record no eye superior to NDC Mahama Efria Bemu no na wo kan eye challenge za Mahama face ye 2013 2014 15 word market cocoa price call from oil call from gold call from yenso enim say sa niama commodity we ana ni kura Ghana mu plus Ebola esabeka ho Mahama nim nyansanti no Ebola twaga na ho nyina hyiaye na enuro no ye de kosa Ebola fo yade no na Ghana ha ene yesi center na so Ebola mra ha Mahama
you believe say Ebola no shasi a na akufu ada ko tete wo Mahama so wonnim na ma Ebola e bagana e kwaya adia de be yew no wompe
enene
asif say Ebola no we gonja ni tiji so de gonja kasa ka kire no
nyansani Mahama
COVID baya na
wona akufu na kofa COVID ne bayo akufu na kofa COVID ne bayo
we nya no ho abu
the same time Mahama ko je getimo 2 fo mienu akufu ado ne Kali Bishop Conference at the power mu twa Mahama say Mahama should have added common sense to compassion na sankrofo ne no mabaha no America for ho tanti no anhwe a terrorist ba attack Ghana atino mu di Mahama no enzo akufu ado baya no ama the unfettered asset to ye America ban asoja for ne yemfa ye airport yemfa ma mu free ene ne de wa anwene ho say America for atamfo atwa wiase nyina hye church hunyi no omo de ho abufo ba beto ahye Ghana for so wa anwene ho sa Mahama all the challenges that Mahama face here no Mahama eko IMF 2014 no kuta no homegrown policy senche consensus okay yen revamp the economy no pharmaceutical companies yen so almost 600 million yen revive state companies bit say Commander Sugar Factory yen Kumasi Shoe Factory yen revive it na enyama bi a credit from anone ba no yen nyini na ha na pressure on dollar no see the no enko form jute cocoa board de bia a crab to from anane yen nye bi ade jute factory yen nye ewa ha what the sign mani na to akwan mu sabre no na Mahama sakreti stabilization fund at the sikato ho sinking fund the sikatum eye Ghana eye infrastructure development fund no the sikatum ni nyina wa create that buffers ni nyina de egu ho aho kire brem mpo na Mahama ye savings for Ghana wo ba be yo mampani wo ba ye 8 years chese o first 4 years kra nko na wie ye all the buffers Mahama create ni nyina no wo amti ni nyina ena wodi ni nyina sia wa ena sinking fund no de sia wa get fund wo de sia wa eye kan say esla wo de sia wa infrastructure wo de ni nyina sia wa esa say MTN quick loan enti scan to mu ani ate wo be hu no eye alert de be ma ni notice che say scan to ma me yi wo hu biem to the extent say ene who take over from Mahama, Uba January, March, and now Kwaji a year templating bond $2.25 billion. And now Minu can say you don't have even access to the international market. Commodity me akosa wo kwa loan. You don't have it. Mahama economy na nenye kra na inflation no. Na 15.4. Wo ba ya utimi di koya inflation koko do 54%. And then now almost 60. Yeah, when then now wo se wo bo ho aba so se wa ya ade no. Inflation is saying a 21 point something percent. Still higher than the baby Mahama edo to ye. Obi a catch say you will never borrow because you have the money here. What me a borrow my Ghana your public debt is almost 800 billion. From Kwame Nkrumah Perso to Kufuor to Rawlings to Mahama to Atamers, Ekaija 120. Who did just 8 years? Eddie over 680 billion aka Ghana kahu. Ghana yetie nyina na obia pejuma ope cocoa board. Obia pejuma ope cocoa board. Cocoa board die. Omu dollars no mu die. Obia pejuma ope Bank of Ghana because Bank of Ghana is Friday bia etu omoka. Sika de more no yetimi mo musika say go and spend this money for nothing. And to be a Bank of Ghana ko. And the cocoa board aboka. Bank of Ghana aboka. You still believe say ukita superior economic records over NDC. Ene Akufo-Addo ukwe. Media message manusi sumina so. Se Baumia kwa ne bedi Akufo-Addo adia. Foto na Akufo-Addo abadi ato anase Baumia na kasa kura abodi ato as a head of economic management team. Wa abodi ato say they say we mate. Enti ntobo na wati die sienie. Enti so obeye driver wa isu sa ntobo no e di abo life no scan way. You don't have it. Nina chi wo timi sa be ka kire Ghana fo esa kura be maye percentage. Say 3%, 53%. And my body ato ho because na dwen say Ghana nya Ghana fo na beto abama no wa ye ne niama che Electoral Commission be ye ama no boboa. Na memfa sa akwanya we so nka kire NDC for say hey the opam woni mre ya penisi agi ahom ye nye etenya ntie su de yenya echeswada ma omonte na NDC mu no ase obi ya de pa na otena radio su bo na ba so say pe no ahya ase ejimi inse so be take inspiration wa ya ne more enti wo ya de papa ba ko na bo na ba so say pe na ne tida no kon ho no ahya agi edi nsemfo. So this time round we are the papa cry yenka until say ube secure power victory. I secure the victory power ediama endis no we are the papa cry the bebu eni aguso because as ye pampankrofo one more Ghana NDC for ratio mu Ghana for show tituni the IT and the election directorate no as a nan say there questions amuko bisa ye Electoral Commission intelligent question now Ghana for bisa Electoral Commission ye registration na figures ni so na maka dia bom na ma dia ba matime identify na Ghana for bom some na party full soldiers na ehelimu na mutimu yam de enti adum pempezo di critical afi dia fro kra na on pese e be fro because we need time. Nobody will praise you again. Do the right thing until so be secure victory na musio mo na ma power we emfa okon ho
where
was it
where
now let me tell you this
where
said this election NDC for lose this election because of obi negligence
where
said the previous elections NDC for no ankasa mi ati asese most of the issue were internal and NDC for manusi simina so bomusio e dey say election ko che ni ewu say simasi no obentin and by the time I be discover no na no abusiafo nyi na ma yira fi wiase
yo thank you. All right, so Vivian says look, you can't dictate to let me leave. Ja masimo. We mo Facebook di ana mo ni abre. Alaji akaba. So boko there. Good. Maminya adwuma we hwe. Alaji. minima de crash say kruma kra no koso or can create out kwaya say NDC parliamentary candidate and Estadomako Kion decide say at least yes omutwa ekwai no so kakra also dumelo akote gata bi mu wo ayawa asoma drains
where is this place? What's close to it's Shashi Hono, Shashi area, baby.
Emma Lydia Lassa, nom the police cost stop woman saw Omantim. The this kind of man or the Akogunim passe, where we are yanona a ye. And as Tadomako Kion a cofa a year a friend say grader. Just to work on the road, sabe a more trouble. The police for a say, Omunya Jumane, Abaye ye. Timamuni beya, there be. My son to Tunamon Faso sa. Na, oh, Diana me busa, I am busa, ya police for say. Enti, who police near ya small one. One tenant commander that some no was sequence, and what Jimmy and now we are boa. Say a quiet swear to two. Abai, would your father say you are buying what Jimmy? You just watch this video from Okankwe South. Na say any pano say on wa beya. What's me the police for ako? Ako. Pam woman say, Yama omunye. Can you imagine?
I know. What reporter?
I have some.
Eddie Kaima Minchia, TF4, Michia Senior, Listowell, Minia Hunto. Ushe near Ecosu or Mine Ghana. Sometimes, Minim, Sir Nyamina Ma. A month for Jimmy C. And by association, a more Jimmy, I don't get it. say you as foolish, fool, and your association to a certain political party, Emma or Jimmy, I don't get it. Because, to be honest with you, for somebody to demonstrate, say, these are some of the things the person will demonstrate. Say, Mutu Abamamia, I can indeed help the community. In our own way, you know, okay, in the past, now I did a friend of communal labor in our various communities. So, young fun say, or near politician, or the bois community, no. Why are you stopping him? That's the question we should ask.
Wouldn't say it's a gata moon or what I can't stop it.
Yeah, there be I can't stop.
The gata moon what I can't stop it.
Because I don't understand the rationale behind say Obi Eboa the constituency are offering. But because it's a threat to the political opponent, you know. So won't me and you just decide not to do it as government, na individual per se. Or yeah, I don't understand why. Because it's something that can motivate Obimo in certain jurisdictions and certain areas. Say, almost no ombe emulating ya simesi eye emani ni constituent. But no, Commander, I don't blame the police. I don't blame the omokosi and omoko stopisa ejumano. I blame the leadership and I blame the youth because they don't even understand the reasons why
it's sad
what they are saying. So I don't blame them. I have a serious interest, and my interest is that mebano mitie Kwabena Achapon and mitie omo chi ekase yentu abama Bawumia because we are Muslim. But what munyantia ni say minya anamitie obi oye mampusini from northeast na oka asam say in the northern part of Ghana no yenya Gunja as president and yenya vice presidents as Dagomba and yenya vice president as Mampusi, who is getting to become a leader, who has become a leader of NPP and also a candidate for that matter so that Yebenya Mampusini as president. The Muslims in this country are not foolish, and every Ubia Oye Muslimi in this country has something that is embedded in his heart, not in his eyes or his nano. Nijidienu ewon heart no ewon kumam. And we have what is called Protocol of Islam and Principles of Islam.
Okay. In
every religion, even in Christianity, we have protocols of Christianity and we have principles of Christianity. Until you are not just a common or a nominal Muslim, but you must follow these principles and protocols. And one of the principles and the protocols say, as a Muslim, we are Muslim, that's one of the principles. 2, as a Muslim, you have to be an upright person. Obia yehunu sana otino, not chameleon style. We say you must be upright. Never be brave. But the question I'm asking is, maybe I'm not hunto about who the person of Bawumia is, and then to the extent say, we challenge whether now me share a video 2 days ago me see a video about the Kennedy Ajapon questioning Bawumia say obetuma jina ni nim ekache say on the preko.
Really?
Yeah, I looked. I said 2 days ago. Me share is there?
Hey,
I'm telling you, and you'll be in the control. I am telling you, sir, me 2 days ago. But enunku. Wow. In this country, majority are Christians. We are just minute sect of in this country. We are not plenty as Muslims. And to say, politics based on tribal lines, politics based on religious sects. I'm not sure, say, NPP will survive this and Bawumia will survive this. And for that matter, Ghana and Kasa will not survive this. Because, say, you have a leader who is a Muslim and we have a leader who is a Christian. These two people have track records. These two people, they have track records. That's one. And these two political parties have records. And Yebimo grew to knowing, say, NDC is a Muslim political party, not even a political party. Yebimo, because in the area where we grew, no, now you name any political party apart from
the NDC.
The NDC, not for the color, not for the symbol, but nema no mu ye at the time. And it's true. In the making of our Zongo communities, Jerry John Rawlings made it possible for everybody to understand, say, so when your holiday is coming from me, not the political party, not the constitution, but the political party. He fought for it, and that is why up to date Qur'an, it is not in our law books, because Obimu refused to accept that as law. I am talking about MPP. MPP refused to make it law. As we speak today, Bawumia is a Muslim and he knew about all this in the past. He is a running mate. He became a running mate and is a candidate for that matter, but he has not visited that particular Muslims power, because it is just a conventional. It's not constitutional. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is telling us Muslims, say we are Muslim, no one pay we dia. I don't see what you would need. Sir, Oba is going to make it constitutional, and he's adding 1 day, 2, making it 2 days. So we sure, and then that very day you will obey you home. But you know what is more profound in? It said we have 3 different and 4 different beliefs or believers in our Islam sector. Your Ahl Sunnis, your Shias, your Ahmadis, and your Tijanis. And everybody has their day of observing this particular day. And it is true. The moon is either 29th or 30th. It is either 29th or 30th. So His Excellency, the former president, is telling us, say, Omo no mu share 29th, we are giving you a holiday. Omo mu share 30th, we are giving you a holiday. So we are, what at all do we want as a country, as Muslims? Again, because it is not conventional, it is not constitutional, it's conventional. Osi Oba is going to make it law, binding. Osa can say Oba, he's going to add another 1 day, making it 2 days, so that Omo Musha sie au tisa au ishirini yauma, either 29th or 30th. So it's going to be 2 days, so that Obia Benyabi observing of pension. Wow, Benyan 29th. Ubenya 2 days. Wow, Ubenya 30th. No, 1. What is all about? The person has come and to say, Memao, the Hajj fare very affordable. Yeah. Hajj fare very affordable. Your vice president, Osaye candidates, Emma MPP, and under his watch, from 2017, Commander, you know the role I play as the president of Patriotic Muslim Front in this country, demonstrating the insensitivity of this particular government against Muslims community, to the extent, say, even to go to Mecca, everybody, every Muslim, a bumpire, say, the 5 pillars of Islam, no, obenya e fulfilling nyina ansana osako ne Mecca ho. But and I'm so say the vice president is complicit to near or benefiting the increases of Hajj fares, nonti we in any to the extent that today so we come Mecca, if you don't have 1 billion won't mean come Mecca, 100,000 Ghana cedis, you can't perform Hajj. From 11,900 and do 12,000 po. Today, if you don't have 100,000.
So when Bawumia was going to Mecca, how much was it?
Bawumia went to Mecca, his first ever was 11,900. Bawumia went to Mecca at us at the time in 2016. Now pricing your 11,900.
Is it the case in so say yes, Mecca?
It's a case. Sir, if you don't have money, God knows you and I. God nyaminim. Sir, Bawumia cannot tell me say on this car. For which reason enunti na manko up to 2016, because say on him say okoto aba, and it is going to be something important in his life nonti ojoni koye for him to add a large Maritime na huton of life. Why we all know Maritime, a lot of us went to Mecca. So does it mean say next time no Bawumia na ne hunto? And as at that time now how much was the dollar? Was the CD to dollar? Today how much is the dollar against CD? We all know about this. Ninyina nko or say meba, I have identified areas where the problems are coming from. If you go to our Zongo communities today as we speak, our wives, yayirimu na yidi jochen the male counterparts. Uko nima, the petty traders, Bawumia introducing e-levy to the extent that they cannot more save monies in their wallets, to the extent that they cannot more, the Kaya cannot more send 100 Ghana cedis and above to their families back home. Mahama is telling us, His Excellency the former president is telling the Muslim Ummah, the Muslim community, one, that when I come, I'm going to make sure that I reduce the fares for you to be able to go to Mecca. I am going to make sure I abolish that e-levy, that useless e-levy introduced by Bawumia. Oh, but after you suffocate me, after I can no longer save my money for 4 years, and you are now coming to do what? Say Oba is going to introduce women's bank in our communities. But I have every right as Muslim to say Bawumia is insensitive. I have every right. Because we should a Muslim leader, the chief imam in say now we promising to say what you on throw. Say I have seen this dilapidated Makaranta. I'm sorry, Dean. Fadama.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Dean.
I went there to cover the story myself.
Sir, Meba, yes. I am going to make it a modern up to date Bawumia. You're Muslim. Me see as a Muslim there are protocols that you need and people will identify you by it. Sir, one, you need to be upright. Which one you need to be upright. I'm not sure say Bawumia ne papa ti ase anka. Obechon ntro to say old man. Oh, sorry, I know. The Zongo 7. Yeah. Where are the families? What are the breadwinners? Bawumia, you are telling us that whatever you would do to make us proud as Muslims is that you will take us to the pork joints and introduce us to the pork meats. That is all that you can tell us. You can only be telling us that meba as a Muslim, what I can do is to give you to take off your e-levy. But all that John Mahama has said about the e-levy, all that he has said about the Zongo communities, all that he has said about the Muslim Ummah concerning the Hajj, I don't see who will tell you the promises of John Mahama that he has made has never been achieved in the past. One, paying Islamic instructors, it has been achieved. One, the model schools that he promised, I know one that in Lamashegu is there. We have seen that numerous of those things are in place already, and for which reason Obi promise here, I believe that John Mahama would be able to do that. Mami landed on the area of where Kwabena Japan spoke about. Mahama is winning 53%. It's a fact. Bawumia is winning 53%. What do you expect this man to say? This is somebody who has lost credibility in the political history. He has lost credibility. Before he joined the campaign of Nana Akufo-Addo, what didn't we see? What didn't we see? So for me, fighting for his livelihood is allowed. He's going to sing praises so that he can get his livelihood back. But the Ghanaian, for that matter, the business community understands what we are going through more than he Kwabena Japan, more than he Nana Akufo-Addo, more than he Bawumia. Nobody will tell me as we speak today, say the CD which is now 18 getting to 20 is something I should just laugh off. The cost of production as we speak as businessman, nobody will tell me that Bawumia and MPP has collapsed my business, and nobody will tell me the infrastructure omukobo busia for more than the entire generation of this country will tell me that when I come, I'm going to develop you and then make your life better because you think that your boss is useless. According to Bawumia, my boss is useless, and so when I come, I'm going to elevate your life from 0 to 10. Because as we speak, under you and your boss, my life is 0. There's no any development, there's no any growth. The business community, as we do know, have decided to come together to support John Mahama so that their lives and their businesses will be bounced back when Mahama comes back. Well, every morning, Maximat. We see Maximat.
What about good banks? That's what I'm saying. What about SMEs?
What I say? So, what at all are you campaigning on? So, me know, I thought that when I start to talk, I will end up not, respecting the elderly, because if you have people like Bawumia, people like Nana Akufo-Addo, people like whoever, he's Ponkuju Papa, no, your friend saying, he was the leader of Peace Council, Reverend Asante. This useless cabal. All right. So we have no cause to worry that His Excellency God has already asked him to come and save the lives of Ghanaians.
Thank you,
John Mahama. And we all pray that anybody in the past, we say, if you look at where you stand and look at where you sit, nobody will tell you that it is only John Mahama who can come and rescue us.
All right, thank you, Alaji. But Felicity, I tweet BB, which me pese reading a quick. Rich Part Company at the Seahorse 5050 engine coolant Enaba. Boka engine ho buy. Na engine no enche na ne sunu enso anye de ye no ane Seahorse 5050 engine coolant ena uhia amanfo emfre was 0244 577 559 Mwampese Mutuno Dodono Monsabeka. All right, so this is Felicity Nelson who posted here 1 hour ago, and me ba cho ya the Felicity ne post na ato ne meta post na ya ato ye page what has saying to you be abet me ya kai bi, and it's so sad that Ghana so this is Felicity Nelson, and I read, my bail was granted around 11 a.m. yesterday. Yes, the court order was only sent to the police around 2 p.m. today. The police needs to sign the release. Okay, the police needs to verify the sureties. This still hasn't been done. Almost sureties no call. The police needs to sign the release form after verifying the sureties. This still hasn't been done. Currently, all the personnel at Ghana Police Service who need to do the verification and consequently sign the release form are at the court premises currently. Police station. The person who signs the bail bond closed at 4 p.m. today in the Samre Wapon. The person who needs to sign the bail bond at the High Court apparently won't be working tomorrow. See you next week. Do you see how the state conspired to frustrate its citizens? 16 days in unlawful custody and counting. Oka sedam pare ya boa na yonu ya boa mdidi fomwa omso montiase. And when you have a very foolish president, vice president Jimmy, Omo famra, Omo Jimmy, they don't care about the law. Na we are kwakuba kwasiya we. Kwakuba ku Jimmy we. Ono ya no more kan 1979 Rollins Assem. Under democratic dispensation, you know no nyakwagu on sorry go Peace FM any akwana kankwasi asem no abone hene no sa professor no Jimmy no
enti dan Paris and world class police administration no opeso one officer no a oye ho adwuma no otu no to free.
Yes, obi anya ho adwuma. Yes,
when world class police.
Yes, when world class police no a omo aka no a eya no omo kankwasi asem no enie.
For the past a year now, I've been raising this red flag, and it looks to me as though I say Pekasa. I say Kwabena police ni bi me no wa here say you call demonstration no. Na wa frame ya na me ntimi mfa ne call pani pa owo OCOP. I just want to be very categorical. Ofre me no ma me de course nyina a omoche
yenuanom
democracy hub for no. Now his pain now expressing, and he say we have lumped all of them together. Kwabena, sometimes it appears say we would have to do so because until the truth is known, sebi imperious, and the impression is that yamo ejuma na yedi ama ono wakamanwantum fine. Dan pare say omo first day, second day, and third day yachi omo. Now or say MPP organizer, any youth organizer, almost started say omo free Dan pare. And at some point, Dampare wasn't heeding to their call. Enti Bawumia na mu Bawumia and a Fred Dampare. Say on chink on conform no almost say ni campaign. Mind you, Kwabena, last month, Baumia campaign in a district. This district commander says, on Pese, Yebe torture. He has had enough of the torture. Kwabena, BBC, 30 minutes after at the Chronic, a call came from Dan Paris, say, a transfer. She said, acquire say MPP4 a program. Nioma mo yenye. O say because a MPP na Baumia na bentino. Yema kwana ye de ope. The commander didn't allow. The next moment he was transferred. Oh, there were times na ye can Dan Paris one people were like, oh, Dan Paris were fair. NDC fought me frail. Oh, hona penny we are frail. Oh, hona software frail. Oh, hona we are frail. As if say, Dan Pareno, or ye immune to criticism. Say no, a humana so a mouth for con. Inti utiwa, don't want ya frail, list of can you, Kwabena crack some de muhuno, say, ni say.
They are using Suraj and a friend say Akwawi
Nippon
Dampare Akwala no headquarters on Suraj Suraj and Asari Omuna yes Adiano because we Mincho Madam Police Nibi Watamale and no frame. And I say, look, Bonia Ecos Winina a Asare.
Yes.
Any Suraj, any disabonino. They take instructions from Nanabi,
yes,
and Lord
Come from Nanabi and Lord Common is our party and Conforno. That party name Ansah.
How?
You see, I'm just saying all this to tell, say, Yenja Yohunum free. Yohunum Kahon.
Anyway, that's your view.
No, it's my view. I'm not expressing your view. I'm expressing my view.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah. The time see you no can want to say. Now, I'm not leaving him out of say I was say or tenase no yen high na anyoma ekoso because president now appointed will say be director of operations, deputy IG in charge of operations. Meboa. Now. Police nimuno command and control said you be a name say asweye bi a na adwuma command and control na adwuma na Yama will position as a deputy IGP in charge of operations. Kwabena police adwuma no ni nyina is about operations. Meboa.
Yeah.
I mean protection of lives and properties no operational duties. Meboa. So it means say as at the time now, you appointed Yohuno. Now, Dan Pare had been rendered redundant. So, any a coin beer, Mefaswa, meant me man Yajumano, Mefaso. But what stops Obi to say Yohunu to tell that story to the world? Because police people now, Omoneme Kasano Kabra, that is what impression Omodema. Now, a DNC Yohunu Quine say Obeka. Ewo Bejem anas Obeka say nipa or appointing and say openi. If you that or appointing me, no damn pare mami nyamejuma. Because this demonstration in whom your manual no Yohunu oni moshe. Obi make me say Yohunu nekwa a man command. I damn pare na man command. Obi make me say Yohunu suman is one konkoya juma we. So Raj, now uboni dino. And you're director of operations. So between the director of operations and the deputy IG in charge of operations, one is superior. One is superior. And every day Dan Paris started say or destroy the Ghana Police Service by way of making sure say the bureaucratic processes are was obia fem edi law and order so police as we anymore. Makasa Kwabena menka yankamre. Say your Ghana police PRO ba ko pene wo Ghana. Wono pene wo san krata. say any regional PRO, you need district PRO, you need divisional PRO be abiem. Na san ye di police. Enti asem si wo ketekrachi sesi ya. I just assembly by Dampare office. No aka say oh we dey monka ho asem nyesa. No we sweep under the carpet. All to tell the nipa na wa appointing no ne say oh oye adwuma pa. Armed robbery swati. Meanwhile, Kwabena, there is more armed robbery today than ever in this country. Snatching, and you know snatching. Kwabena, it has been registered more. Where Opa Kwabena, just call any regional or any district office, police office. Now I'm brief you. Wouldn't you be or just my own brief you? Yeah, Koso. Yeah, Emma, limelight da. You take all the information, you cover it just so that Obama who say, oh yeah, Jumapa, but under you, there have been more criminality in the police service than anywhere. Under you, extra judicial killings, it has become like a it is rampantly. Unioma bonia wo yenti, ni bon wa boni Jimmy. Nkwasi asema wudie as police we are IGP Jimmy Entina for the first time Akufo do kura na adwene nya adwuma hu se no dan parima Jimmy de ba wo de wa Jimmy udimi ne bohonta enti wo IGP may say ma deputy for the first time in the history of this a country and yama wo dan pare IGP wo deputy say ne nya adwuma e free southern na netikwa pai enti he does not even accord him that respect, sir. We are my deputy in Jibrani and Fadrin. And all the time, Hunu, or time Jimmy time, Quasiat time, Abua, giant time. And all the time, Kwabena San or the year, Tiwa, Kwabena, maybe Tiwa the Dankwa, or Yoko, when you saw that you a police. She was seconded to that office. Now, Tiwa, a driver. Enya ye ana I was Tiwa Kobi wo mo a omkoja Tiwa ewa ye na se nyina Dampare transfer omu nyina hwe emrebani Alex Mensan tokwa Alex eko retirement no Alex nkwala omne ne wo officer ti se bia we na yemi 2IC e bia we na yemi we no Kwabena emma mienu ba ko na wawo foforo fresh akwala teche danensem wo transfer no ade ne kwakurase just because your friend is saying there be Tiwa Alex Mensa akwala but Naboku what is the issue adie bi na aye or how abeto on mine so eya sell on mine no future sell ye kwaye na enkwala bi say ye bekwa akwa ka ho asem yes Dampare wa bodam kura entu nimi nyansa say someone look at the message yan kwala no ka no and akoba say iwanya orders search no what did na court ya money bail e de ben kwa dabio ye keep Felicity e wo ho ene ama governor nom ye keep am kopem the next 2 months into yiri bodam ni no na waye yi me did Dampare yiri to asisi a obehu no now you're bodam ni no na ne yare na asa ana so be go do omo no omanyem ya mo bi bail enra 11 AM enye Ghana ene wo sebe emwa edi animu a these were the people in the 80s 90s na almost say Rollins almost a human rights activist ene na makwaku ba kono mo ye mabufu no yene ya na ma omo ye mabufu kwa bi se ba kan no mo ye mabufu kura wa wi ase a the way omo tra kroma on Peace FM and a rolling style and I said look at Kwasias Yamo be bailed since yesterday. You decided to use your discretion to keep the person because nana be a boy way, nana be a boy way. I got boy and who fee of free set. Ne tipa and the crop when you scatter.
Oh, free set, our Joe, Wakago Tom, Eddie Didi, way, nana be way, and to me flow police near our school. No, I can't match was you, San Mayano. How? when you have our laws, clearly the laws are there. Into the mra, a year Juma, no by no, Yenya Tremu Fefa, na headache.
Nana for the small. Okay,
Baomia,
won't say Gregory. The same thing.
Baomia,
the court granted Gregory bail.
Yes.
The police said there be Yempany. It's a lawless country. And
so Baomia. On send me where Yabaumia Eka corruption asem. Nowhere. Untibinka Ghana niya ewa wakumamu sa obebuaye amia tu Yabaumia Ekufuado so that the laws of this land can deal with them no. Mesra Bebri Otu Abewia in Kofi Police station Abetu Abano, stay there. Make sure so could do police station wa mobile identify mo in a group. Police ni ba ko attack obi unlawfully. Defend yourself. So man chere police form do amo ba that's obi ekwese police atare obi ekwese soldier atare at the bower defend each other moving in groups stay at the police station don't go anywhere don't let any policeman tell you say what to abeg we akọ no way mempre ya catch Asante region ya be Kumasi akọ catch omo stay there just any okun eto stay there. Don't go anywhere. Just wokum at police station. Don't go anywhere. Stay there.